Buenos días para todos. Good morning, everyone. Today, a day dedicated for the future professional summer sport. We will be seeing one day for the Junior Men Rising Series Division here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, presented by Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique and organized by Corporación de Deportes de Iquique. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Bago. Good morning, everyone. It's time for the juniors. I mean, we had a lot already with the men and women division, and now it's time to go to the Rising Series event with 28 young riders and some pretty good conditions out there, Bago. We have some good size. The tide is pretty high as well, so it's going to be an amazing day of competition here.
I agree. So let's hit the water. We're gonna check the first heat. It's already there. And yeah, un día dedicado para los junior masculinos, Junior Men Racing Series. En el agua de rojo tenemos a una estrella brasilera, Guilherme Montenegro, perdón, y tenemos a Felipe Ilaja, chileno, a Yuri Sales, brasilero, de azul, y César Valdivieso en blanco. Muy buenas condiciones para el día de hoy, como decía Lucas. La punta 2 sí entró el suelo, sí creció, pero no está insurfiable. De hecho, en algún momento pensamos, wow, esperamos que no crezca mucho porque tampoco queríamos poner a los chicos en situaciones complicadas, pero creo que está muy bonito. Fala português? Tem uma galera aí.
Bom dia a todo o público brasileiro que está aí acompanhando pelo Guilherme Montenegro e Yuri Salles. A gente tem mais um atleta brasileiro também que vai entrar nas próximas baterias. E temos boas condições aqui. Hoje teremos 28 atletas aqui em Iquique, só categoria Junior Man, né, Júnior masculino. E nós vamos ter um total aí de 8 baterias. A competição vai acontecer direto, né? Então a gente vai ter round de 8 baterias, depois de 4 baterias, depois 2 e depois a grande final. Então são baterias de 20 minutos, sem limite de ondas, e tem altas ondas hoje aqui. A gente estava até com um pouco de medo de tá grande o mar, né, já que o evento ia acontecer hoje sim ou sim, mas dá para ver que está bem surfável, tem altas ondas lá fora com um tamanho bom, mas a maré também está bem alta, então a gente vai ver com certeza aí os júniors botando para baixo e batendo no lip com muita ação no dia de hoje.
That's right, people. We were saying that the conditions are very good, actually. Just remember, these are 20 minutes heats, and here's the first wave. Felipe Ilaja en la primera de este evento, Junior Men Racing Series, y el chileno debutando. Un evento que fue dedicado para ellos, para los futuros profesionales. Vamos a ver, viene Guilherme Montenegro en esta buena derecha. Guilherme no consigue una sección en esa y a ver si logra algo. Va por un rolo. Sería la primera maniobra del evento hasta ahora.
Guilherme, que já está há alguns dias aqui em Iquique, já está fazendo bastante treino ali na Punta 2. A gente está vendo agora o Yuri Salles, que vem lá de São Conrado, pela primeira vez saindo do Brasil para competir fora. Veio com mais o pessoal lá de São Conrado também e está treinando também já faz uns bons dias aqui. Então vamos ver com o que eles vão aparecer aqui hoje. Vem Yuri Salles na primeira onda, só entra naquela e sai, não achou. O Guilherme também perdeu um momento ali naquela primeira sessão da onda, acabou não achando lugar para bater uma manobra. Y a gente continúa ainda con 18 minutos y medio prácticamente no relógio.
Bueno, toma un poquito de tiempo también para los atletas acostumbrarse, solo que son hits de 20 minutos, no tienen límite de olas. A ver esta olita buena para Yuri Sales, fuerte Yuri, va por un super rulo. Dios mío, wow, vamos a ver un espectáculo. Me quedé, pero sí.
Wow, that was good, huh? Wow, qué bueno,
no
Bego. En la primera manga ya así, un rolo grande así como este, buenísimo de ver, es un señal que viene mucha cosa buena por...
Yo creo que nos dio como un poco de risa nerviosa porque es increíble y de verdad muy motivador ver a un chico tan joven comenzando tan fuerte, ¿no? No ha pasado ni 3 minutos y ya el niño le fue a pegar en la carne, como decimos aquí en Chile.
Lata, deu na lata dessa onda aí. O Yuri Salles mostrou muita atitude ali naquela direita de Punta Doce, que é seca, é uma onda bem rasa ali, pessoal. O Yuri, que vem de São Conrado, não é tão acostumado assim com fundo de pedra, então ele e o pessoal que veio de São Conrado nos primeiros dias estavam um pouco ali ainda travados, né, de fazer a manobra naquela direita, mas deu para ver que o Yuri tá motivado e que não vai deixar barato para os outros atletas, não.
Very good. So people, if you need, we're going to be throwing a lot of Spanish and a lot of Portuguese because, you know, it's we're seeing that a lot of people tuning in for these countries. It's, you know, mainly juniors, but every heat we will be throwing updates in English. So that's, you know, it's the official language. It's English. So, well, we would like to remind you that this event is presented by Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique and organized by Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Y tenemos varios colaboradores también. Este evento está apoyado por Sofri. Ayer tuvimos una firma de autógrafos en Sofri. Muchísimas gracias por habernos recibido a muchos de los campeones mundiales. Fue muy bonito, muchos niños vinieron, mucha gente local. Así que gracias Sofri, la zona franca de Iquique, Erizos Surf Brand, que es la marca de bodyboard creada acá en Iquique, que siempre ha apoyado el bodyboard y estos eventos. También tenemos al Hotel Cabancha y a los kinesiólogos Kine Vita como kinesiólogo oficial del evento.
Y también a nuestros apoyadores, el Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, María del Mar Café, Erizo Store y Salvavidas de Iquique. Muchas gracias a todos que tornan este evento posible una vez más.
Está todo comenzando, felices de que la verdad las condiciones están buenas. En un momento sí nos asustamos un poco porque venía un swell medio grande y dijimos, bueno, la punta 2 no se corre tan grande, ahora está en un buen tamaño, como decía Lucas, hay bastante agua. Vamos a surfear, o sea, este evento se va a realizar con bastante buenas condiciones de seguridad, la marea bien llena, ahí, aparte de ser marea llena, es una marea con bastante agua.
Creo que es la más alta que ya tuvimos en todos estos días desde el
Es la más alta,
Bego.
toda la razón. Y bueno, situación en el agua, los brasileros están hasta ahora en primera posición, tenemos a Guilherme con un 4.25 que fue la primera ola concretada. Yuri, que no entró ese rolo, pero la verdad si lo hubiese entrado hubiese sido una nota gigante porque fue gigante el rolo, con 1.90, Felipe Ilaja con un 0.75 y César Valdivieso todavía no ha tomado olas.
So updating in English, guys, 14 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Guilherme is on the lead right now with the 4.25. Felipe Ilaja coming on this one. Goes right, does that bottom turn and goes for the first section. A nice big roll for him. Is he going to make it? Actually, a little help by the foam ball, makes it and comes back to the line. So yeah, nice first maneuver for Felipe Ilaja. Definitely escalating at least one position there to get that qualifying spot in this heat. Remember, just first and second will advance, third and fourth will go back home. So yeah, now Guilherme Montenegro, the leader of the heat, also going right, tries to go for that first section, but doesn't really find the spot. Bumps through one more section and completes this roll through the lip. Good maneuver for Guilherme, just solidifying the lead in this heat.
Me gustó mucho esa primera ola de Felipe, o sea, la segunda, en realidad le pegó donde en el pocket, en la zona crítica. Bueno, esta es una ola grande también. Vamos a ver cuánto sale la nota para Felipe, pero sí, fue un bonito intercambio también. Guilherme hizo su ola de respaldo, así que yo creo que Guilherme va a seguir en la primera posición con seguridad. Pero miren esto, wow, está bueno, porque de verdad está bueno, pero definitivamente está de exigencia también, pero los chicos pueden con esto. Aquí viene la repetición de la última de Guilherme Montenegro. No, esta fue la primera, de hecho, de Guilherme. El 4.25, ¿o no? Creo que la primera.
Sí,
porque ese check turn ahí fue como al comienzo.
La segunda rolo fue más en el pocket, así.
Sí, como que se está ajustando un poco, ¿no, Guilherme?
Sí. Todavía no encontró la primera sección allí en sus dos olas, pero sí un buen comienzo de manga para Guilherme con dos olas ya.
Y esta es la segunda de Felipe Ilaja, que me gustó mucho porque fue con un bottom y atacó súper bien el labio y de hecho estaba con la intención de hacer algo más, así que vamos a ver los puntajes de estas olas.
Boas ondas aí no início dessa bateria, o Guilherme Montenegro já pegou 2 ondas, ainda está saindo aquela segunda nota dele e a segunda do chileno Felipe Ilarra também. Saiu um 6,5 para o Felipe, um bom rolo que fez ali, aterrissou entrando no tubo praticamente, meio que foi salvo ali pelo fumble. E o Guilherme nessa segunda onda tirou 5,25. Esta é a segunda ola de Guilherme, Bebo.
Sí, esta fue mejor, claro.
Sí, pasa la primera sesión también, pero se va abajo, hace un bottom y un rolo furando el lip. Entonces 5.25, sigue en la primera posición y Felipe en segunda hora.
Buena manga, la verdad, recordando, son 20 minutos, solamente avanzan primero y segundo, no hay límites de olas. Es un formato para que los competidores puedan tener la opción de tomar tantas olas como quieran. Es un poco difícil, sí, digamos, adaptarse, sobre todo si eres el primer hit del día, ¿no? Pero bueno. Situation in the water, it's Guilherme Montenegro first, with his last wave was a 5.25, and Felipe Ilarra only looking for A3. He's holding the best score of the heat so far. We haven't seen Yuri taking anything else, and Cesar Valdivieso neither. So we'll see how this one unfolds. 11 minutes on the clock. Remember, people, this is Junior Men Rising Series, only for the juniors, a day dedicated to them. It's been, separated, the Junior Men division from, and the Junior Women division separated from the professionals. Why? Because there's a number of reasons, a very important number of reasons. You know, and for me, one of the most important is that, it was super expensive and not too good for the juniors to spend the whole waiting period to wait for their events. Mm-hmm. You know, so for a junior that it's studying, to take 10 or 12 days out of a school, that's it's tough. And check that out. That will be Jai Taylor with his auntie. He always comes to the events with a different person of his family.
Oh, yeah.
We have seen his grandmother, I think his dad, and now his auntie. That's great. I have been here. Actually, he came to compete in the men's division as well.
Yeah, didn't make it too far in the men's division, but let's see how it goes for Jai in the juniors. I mean, conditions are pretty good. Pretty sure the man and the woman are kind of envy of these guys because it's pumping out there. There's some good sides, as we said. Thankfully, the tide is also matching the conditions, thankfully, because we have been seeing some pretty dry days, especially on that right-hander, and today the conditions are here. I mean, there's enough water for these guys to go for it, to hit those slips. And by Yuri's first wave, I think we're going to see definitely these young riders hitting them and going for big maneuvers. Felipe Ilarra goes right. That's his third wave. He's in second position. Goes for a 360 off the lip, but didn't really make it too well. So yeah, not being able to complete it. Anyway, he has a 6.5 already, so just looking for 3 points to take that lead from Guilherme Montenegro.
Bueno, I wanted to see the replay of Felipe, pero miren, para explicarles un poco lo que es los Rising Series de Junior, esto es un gráfico que tenemos en inglés, se los puedo traducir. Es un tour independiente de las divisiones profesionales. Todos los eventos de Rising Series de los Juniors son clasificatorios para la gran final, que en el caso de los hombres será en el frontón y en el caso de las mujeres es Guajine, ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro. Solamente deben participar en un solo evento, ¿vale? Un solo evento es el que cuenta para poder entrar en esa clasificación para ir a la gran final. Tu mejor resultado, claramente, o sea, hay ciertos puestos, si no me equivoco son 48 puestos para la final en el frontón. Entonces los mejores 48 del año van a tener un cupo para ir a la gran final. Eso sí, la gran final tiene su propio ranking. Quien gane en la gran final va a ser el campeón mundial. No se suman puntos con los eventos anteriores ni nada. Otra de las cosas buenas es que a los chicos no se les cobra membresía, porque también no están sembrados, todos comienzan desde la primera ronda y esto todo se ha hecho para reducir los costos de los gastos de viajes internacionales y también reducir el impacto educacional.
Yeah, definitely more accessible for the juniors, Bego, as you said, reducing this impact on their education, sometimes losing exams, at school, spending like 2 weeks away.
Difficult.
It's pretty tough. Usually they also have the need of, a tutor or someone taking care of them here, so the travel costs.
Traveling, yeah.
Yeah, the travel costs increase significantly. So yes, guys, next heat we're going to be seeing Jai Taylor facing Thomas Araya and Santiago Roa. Both of them Chileans. Jai will be wearing red jersey, Tomas in yellow, and Santiago in blue, as you guys are seeing right now. So yeah, the only Australian in the contest so far. In the men division, previously on the Prime Series event, we also had Carl Munger, and now it's just Jai representing Australia over here. So yeah, good luck to all the riders on the next heat.
Did you see Arturo coaching Tomás Araya? I'm loving that Arturo is leaving the event as another competitor. He's waking up early. He's attending to all of the activities. Yesterday he was on the autograph, the signing that we had, and yeah, just okay. That was Felipe Ilaja. Felipe, who only has 6.5 and a 0.75. We're waiting for that last score, but yeah, Felipe's looking for a 3.
5 minutos e 40 segundos. A gente segue esperando aí por mais algumas ondas, um momento um pouco mais devagar agora na bateria. Parece que está entrando uma ali. O Yuri já fez uma boa tentativa, um rolo gigante, pessoal. Se vocês estão chegando aí agora, já está tendo muita ação aqui. Yuri mandou um rolo ali que, se ele completasse, ficaria difícil para os juízes se enquadrarem ali na nota daquele rolo, hein, Bego? Na primeira nota do dia, na primeira bateria do dia, se ele já viesse com aquele rolo, ficaria difícil de não soltar um 10, eu acho.
Com certeza, foi muito bom.
Vamos ver se a gente vê algumas tentativas mais como aquela aí por parte dos outros atletas também. Mas com certeza tem altas ondas aqui hoje, pessoal. E aí vem Guilherme Montenegro numa direitona, passa por dentro do tubo. Um tubo rápido, ele vai pro rolo ali no pocket da onda, completa a manobra, ainda tá vivo ali nessa onda. Agora acho que ele vai tentar sair. Isso aí, a onda vai levando o Guilherme até o canal, mas uma boa onda para ele, começando com um tubo ali, não tão profundo, mas foi um tubo, com certeza, e saindo com um rolo no pocket.
Sí, yo creo que con esa ola Guilherme definitivamente se va a poner más sólido en la primera posición, porque tenía que cuidar esa primera posición. Felipe solamente necesitaba un 3. Quedan 4 minutos con 23, no hemos visto tampoco mucho de Yuri. Me pregunto, espero que Yuri esté bien. Y esta es la repetición de la última de Gui, que fue muy buena, intentó entrar en el tubo y atacó rápidamente en esa sección complicada, fuerte, radical. Y de hecho estaba como buscando algo más, pero esa ola probablemente sea hasta una nota mayor de la que ya tiene. Buena ola de Gui Montenegro. Y podríamos de repente volver a ver los gráficos para que tú puedas explicar en portugués. Vamos a ver si, para que lo puedas traducir, el gráfico de Junior Men Rising Series, que sé que hay un montón de gente sintonizando.
Então, só para a gente explicar ali, como a Bego fez agora em espanhol, a nova divisão de eventos da IBC, né, são eventos separados em Prime Series, e agora a gente tem o evento Rising Series na categoria Júnior. Então, basicamente, nesse ano, o evento Rising Series da categoria Júnior é um evento, ou um circuito, na verdade, independente, né, das categorias profissionais, da categoria homem e mulheres. Todos os eventos dessa Rising Series, eles são eventos qualificatórios para a grande final, e a grande final é o Fronton King, para a categoria júnior masculino, e o Wahine, que acontece no Espírito Santo, para a categoria júnior feminino. Então, basicamente, todos os atletas são obrigados a participar em pelo menos um desses eventos Rising Series para poder conseguir se classificar e garantir uma vaga, né, na grande final, que é o Wahine e o Fronton King. E durante a grande final vai ser uma decisão de um só evento, ou seja, não existe um ranking que vai, né, ter aquele seeding que a gente costuma ver. Então, os atletas se classificam com esses eventos, chegam na grande final e aí o circuito mundial, né, o título mundial é decidido nesse próprio evento ali uma vez só. Não é necessário o pagamento de aquela anualidade, né, que os atletas têm que pagar para poder ter um seeding, e a ideia é reduzir, né, os custos de viagem desses atletas da categoria júnior e os impactos educacionais.
Bueno, César Valdivieso en esto, probando esta izquierda, no lograba hacer mucho, la izquierda no ofrece mucho potencial, y aquí viene Felipe Ilaja. Felipe buscó un 6.76, la última nota de Guilherme Montenegro fue un 8, fue la mejor ola, como lo estábamos diciendo, la mejor ola de Guilherme Montenegro, un 8, excelente, ¿ah?
Yeah, that was, 8-point ride for Guilherme Montenegro. It was a very nice wave. Some good size to it, definitely a set wave, taking off under the lip for a barrel that wasn't the deepest, but definitely, showing a lot of commitment, with the barrel coming out with the pocket maneuver. Looking by the conditions that we are seeing right now, Bego, I think that the potential is completely on the right. The rights are providing a lot. There's a lot of water over the reef, so we can see, perfect sections for these guys to be hit, also barrels pumping over that first section. So I think it was attending to the judging criteria pretty well, what he did, and definitely worth of those 8 points. Definitely setting an example of what these guys have to start looking for.
Well, we have seen Guy training a lot, he's coming from Instituto Neymar Carvalho, we know him since a lot of, has been attending to the World Tour since, I believe, 22. I think he came for the junior men. And check this out. This is Felipe Ilaja. Vamos a ver, Felipe Ilaja, que está tratando de buscar un 6.76. Se va directo. ¡Wow! Esa fue buena. Es la primera maniobra radical y fue un backflip. Y atención, porque capaz que hay cambio de situación. 6.76 es lo que está buscando Felipe Ilaja. Muy buen competidor, Felipe, ¿ah?
Yeah, Bago, Felipe and Guilherme completely dominated this heat, and Felipe closing the best way. Check this out. He's looking for that section, passing through a few ones, and then he goes for a pocket backflip or ARS, something between those two. Something between those two. You guys decided, but yeah, definitely it's going to be Guilherme Montenegro and Felipe Ilaja advancing to the next round. We didn't see that score, so yeah, 7.75 for Felipe Bago, taking the first position and advancing with Guilherme to the round number 2. Yuri Salles and Cesar Valdivieso will be leaving the competition. Congratulations to all the riders. We're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with heat number 2. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Junior Series Rising Series event here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We have some pretty good conditions out there. We already saw the first heat of the day. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Lucas. Good day to start, right?
Definitely.
Pretty good size. Kids are putting it on the line, so good to see.
That's it. So let's jump in the water right now to see who we have in heat number 2.
So heat number 2 of the junior We have Jai Taylor from Australia. We have Thomas Araya from Chile, and we also have Santiago Roa from Chile.
That's it. So yeah, I think heat number 1 already, raised the bar. The guys already raised the bar and set the pace for the competition. We saw big heats on the lip, but let's see right now. This is Thomas Araya going for his first wave. Goes right, roll through the lip, manages to complete it pretty easily, and definitely gonna put a nice average score under his belt on this heat that has 20 minutes and no limits of waves, guys. So let's see this replay.
So see this replay of Jai Taylor taking off on that frothy takeoff and aiming for that end section. It's a little barrel on the end, and unfortunately doesn't manage to make it, but good try by Jai. And just waiting for the scores. We'll update you in a bit on that. And yeah, Jai Taylor, the only Australian in the junior division, I believe, in today's competition. So yeah, good to have a competitor from Australia. And yeah, there's our air vision, and looks like Jai got a 1.5 on that wave, so not much of a score as he didn't make it out of that barrel. And let's waiting for the score on the last wave of Thomas Araya. So we'll update you on that soon. So it looks like he got a 1. Oh, still waiting on that.
Yes, guys. So if you're just tuning in, this is just heat number 2. We have 8 more heats in this first round. Everything's gonna be straight. So we will have 8 heats in the first round, 4 heats in round 2, 2 heats in round 3. And yeah, let's see right now, Thomas Araya, he got 425 on that first wave with the roll. Not really funny, good section on this one. Looks like Jai's getting ready out the back, and there he goes. Nice takeoff, late takeoff actually. To a nice barrel, not too deep, but manages to come out. He's still on the line, goes for a nice little barrel one more time. Throws a reverse. Looks like he's betting on those barrels.
So here we have Santiago Roa on the next set. Kind of a frothy takeoff, but heading to that end section. Unfortunately, he purled on that, so yeah, wasn't able to make that, but good try for Santiago. And yeah, there we have our aerial view looking back towards the city, and yeah, just waiting for the scores on those last waves. So yeah, let's see if yeah, probably not gonna move Santiago up any, as he didn't make it out of that. So looks like we have the interview ready for the winner of the last heat. So let's take it away, Bego.
Thank you so much, Eric. Right, so Felipe Ilaja, he's from here, from Iquique. And Felipe, we want to hear from you. How are the conditions? ¿Cómo están las condiciones? ¿Cómo fue el hit? Cuéntanos un poco.
Bueno, las condiciones estaban un poco fuertes, la verdad, la corriente. En una me pilló una abajo y como no corro hace rato, como que no he podido remar bien, he perdido fuerza, la verdad, pero pude controlar la última ola, que le pude pegar una RS, y estaban muy difíciles las condiciones, había mucha corriente y no podía buscar bien la ola.
Well, I said actually it's a little difficult right now because the tide is super high, you know, so there's a lot of current, so they have to be paddling at all times, and he hasn't been surfing too much. We're going to ask him why, but yeah, he's happy to be advancing with that ARS, and yeah. You told me you had an injury, that's why you haven't been surfing. Me dijiste que tenías una lesión y que por eso has estado un poco sin surfear. ¿Cómo te preparaste después de salir de una lesión para venir a un evento tan importante como este?
La verdad es que no pude prepararme tanto porque no tenía el permiso para poder correr, porque yo tengo un problema en la espalda, que es un quiste y un disco salió. Entonces no podía correr ni nada y tuve que estar en tratamiento, y hace poco, como 2 días antes del campeonato, me había metido. Fueron 2 días que entrené y me preparé. Como 3 meses, 4 meses.
Well, he actually has been 3 months out of the water, and he has only surfed twice, I mean, before this event, like 2 days ago. So yeah, he has a problem in his back, and he didn't have, I mean, the doctors didn't allow him to surf. So, I mean, he's very happy to be advancing, of course. ¿Quieres saludar a alguien o mandar algún agradecimiento? ¿No? ¿Seguro? Bueno, felicitaciones y mucha suerte para el resto de la competencia. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pego. I mean, if he had an issue with his back, it looks like it's pretty good right now, you know, because he came up with a nice ARS at the end of that heat, and yeah, definitely going very radical on his performance over here. I mean, it's so nice to see the juniors, you know, because they push each other so much, you know. They don't have that experience that the men division and the women division offer. They don't have all that experience, but one thing they have, or maybe more than one, that like they have the technicality, you know,
Yes.
the technical level, they have it, but a lot of motivation as well, you know, in just throwing themselves in big sections, you know. Those guys also scooping into some very nice barrels over here. I mean, looking from the front angle and the drone vision, it looks one way, but when you're inside the water, I mean, Punta Dos at this size, it's a pretty strong already.
Pretty heavy wave. I mean, it doesn't hold the biggest, so this is almost like getting. Here we have Chai taking off on this right. Nice roll off the takeoff. Can't really get over onto the wave, but good try there for Chai. So here we have Santiago out the back on priority, waiting for a set coming in.
That was looking like a pretty good roll.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he just went up maybe too late or too early. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, just hitting the section a bit, you know, far from. I mean, a bit after what he should have done. I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
But definitely looking like he wants to go for a big roll there. I mean, he already found 2 little barrels on that first wave where he got 4.5, but definitely that big roll in the first section, it's gonna pay out a lot. You know, we saw in the first heat, I don't know if you saw that, but
Yes.
Yuri Sales came up with a huge roll in the
Yeah,
first section,
that was
landing in the flats.
Explosive, right?
Yeah.
So here we have Thomas Araya, a little cutback on the takeoff. Roll on the end, and let's see if he gets through that. It looks like he did get out into the flats, so he pulled that off. Good job by Thomas, and now we have, we have Santiago with priority, and looking like he might aim for this little insider. Let's see what he gets.
Yeah, so Santiago Roa, that's his second wave of the heat. He only has a 1-point ride, stalling, waiting for something to come up for him. Not really making the right bottom turn to go up the lip, but yeah, just getting stuck in that bottom turn, not really, you know, letting go, and yeah, not a lot of speed at all. So yeah, definitely want to release those brakes and, you know, try to get some more speed to execute a good bottom turn, because it's pretty hard to execute a maneuver without speed here in Punta Dos, especially with these conditions, you know, when you have some more water mass in the wave, and you really want to like land and project yourself upwards all the way to the flats. It looks like Chai getting in position.
Speed is a must. So here we have Chai taking off on this right. Let's see. Nice roll off the takeoff and pulls it off. Good roll there by Chai. Riding onto the flat, just letting everyone know he landed that.
Definitely correcting the mistake in the previous wave.
Yes.
So the previous one, he lost the timing when hitting the lip. But on this one, it wasn't the most projected, you know, not boosted, but managed to complete it in the pocket. And definitely he's going to get, I believe, a 325, I would say. It was a good size wave.
Yes.
You know, I think he's going to get a bit more than that to take that first position back from Tomas. So yeah, just seeing this replay, bumpy first section, he finds that pocket and goes for it. So yeah, nice size to this wave. Not too projected, as I say, but yeah, managed to complete it on a set wave, and definitely that's going to be more than he needed. And he comes out of 6.5. So yeah, getting back to the first position, the Australian staying on the game. We're basically halfway throughout this heat. Tomas now looking for a 675, just the same score as Santiago is looking for, only with 2 1-point rides under his belt.
So yeah, looks like Chai got himself into the first spot there. So yeah, let's see what we have next. All right, so while we're waiting on that, we'd like to thank our sponsors of this event, the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by Cormudepe, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, Zofri, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kinenita, the official kinesiologist of the event. And we'd also like to thank our supporters.
Yeah, they are Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito, Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique. So yes, guys, this is going to be a one-day event over here just for the junior men division. This is the Rising Series of the IBC, as we have been talking. This is a qualifying event for the big final of this division that is going to be happening in Canary Islands later this year. So yeah, all the guys want to get a good position in this event, to get a spot on the Fronton King at the end of the year, where the world title will be decided for this division. Looks like Jai taking a look at this one. There he goes, nice size on this ride. He's starting to find himself on the right-handers. Stalls, making that high line, goes all the way down, and boom, nice roll in the pocket. Finding a very good section on this one, and he likes it.
Yeah, definitely made the best of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, I believe, his first, like projected maneuver, projected to the flats. And yeah, let's take a look at this one more time.
Yeah, let's have a look at this replay of Jai kind of saving his speed for that end section and just boosting a nice roll there. Good landing there by Jai.
And it comes out 7 points for him. So yeah, it wasn't as big of a section as the previous roll that he did, but definitely was a much better one. There you see Jesus coming on the next heat. So we have Miguel Rodriguez. This is Jesus Mendoza. He'll be facing Vicente Chipoco, Miguel Oliveira, and Javier Rivera. So we will have one Brazilian, one Peruvian, who's this guy out there, and two Chileans on the next heat. Ahí viene Jesus Mendoza desde Perú, que va a enfrentar Miguel Oliveira de azul, el brasileño, y dos chilenos más, Vicente Chipoco de amarillo y Javier Rivera de blanco. Una batería de 4 chicos. Entonces, muy bueno lo que viene por adelante. Tenemos óptimas condiciones aquí en la Punta 2, con olas grandes, como ustedes pueden ver, y los chicos no tienen miedo alguno, se están tirando en las olas, haciendo maniobras grandes ya en la primera y segunda manga del día, enseñando que realmente son muy motivados, tienen muy buena técnica también, y uno intentando mejorar el nivel, mirando al otro surfear. Entonces, mucha acción por venir hoy.
Yeah, the Groms are amped, right? And they got one of the best days, I would say, as far as size and consistency. So, yeah,
definitely
I think
like the men and the women, they are envying these guys quite a lot right now.
Yeah, I was almost worried waking up this morning and hearing the swell. I was like, I hope it's not going to be too big for it, because this wave doesn't hold the biggest, little overhead high, it starts to get maxed out. So, yeah, it's just that right size where it's holding well. So, yeah, and there's enough water on the reef. So,
thankfully, the tide is matching pretty well, right? Because we have been seeing some days where we had to do a break, or where the tide times wouldn't match too much the swell or the competition. So today everything aligned, like the size is not that big. I think it's basically like the limit right now. This size is the limit that Punta Dos holds, with some good quality, and the tide is matching perfectly, guys. So yeah, and it's still filling up, right? It's
still filling up for another hour. So yeah, tide couldn't be better. Like you said, the match aligned very well with the conditions, the size of the swell. So yeah, it's been a good start. So yeah, let's see as the day goes on and the tide starts to drop. There'll probably be more lefts, I imagine.
Yeah.
Once we get towards the middle of the day, and yeah, and the right probably will get a little bit gurgly as the tide starts to drop. So,
yeah. I mean, I thought that we were going to be seeing like slower heats in the beginning. With the guys taking some time, to break the ice and start to really find, and hit those big sections. But I mean, right in the beginning, Yuri came with a huge roll in the first section. He didn't make that one. that was going to be a hard one for the judges, to
Yes.
score, because like right in the first heat, having such a good wave, it's hard for them to,
Yes.
to set that reference, and to really know the limit of what these guys can come up with. So yeah, I mean, definitely smart of the judges to start a little conservative on the scores, because we don't know, like, there's a lot of potential in these guys. They are always pushing each other. I mean, at this age, whoever, surfed at this age of 16, 17, I mean, you can't really see another guy doing something crazy, right? Because you want to do something even more radical, right? So yeah, they push each other so much.
Definitely.
And it's amazing to see that.
Yes, it is. And here we have, looks like we have Chai taking off on this right.
Yeah, there he goes. Nice scoop. Some white water on his way. Not really sure if he's making this one. Yeah, looks like he just got smashed by that section. Pretty tricky one to pull in when there's some white water on your way, just crumbling in front of you. Looks like maybe he
Did he hit bottom on that?
Yeah, he looked at his hand. He made a sign to the lifeguards, I believe, saying okay. So probably maybe
hopefully it's okay.
Scratched a little bit, but yeah, I think nothing too bad. Hopefully for Jai Taylor, we'll get to see that in a minute.
Yeah, those some of the ones that are like a little bit too big, they're kind of tricky. They don't really barrel as good. They're kind of like, they pinch a little bit, and that's when it can get tricky and a little bit risky, right? So hopefully Jai is okay. And so here we have a couple riders waiting for the set, and just a couple minutes left in the heat. We still have Jai in the lead, and in second place Thomas needs a 9.25 to get his spot. So it's going to be tricky to get that, and Santiago needs a 6.75 to get in the second position. But let's see what we have here. Are we having Thomas taking off on this insider? Looks like he couldn't quite get into it, but it's tricky out there. A lot of water moving around today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to take care with the position. There's some strong currents as well. I was seeing in the previous heat, a current that came from the left or the right side of your screen at home. But just dragging the guys to the left side of the screen, and usually when it gets a little bigger like it is today, you have so much more water moving, and sometimes that current really taking you out of the spot. So really got to watch for that. So 1 minute remaining, 50 seconds more precisely. Jai Taylor is taking the lead of this heat so far, dominating quite a lot with a 7-point ride and a 6.5, and kind of far from the other guys, the two Chileans, Tomás Araya, who has a 4.25 and a 3.5. And Santiago in this heat didn't really find anything, not finding any significant waves, just 2 1-point rides, I believe. That these were the only waves surfed by Santiago. And taking into account that the heats are only 20 minutes, you can't really lose any opportunity, and definitely getting there and starting the work is pretty important, right? Just getting those 2 waves as soon as you can.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 minutes is a lot of time. A lot can happen in 5 minutes. So it's just being 20 versus 25, big difference, right?
Yeah, so it's decided, guys. It's Jai Taylor and Tomás Araya advancing to round number 2. Santiago Roa. It's knocked out of the competition. We're gonna call a quick commercial break, guys, before we come back with heat number 3. So stay tuned.
So we're going to be Hi everyone, welcome back to the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Now we're going to be stepping into Heat 3 of the Junior Men's Series. So let's take it to the water.
Así es, vámonos al agua para presentarles este hit número 3 de la ronda número 1. Jesús Mendoza desde Perú en rojo, Vicente Chipoco iquiqueño en amarillo, chileno, Miguel Oliveira desde Brasil y Javier Rivera, chileno. Ya ahí hay una ola, es Jesús Mendoza, empezando con un invert. Vamos a ver grandes maniobras, recordando que estos chicos son menores de 18 años, pero miren, nivelazo. Vicente Chipoco también ahí respondiendo rápido. Me gusta decir eso, que son jóvenes, pero no tienen, o sea, tienen corta edad, pero no tienen corto nivel de bodyboard.
No falta nada de nivel, ¿no? Están muy motivados, están dándolo fuerte ya.
Así es.
Muy motivado. Así que bueno para ver los jóvenes mandándolo.
El futuro de nuestro deporte acá, un evento que decidió también dar esa oportunidad, recordando que los Rising Series son otro formato y esta es la repetición de la primera de Jesús.
Ahí vamos, Jesús dándolo un invert en la media sección, en ese closeout, pero buen trabajo ese, Jesús de Perú. Y aquí
ese era, ahí creo que se está saliendo el hit anterior from last year. Miren, impresionante. Si ustedes acompañaron la transmisión del Prime Series, ¿se acuerdan cómo se veía la piedra? Wow, tuvimos una ola muy buena para el competidor de azul, con un lindo rolo para la izquierda. Él es viene desde Brasil. Así que un bonito intercambio ahí, 3 competidores con buenas olas. Ese fue Miguel Oliveira. Vamos a ver cómo resultan los scores, todavía no han salido. Estamos esperando que empiecen a caer las notas. Jesús Mendoza, que ha sido preparado por Miguel Rodríguez. Viene ahí aquí una ola para Vicente Chipoco para la izquierda. Ah, no, es Javier.
Javier
Rivera, sí. Entonces, sí, decía que Jesús Mendoza es preparado por Miguel Rodríguez, que surfeó muy bien también en la categoría Prime de masculina. Hizo muy buen trabajo, avanzó un par de rondas, de hecho ganó un hit. Y miren, salió ahí una serie del terror.
¡Wow! Está casi sobrepasado la ola.
Al límite, sí.
Sí, está al límite.
Al límite total. Vamos a ver si viene alguien y si no, vamos a mandarlo con Lucas en la entrevista de Jai Taylor. A ver, todavía no. Vamos a esperar a ver que pase esto, pero sí. Si ustedes están recién llegando, recién sintonizando, este es un día dedicado a la categoría Junior, recordando que la IBC World Tour separó el Tour profesional del Tour Rising, que es un tour con muchas más facilidades. Una ola más para el brasilero Miguel Oliveira.
A ver, un reverso abajo en la izquierda.
Bonito, ¿ah?
Sí.
Sacando agua.
Sí, mira la agua tan movido, es tanto corriente que es bastante... Ahí tenemos la entrevista lista. Dale Lucas.
Thanks, Eric. I'm here with Jai Taylor, winner of heat number 2. Jai, you didn't get too lucky on the men division on the previous event, but now managed to pass that first heat. Conditions are pretty solid out there. How is that heat for you?
Yeah, it went good. It's definitely pretty solid, and it's good because there's lots of water on the reef today. It's high tide. Yeah, I'm happy with how I surfed. Went my way, so that's good.
Yeah, so how are you feeling for the next heats after breaking the ice, getting more familiar with the waves out there, seeing that it is contestable, it is makeable? How are you feeling for the next heat?
I'm definitely really confident for the next coming heats and stuff, so yeah, that heat definitely gave me a bit of confidence. Like, it looks pretty tricky out there, but you just have to kind of just go them and hope for the best, really.
That's it. Anyone you want to send a shout out or a thank at this point?
Yeah, all my friends and family watching back at home. It's pretty late there now, so appreciate that. And all my sponsors and yeah, everyone else.
That's it. Congrats, Jai. Good luck on round number 2. Back to you guys.
Our interview from our winner of our last heat, Jai Taylor, who put on a solid performance there with a couple really good rolls there. So here situation. We have 14 and a half minutes left in our heat, and we have Javier in fourth, needing a 4.01 to advance. Miguel in third, needing a 4.01 to advance. And we have Vicente in second, needing a 1.51 to take that first position from Jesus Mendoza in the lead.
Okay, y si quieren seguir los scores, if you want to follow the scores, we have a pretty cool QR code that it will take you to our website, or you can go straight to IBC World Tour website and just click on there's like a green line that says live, and it will take you to the live streaming and the live scoring system. It's right there. That's a QR. Así que si quieren acompañar los scores y todo, entren en ese QR, escaneen ese QR y pueden ver los scores junto con la transmisión en la página de la IBC World Tour. Tenemos una ola aquí para Jesús.
Aquí vamos Jesús, un rolo en el takeoff, cayó en el tubo, pero desafortunadamente no podría lograr salir, así que bastante agua moviendo ahí, un poco complicado, un poco técnico, así que no siempre queda abierto el tubo cuando está así que es bastante técnico, pero buen intento ahí de Jesús.
Ok, sí, Jesús Mendoza, que como decía, vino surgiendo excelente en la Open y tiene solo 16 años. Recuerden que estos son para los chicos que son menores de 18 años. Hay algunos chicos que ya acaban de cumplir 18 años que sí podían competir. La regla es que hasta el último evento de su categoría, si cumplen después del último evento, pueden competir. Y decirles que estos eventos Racing Series van a haber varios durante el año, ¿vale? Con que el atleta participe en un solo evento de todos los eventos Racing Series que hay, con que el atleta participe en uno solo, ya puede clasificar para la gran final del Frontón King. Hay 48 puestos para la gran final del Frontón King y no necesitan ir a todos los eventos, uno solo tienen que ir a un solo evento. Y tenemos un calendario que les muestra que este año tenemos uno en Marruecos. Para la gente, por ejemplo, de Europa, tuvimos ya un junior en Marruecos, vamos a tener otro segundo junior en Marruecos y tal vez se va a hacer uno que está por confirmarse en Gran Canaria, y estamos viendo y vamos a tener uno en Australia. Este año son los que hasta ahora tenemos, así que hay oportunidades para todos. La gente de Europa puede ir a participar en el de Marruecos o en el de Gran Canaria. Y es un solo evento, solo uno, el que se cuenta, ¿vale? Entonces no se preocupen, no tienen que ir a varios eventos. Estos eventos, digamos que la idea de la IBC con estos Racing Series es que todas las regiones puedan hacer un evento y los atletas locales o los atletas regionales no necesitan viajar y tener costos tan altos involucrados en esos viajes, porque claramente ¿qué pasaba? Teníamos las categorías mezcladas por todas partes del mundo, se contaban dos de los mejores resultados, entonces los juniors tenían que viajar con sus padres o sus representantes, además pasar 10 o 12 días fuera de su casa con altos costos para dos personas, porque no es lo mismo que la categoría profesional, es un solo atleta, el atleta es mayor de edad, viaja solo. En cambio, en el caso de los juniors no, tienen que viajar con un representante, entonces son 12 días, dos personas, fuera de su país, fuera del colegio también, perdiendo clases, perdiendo exámenes. Esto se ha hecho pensando en los mismos padres y representantes, y los mismos juniors solicitaron que pensaran en esas situaciones. Entonces, por eso se ha desarrollado este nuevo formato de separar a los juniors de los profesionales, y además de ofrecer los eventos Racing Series, que son eventos con menos requisitos. En este caso nosotros pudimos ofrecer transmisión y todo eso porque ya teníamos la infraestructura de los Prime, pero no es obligatorio. Si tú estás en tu país, quieres hacer un Junior Racing Series, tienes un presupuesto más corto, más pequeño, más acotado, no te alcanza para la transmisión, no pasa nada. Puedes hacerlo, puedes darle los puntos a tus atletas y va a ser igual válido, ¿me entienden? Eso es lo que les hemos estado tratando de contar.
A lot of action coming in right now, Big. Look at these sets.
Okay.
All right, so while we're waiting for well, let's see what we have coming in here. Let's see, it's a lot of water moving around, right? So yeah, just want to take a minute to thank our sponsors, the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, and we'd also like to thank Zofri, our Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Ground, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, the kinesiologist of this event, our supporters, Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique.
Gracias a todos ustedes que han hecho posible este evento. Bueno, en este momento con 8 minutos 26, el brasilero Miguel Oliveira está en la primera posición con un 5.75. Vamos a ver esta ola de Javier Rivera que va por la izquierda. El tema con las izquierdas es que no ofrecen muchas opciones. Vamos a ver Tilín, una más para el Jesús Mendoza que busca 2.76 para tomar esa primera posición de vuelta. Una buena batalla entre Miguel y Jesús, todavía Javier y Vicente. Bueno, Vicente tiene un 4, no necesita mucho. Vicente realmente con una ola pequeña, tal vez haciendo un rollo, va a conseguir esos 3 puntos seguro.
All right, so let's check out this replay here of Jesus Mendoza, aiming for that end section, and looks like he's going to hit a nice little roll right here. Pulls it off, and it looks like he got I believe he got a 4 for that. So yeah, he's sitting in the leading position with a 9.5, with Miguel needing a 3.75 right behind him, and with Javier needing a 5.75 to get in a second, and Vicente needing a 4.26 to advance into the next position. So yeah, a lot of water moving around out there, so yeah, a lot of action, a lot of size right now, good swell.
Bueno, si están recién llegando, recuerden, es un solo día para este evento Rising Series de la categoría junior masculino. Y bueno, va a ser, en este día se va a coronar el campeón de este evento y se va, quien tenga los mejores resultados van a estar optando por una posición en la gran final que va a ser en el Gran Canaria Fronton King este año en octubre. Le vamos a mostrar el calendario de lo que tenemos este año, recordándoles no es obligatorio ir a todos los eventos junior del año, solamente uno solo tienen que ir. Ahí lo pueden ver, estamos en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro, el Rising Series de la categoría junior masculina. Va a haber otro evento en Australia que se le da la oportunidad a toda la gente de la región de Asia y Australia, por supuesto. Vamos a tener otra vez un evento en Marruecos que le da la oportunidad a todos los europeos, porque Marruecos es súper accesible, ya tuvimos uno este año. Se está por confirmar uno en Gran Canaria, que sería el King Ground Canary Islands Rising Series. Todavía no se ha confirmado, pero hay una posibilidad grande. Y ya sería todo entonces hasta la gran final, que sería el Gran Canaria Fronton King. Y la gran final para las mujeres, que es este año un solo evento. Este año no hay clasificaciones. Todas las chicas que quieran pueden entrar en esa gran final de la categoría junior femenina en el ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro. El evento de Sintra este año es solo de hombre y mujer y es Rising Series, tiene un poquito menos de puntos, ¿vale? Y bueno, cerramos el año, coronamos campeona mundial de femenina en el ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro, tanto máster como junior como la profesional, y coronamos campeones masculinos en el Gran Canaria Fronton King, tanto Open profesional como de junior. Do you want to say that in English maybe?
Yeah. So just talking about how the juniors don't have to compete at every event.
Only one?
Yeah, just one event. So, it's expensive for them to travel. They're in school. So it's really helpful not to have to be able to do the whole tour, you know, versus a lot of the professional men's and women's divisions, you know, they can make that happen, but it's really hard when you're under 18 to do all the events. So yeah, just one event, right, Bego?
That's right, you got it perfectly. All right, so Jesus Mendoza did change the situation with his last wave, and now he got back that first position. Situation in the water, it's Jesus Mendoza from Peru in first and Miguel Oliveira from Brazil in second. Scores are super tight. The riders basically just need to take a wave and probably perform a roll in order to get one of those spots. Remember, only 2 qualification spots. Only first and second will continue in competition. So we'll see if Javier Rivera can find a 5:75 or Vicente Chipoco can find a 4:26. It's a possible thing. There's
definitely
3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, and a lot of waves coming in, pretty consistent. I think it's just a matter of finding the clean ones, right? The ones that are holding and the ones that are hitting the reef, right? Because when it's almost, so here we have Vicente hoping to get a 4.26 on this thing, and let's see if he can get a little ramp on the end. And yeah, it does kind of like a little invert thing out of the lip, but unfortunately he couldn't pull that off. So definitely not going to get him that score he needs. And then here we have Javier on the left, not much there, and we have Jesus on that right with a little roll off the white water. But yeah, he's already sitting in that top position, so I think he is good. So not much of a change on the scores. It's looking like it's going to happen with that last set. But yeah, right now we have Miguel Oliveira sitting with priority, waiting for the next wave. And yeah, let's see this replay here, Beggs.
Ok, la última ola. Aquí viene la última ola de amarillo. Vicente Chipoco es un excelente bodyboarder de acá que ha trabajado mucho, ha surfeado un montón con un invert que se quedó trancado por lástima ahí. Pero bueno, intentando. La verdad que él no necesita mucho, Vicente. Ha estado surfeando un montón aquí con muchas ganas de avanzar, ¿no? Que este evento, vamos a ver, Miguel Oliveira, el brasilero, en una bonita izquierda. Miguel tiene muy bonito estilo. Me recuerda a David Barbosa cuando era chico.
Yeah, good style there. Yeah, he unfortunately couldn't get much on that wave, but yeah, good try, hoping for that left to wall up a little bit more. So yeah, it's just 1 minute and 49 seconds left to go in the heat. So pressure is on for Javier and Vicente sitting in third and fourth position. So here we have someone taking off on this. Looks like we have Javier pulled into that barrel, but couldn't really stay open. It was kind of gurgling a little bit, kind of pinching on the end. So yeah, real technical, really hard to make it out of some of these barrels today, as yeah, there's some size, a lot of water moving around, as you can see. Look in that aerial angle, definitely some action, a lot of swell activity right now. So yeah, just looking for the clean ones right now with just 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go, but looks like we have some sets on the way. So hopefully for Vicente and Javier, they'll be able to get something before time is up.
Bueno, sí, situación en el agua, sigue igual el peruano Tilín, que le dicen de cariño allá, de la escuela de Miguel Rodríguez, fuerte. Y a ver, aquí viene justamente de quien estábamos hablando, Jesús Mendoza, a ver si logra conseguir incluso algo mayor, entra en ese tubo, pero no logra salir. Como tenemos tanta agua, está un poco saltona la ola, yo creo que se va a poner muy buena en lo que baje un poquito. Y ya quedan solamente 29 segundos para que se termine este hit número 3 de la ronda número 1, recordando un solo día para estos juniors. Es parte digamos, del formato que sea más accesible para los organizadores, que también hay que entender que hay una cantidad de costos involucrados muy alta. Y ya se acaba este hit y yo me atrevo a decir que los resultados son oficiales. Jesús Mendoza en primero, Miguel Oliveira en segundo. No se muevan, ya volvemos con muchísimo más de este gran día para los juniors después de estos cortes comerciales. Bienvenidos a todos, único día para la categoría Junior masculina de Rising Series de la IBC World Tour. Es presentado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y por la Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Un día muy especial para los pros, para los futuros de nuestro deporte, así que vamos al agua. Estamos en el hit número 4 de la ronda número 1. Tenemos solo 3 competidores en este hit. Es Steven Godoy, una estrella del voleibol muy joven que viene de la zona central de Chile, bueno, de la cuarta en realidad. El de rojo, Patricio López de amarillo y Darío Becerra en azul.
Chileans in this heat, full Chilean heat. Steven Godoy, that also competed in the men division in the previous event here. So yeah, he'll be wearing red singlet, facing Patricio Lopez in yellow and Dario Becerra in blue jersey. So 20 minutes. Thankfully, the waves are pretty good over here, guys. Quite challenging for these guys as well. But we are seeing that, you know, they are very strong and starting to connect more and more as every heat goes by. And I mean, got to respond pretty quickly. Only 20 minutes. We had a pedal there by Patricio Lopez, but yeah, very important to not lose the opportunity. You know, since 20 minutes in the water goes by in a second, right?
Yeah, that's right. But the good thing is that we have a couple hits that are 3 people hits. Tenemos un par de hits que son de 3. Y es un evento relativamente corto porque, bueno, era un evento de un día claramente. Eso se avisó con tiempos. Le vamos a estar recordando a todos cómo es el formato porque, claro, es algo nuevo. Entendemos que todavía no se conozca bien. El formato Rising Series es un formato mucho más accesible para las diferentes regiones del mundo. Permite tener más eventos, no son obligatorios todos los eventos, solamente participar en uno. Hay varias oportunidades este año. Vamos a ver esta primera ola del hit. Es Patricio López buscando una buena izquierda, atacando y no logrando concretar. Es que hay mucha agua para las izquierdas. Hoy es el día con más agua que hemos visto de todo el campeonato. Tuvimos el campeonato profesional, hombres y mujeres, acaba de terminar antes de ayer. Y hoy hay muchísima agua y además hay un poco más de olas. Entonces, claro, la izquierda en estas condiciones no es como la mejor opción. Pero bueno, esto está apenas empezando. Y sí, es un campeonato un poquito más corto. Teníamos un tope de 32 competidores. Si no me equivoco, se registraron 28, perdón. 28 competidores. Y claro, tenemos 3 hits de 3 personas en esta ronda, que equivaldría a los octavos de finales. Ya después de esta ronda los chicos están en cuartos. Vamos a ver esta ola de Steven Godoy. Steven va por ese rolo de derecha rápidamente, atacando la primera sección y otro rolo más. Y creo que va a tratar de combinar. Buena ola para Steven.
Steven, que el año pasado aquí también se destacó mucho, ¿no, Bego? Entonces viene de buenas memorias, por lo menos del año pasado aquí en Iquique. There's the last wave for Steven Godoy. I'm sorry, guys. Goes for a roll in that first section. Very bumpy wave. Another roll in the second. So yeah, combining 2 good maneuvers on the pocket. Steven had a good result as well last year here in the junior division. So very strong guy from down south, Chile. And definitely with this wave, he's going to jump straight to the first position of the heat since Dario didn't find any waves so far. Patricio only with the 125. So yeah, for sure, the best wave of the heat. And check this out, 7.25. Very nice reading on that wave and a very well-deserved score as well. Now getting in a much better situation on this heat.
Bueno, y si están recién llegando, queremos contarles que este evento es presentado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. Como pueden ver ahí, esta visión aérea del dron es presentada por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, que un año más apostó por el bodyboard, que hace parte de la cultura iquiqueña y parte de la cultura chilena. Es un deporte, la verdad, muy querido y muy practicado en Chile. Miren ese derechón. ¿Cómo te hubiese gustado estar en esa derecha, no?
I'm pretty sure that all the riders from the previous event are envying so much these guys, Bago.
Eso, bueno, pues y contándoles que presentado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y organizado por la Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Mientras no tenemos ninguna ola, creo que podemos mandar la entrevista. A ver, un segundo, porque creo que alguien va a tomar esta. Me parece que puede ser Patricio, ¿no? Es Darío Becerra tomando esta derecha. Ya vamos para allá, Eric, danos un segundo. Darío en una bonita derecha ataca la segunda sección con un rolo y no lo concreta. Y viene ahora Patricio.
Patricio Lopez going back-to-back action with Dario. Nice drive on this one. And, scoops into the barrel, but kind of loses control over there, not being able to run all the way to the exit. So, yeah, I think now that's it. And now it's safe to send it to the interview with Eric down at the beach.
Thank you, Lucas. So, just had an amazing performance here by Jesus Mendoza, the winner of last heat. Congratulations, Jesus. Felicidades. En inglés. Has competing in this heat, the prior heats in the men's division, has it helped you feel a little bit more comfortable for competing in the juniors? Si ha competiendo en las series de Open hombres, de adultos, ¿te ha preparado, te ha sentido un poco más suelto en competir con los juniors?
Sí, porque venía con eso, ¿no? Venía como primero a competir en Open para soltarme un poco más en Junior y eso me ayudó bastante porque te juegan mucho los nervios, pero en esta vez no tuve mucho y esta vez en este kick no me fue muy bien, que digamos, pero espero mi otro kick sea lo mejor.
Yeah, it's definitely helped him feel a little bit more comfortable, helped him loosen up a little bit for the Open men, so yeah, he's looking forward to continuing. And ¿algún saludo? Any shout-outs?
Quiero saludar a mi papá, a mi hermano, a mi mamá, a mi familia, que siempre me apoya, a mi profesor Miguel, que es ahí, que siempre me apoya, siempre está acá, y a RS, a Mareyuntas, a Moana, al alcalde Juan Raúl Martí Corena, y a la Municipalidad de Lurín, y muchas gracias.
All right, congratulations, Jesus.
Y quiero agradecer a Luis Bro, a Pulpos Combo, porque por la preparación física y todo eso, y que me está ayudando un montón. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jesus. Back to you guys.
Muchas gracias, felicitaciones a Tilín por avanzar, viene fuerte, como lo decía, para eso compitió en la categoría masculina, les da como esa soltura, ¿no? Para poder entrar en la categoría junior. Y bueno, hoy justo nos tocó con un poco más de ola y un poco más de agua que el resto del evento, masculino profesional, pero pues no podíamos hacer nada con eso, ¿no? Igual estuvo bien bueno todo el prime. Situación en el agua, Steven Godoy fuerte con un 7.25, conserva la primera posición hasta ahora. Y en segunda posición tendríamos a Patricio López con 2 olas pequeñas, está buscando una nota alta, 6.01. Steven, el año pasado, como tú estabas diciendo, nos dejó bien impresionados, se hizo un nombre en este evento, no lo vamos a olvidar, hizo un performance súper bueno, así que ahora está fuerte en este hit. Recordando, esto equivale a los octavos de finales, después los chicos ya pasarían a los cuartos de finales. Ustedes pueden ver el formato en la página de la IBC World Tour, está ahí disponible, si van, pueden escanear el QR que hemos estado mostrando o pueden ir a la página de la IBC World Tour. Está una franjita verde que dice live, ahí entran, es la zona del en vivo y tienen el sistema de puntuación ahí acompañado de la transmisión. Ahí pueden ver todos los hits que vienen, los hits que han pasado, pueden ver los hits del evento Prime también, los resultados. De hecho pueden ver las estadísticas también, que es algo bastante entretenido de revisar. Y lo que les comentábamos, ya tenemos el primer cuarto de final, que bueno, faltaría un rider, pero hasta ahora Felipe Ilaja, Tomás Araya y Jesús Mendoza están en el primer cuarto de final. Ya hay Taylor, Guilherme Montenegro y Miguel Oliveira en el segundo, también esperando por un rider de este hit de aquí. Y estamos haciendo hits de 4 competidores. ¿Por qué, gente? Por el tema de la marea. Recordando que el formato de los Rising Series es variable. El formato, así como el Rising Series es un evento más flexible en términos de organización, es un evento más flexible también en formato de competencia. Entonces tenemos 20 minutos en rondas, hits, de 4 competidores.
Yeah, so just as Bagel was saying, when it comes to the Rising Series event, we don't have such high requirements as for the Prime Series event. So yeah, we're gonna have 20-minute heats instead of 25-minute heats in the Prime Series event. And yeah, the thing's gonna go by pretty fast over here today, guys. We said it's 8 heats on the first round, 4 heats already, quarterfinals on round number 2, and then semi, and then the final. So it's going to be around 5 hours of competition, or 5.5 hours of competition today. So a lot of action. You know, these guys are always very active, and as I said, things are going to go by very fast. So make sure to tune in with us and stay here for this last day of competition. Let's see right now, Patricio Lopez just bumping through that section, and the wave just crumbles over him, not really finding anything. Steven out the back, goes right.
Oh yeah, super strong rider, loving his style. He's attacking that lead, and yeah.
Yeah, so Steven finally getting his second wave bagel. He already has a 725, so yeah, this is gonna be a good, you know, call for him to just get in front of the other guys, and Dario right off the back.
Dario is bouncing a little bit in this one. Un poco saltona la ola, pero consigue un rolo que no creo que sea contado como concretado, porque fue como en una pequeña olita que se forma ahí. Y tenemos la visión del dron de Iquique, hermoso, está saliendo el sol. Va a ser un día bien lindo. Algunos habían dicho que tal vez llovía hoy, pero yo creo que no va a pasar.
A little foggy today over here. I think it's a good sign because there's no wind basically, and with this size, you know, with this amount of water over the reef, I think that wind could be really bad if it got here. So yeah, let's wait for Esteban Godoy. A roll off of that first section, then he bottom turns and realigns for another pocket roll, and I believe it was just that from the rider coming from the 4th region of Chile that finished 3rd last year on the junior division. So that was a 6-point ride for him. He is the leader by far in this heat, I have to say. Dario is looking for a combination of 13.25. Patricio looking for 2 points to go to the second position. So second position still pretty open. Whoever gets a decent wave over there will stay more comfortable in second bagel. And we really have to thank the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique for making this event happen one more time, and also the Cormudepi, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Sorry. And also the sponsors of this event, Iquique Tax-Free Zone, Sofri, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, and Kinevita, the kinesiologists here taking good care of the athletes, you know, with that physical help from them, just recovering, getting out of the water.
Ok, situación en el agua, sólido Steven Godoy con un 7.25 y un 6 en primera posición, dejando el resto del kit en situación de combinación. Es decir, sus dos olas no les pueden servir para tomar esa primera posición, y con 6 minutos con 40 nos atrevemos a decir que todo está en la segunda posición. Viene Steven sólido, entra en el tubo y sale, y va tratando de conectar con algo más. Está surfeando excelente este chico y no logra mucho más, pero sí, él, la verdad que sabíamos que iba a venir con todo, porque claro, si ya el año pasado dio un show, ahora que ha surfeado durante todo este año, que se ha preparado para este momento, era lógico que iba a venir mucho más fuerte. Así que Steven Godoy muy fuerte en este hit, con los mayores puntajes hasta ahora, y ahí viene Patricio López.
Okay, so going left, goes for a roll, finds a section for himself there. Let's see if he completes this one, because there's a lot of white water. Doesn't really give much to Patricio. Looks like there was also blue going right. There it goes. Very white wave, so let's see if there's going to be a nice little section. He finds a section there as well, but not completing the maneuver. So yeah, many attempts by Patricio and Dario, but not being able to pull those maneuvers off, and still with very low scores, when Steven, on the other hand, is finding himself very good waves in this heat, 725 already, being able to combine maneuvers, a nice front barrel on the last wave as well. So let's see this replay for him. You can see taking off late with a lot of control inside that barrel, just stalling a little bit right now, drawing that nice line and waiting for the second section. And yeah, very fun looking wave for Steven Godoy. He's with a backup score of 6 points right now, so not sure if those two barrels will be able for her to increase that. But I mean, showing a lot of control and that he's comfortable inside the water barrel.
Y esta es la repetición de la última de amarillo, que fue buena, que entra en sumatoria, que digamos es su primera ola de valor, así que vamos a ver cuánto recibe. Él aún no ha caído esa nota, estamos esperando la última de Steven y la última de Patricio. No leemos los comentarios mucho, ustedes lo saben, gente, pero justo salté y miré que María Freitas, que si no me equivoco es la mamá de Miquel Regada, un abrazo María, contaba que estos riders son del Quisco. Steven Godoy en una bomba, como siempre Steven dando mucho de qué hablar, pero no logrando mucho.
Yeah, so Steven Godoy just going for more attempts, using those 20 minutes pretty well. There's still 4 minutes on the clock right now, so yeah, he just bumped through that whole wave that just is very foamy, and didn't offer any section for the young Steven. Not sure if it was, yeah, he's coming back for maybe another attempt, and yeah, not gonna make a difference for him. But with those two barrels, Bagel, he got 7.75, so managed to increase his total score, and ditch that 6-point ride. So yeah, I believe it was not a set wave, like not a big wave, especially in the last section. But showing a lot of control, just stalling, waiting for the barrel, looking very comfortable, taking off late as well. So yeah, Steven looking very good, and he's actually planning to go to Fronton this year. So yeah, hopefully if he gets a good result over here, definitely it's going to be a nice spot for him at the Grand Finale in Gran Canaria for this young Chilean rider as well from the 4th region.
Bueno, así es, recordando, un solo evento tienen que participar estos riders, no necesitan hacer todos los eventos junior, ¿vale? Un solo evento y 48 puestos hay para la gran final en el frontón. Vamos a ver, Patricio López ya viene en esta, todavía no ha caído la nota de su última ola, estamos esperando de Patricio, y intenta, pero nada en realidad por ahí para él, pero sí. Les estaba contando eso, que hay 48 puestos para la gran final de la Gran Canaria Fronton King, y eso se va a tomar con el mejor resultado de cada atleta del evento al que haya ido. Claramente si hay varios atletas que han ganado, pues esos los que hayan quedado primeros en los eventos van a ir teniendo todos un puesto en la gran final. O sea, los 48 puestos van a estar compuestos de obviamente los primeros puestos de cada evento, ¿vale? Entonces, o sea, si un atleta va a más de un evento y gana 2 veces, pues no es que va a tener más puntos, se le cuenta por una de esas victorias. Su mejor resultado, ¿vale? Es el que cuenta.
Y creo que es muy bueno, Bego, porque si por ejemplo miras ahora el ranking, tienen muchos atletas de Marruecos, por ejemplo, y algunos de Europa también, como Lucas Aninotto, que ganó el primer evento en Marruecos.
Claro.
Entonces ahora estamos viendo muchos chilenos, entonces eso da la oportunidad a atletas de diferentes sitios. Ahí viene Dario Becerra, una buena ola para la derecha, pasa la primera sección, se va para el rolo, completa una maniobra limpia también para Dario. Ahora sí, seguramente esta maniobra va a hacer mucha diferencia.
Sí, buena, aquí venía Steven también, así que un intercambio bueno en el último minuto de competencia. Estos chicos dándolo todo. And people, we are doing a bunch of Spanish and Portuguese because we have, the athletes are mainly from there. And we don't really see many people tuning in from English-speaking countries. Of course, we have the duty of using the language as a main language. So, we'll see. I'm sorry if you need any updates. We're here to give you the updates. Okay, esta es la repetición de la última ola de azul que trató de hacer, o sea, estuvo en la primera sección tratando de buscar, pero hizo un rolo bueno al final. Y esa ola es un 4.60 para Darío Becerra. Y ahora sí, Darío está más sólido, no va a tomar la primera posición, pero se queda con la segunda, y Patricio López no logra alcanzar nada porque ya se acaba el hit, y esos son los resultados oficiales. Esta es la última de Steven Godoy, que estaba buscando como ese tubo y salió con ese rolo. Esta última ola fue de 5. Steven se fue sólido con 2.725. Se acaba el hit y ya nos vamos a unos cortos comerciales y volvemos con muchísimo más de este gran evento para juniors.
Welcome back, guys, to the Junior Man Rising Series of the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Let's jump in the water right now to see heat number 5 from a total of 8 heats in this first round. And who do we have, Eric?
So in today's heat number 5, we have Michele Arriagada from Chile. We have also Matias Cáceres from Chile, and we have Maximo Palacios from Chile as well. So all Chilean event, all Chilean heat, I wanted to say.
That's it. So Michele coming from winning this event last year, and there he comes, solid on that ride. Also competed on the men division with solid pocket roll. Keeps going, bumps a little bit, stalls, waiting for another section, and completes it successfully. So yeah, Michele looking very, very strong in this heat. I mean, he actually, got through a few heats on the men division as well. He knows this waves pretty well coming out from El Quisco. His home break is nothing like this, but totally this guy just rips it over here.
Let's see this replay of Michele doing a roll off the takeoff and then heading to that end bowl and doing another roll, I believe. Yeah, just out of the pocket. So yeah, solid start there for Michele. Good performance. I mean, coming from what do we have here?
It's Matias Cáceres. Already has a 1-point ride. Loses the grip of a bodyboard on that first roll, but recovers it and goes for another one. Is that going to be anything else? Just a reverse for the Chilean in yellow jersey. So yeah, this heat coming very strong, since the first minutes. I believe Maximo was also surfing the left in that same wave that Michele went to the right. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna see some scores starting to come out for sure after this first exchange with just 2 minutes into this heat. So yeah, this is the last one for Matias. Just a nice roll. You can see he loses the grip there, but recovers it and puts it on the line again. Just one more roll. And yeah, this is gonna be his first solid score in this heat. And I mean, you're gonna need it because this one is starting pretty strong. And Maximo on that left just got 1 point. So anything, not anything, special for Maximo at this point in competition, as we're still waiting for those waves from Michele and from Matias Cáceres.
So So yeah, 16 minutes and 30 seconds to go, just waiting on those scores from Michele and Matias. And yeah, while we're waiting, just want to give a big shout out, a big thanks to the sponsors of this event, the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by PRESENTEDby, the Sports Corporation of Iquique. Also, we want to thank Zofri, the Iquique's tax-free zone, excellent place to go shopping all around, and Erizo Surf Brand, bodyboard shop, also surfing gear available as well. Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, the official kinesiologist of this event. And we'd also like to thank our supporters of this event.
Yeah, the Art Club, Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and also Salva Vidas de Iquique, taking care of our athletes inside the water with the boat at all times. I mean, this wave is pretty dangerous. I mean, we have shallow rocks over those final sections over there, the second and the third section. So we had some athletes already being injured. Thankfully, nothing too heavy, just scratches and minor injuries. So yeah, but they're always there taking a good look of the athletes, especially right now with some big waves here in Punta. This is probably the biggest day we have been seeing in the competition in these last days. So yeah, thanks a lot to everyone. And looks like Bago's ready down at the beach with the winner of the last heat, Stephen Godoy. Please, Bago, bring it on.
Thank you so much, guys. It's Stephen Godoy, 16 years old, coming from Los Vilos. It's putting some big scores there. So, Stephen, let us know how's the conditions, cómo están las olas allá afuera y cómo lograste esos grandes scores.
Hola, primero que todo, las condiciones están muy difíciles, está muy cansador, hay mucho rebote, la ola sale muy buena, pero está un poco desordenada igual, pero bueno, igual están épicas las condiciones y a darlo todo nomás.
Well, he says actually it's a bit hard because, it's a lot of movement, a lot of water and bumpy, but still he feels as good waves and he actually is liking it. And yeah, of course, he's got 725, so great performance. Steven, last year you did a great job and this event is very important for you. It's the only junior men event that we have in the tour. So how do you prepare yourself for this? And also, are you going to follow the tour? Este evento es muy importante para ti. El año pasado hiciste muy buen trabajo. Queremos preguntarte eso, ¿qué tan importante es este evento y si en algún momento vas a seguir el Tour Mundial?
Sí, claro que es importante porque si llego a salir un buen resultado acá, voy a irme a Islas Canarias, ya que el año pasado no me pude ir por una fractura y ahora si se dan las manos para ir para allá, vamos a ir con todo nomás, a salir campeón para allá.
Well, he said, yeah, definitely he wants to go to Gran Canaria for the grand final. Last year he broke, he has a fracture. I mean, he couldn't go, broke a bone. So this year he's looking forward to go and looking forward for a good result in order to get a spot in the grand final. ¿Quieres saludar a alguien o mandar algún mensaje para alguien?
Sí, le quiero mandar un saludo a la Municipalidad de Los Vilos, a la EXO, y un saludo a toda mi familia que está apoyándome en la casa, a mis amigos que están por allá, uno acá, y a toda mi gente de Los Vilos, a mi polola también, y eso, ¿no?
Felicitaciones y mucha suerte para los cuartos de final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bago. Great Steven over there, third place in this event last year, and we have the champion as well, getting back to the outside right now, Michele Arriagada, already getting a 7.5 on his first wave, and 1 point on that second one. So yeah, let's wait for Matias Caceres. Is a 6.5, so he's solid in the second position right now since Maximo didn't find anything on this heat so far. With 12 minutes remaining, we have Matias, who's a local over here. Actually, he's a local from El Mauro and La Punta Uno. He says that his favorite wave in the world is La Intendencia. Also talks that what we do is a little survey here with the athletes, to try to get some information from them. And yeah, Matias, it's trained by Paloma Fragrant, a big local. And check this out, Maximo Palacios is getting this barrel in the first section, not a deep one, but just to go under the lip, 4 row as well. Solid Maximo. in this wave, and Michele out the back.
So here we have Michele out the back, hitting a roll out of the barrel there, and going to that end section and hoping for something else. And let's see, wow, another roll right there. That's a pretty solid roll right there. And yeah, that should be a good one for Michele there. Two pretty critical rolls, like right out of the barrel. So yeah, good way there for Michele.
You can see how he's, his posture on the boogie, you know how he just reads the wave.
Yes.
The guy is pretty solid, he's very comfortable with big waves as well. And there comes Matias, second on this heat, goes for a 360 off the lip, kind of falls from the roof over there, and he's not able to hold that down. It's pretty tough right now with the lefts, there's too much water. Usually those lefts break better in the lower tides and better sections, but let's see this replay.
Let's see this replay here of Maximo coming down to that end bowl again for another little cover up and doing a roll out of that. Unfortunately couldn't pull it off. Seems like a lot of the riders today are kind of playing it conservative without going for too much other than rolls, which is probably smart, given the challenging conditions and so much water moving around that trying to spin around from a backflip or ARS can be quite challenging today.
Yeah, I think with this size, let's see just this replay from Michele. Very good roll in that first section. That's a 775, guys. And check how he draws a beautiful line and just goes for a roll under a solid leap as well. So managing to complete that, very strong riding from Michele, just showing us why he took this event last year, and walking for a good result as well in this edition. Halfway throughout this heat, Michele, with a 775 and a 7.5, so a total of 15.25 points in this heat. And next, we have Max Wittmann, the son of Alexander Wittmann, a legend that unfortunately passed away a few years ago here in Iquique, a guy that is loved and very dear for everyone here in the community. And Max will be facing Martin Fischer, son of another big legend here as well, Juan Antonio Fischer. And both of them will be surfing with Salvador Blanco and Gabriel Reyes. 4 Chileans in this heat. This is going to be a legendary one as well. We have wave surfed out the back.
All right, so we have Maximo pulling into a barrel on the takeoff on that right. And wow, he got deep in that thing and he came out. Looks like for a second I was like, no, I'm not going to say anything yet. He might make it. And yeah, he just held on and rode that foam ball and came out. Yeah, so that was nice with Maximo. I think that should be a pretty solid score. But yeah, let's see. And I think someone might have gone left on that thing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's 2 guys out there, so maybe just a paddle, and not really going.
Okay.
Yeah, you see Matias is on the inside section, but not. I didn't think he really went on that wave. But yeah, that was an interesting one for Maximo. You could see, he's taking off deep, a little white water in his way. He scoops into that barrel and disappeared for quite a while, in that foam ball. But then we could see he was still there and came out through that doggy door. And yeah, it's going to be a nice score for him. Definitely ditching that 1 point right. He's looking for 4.26. So not sure how the judges will score that because it wasn't a clean barrel. It didn't run too much. It was more of a, just a, stalling barrel with not too much speed. But he disappeared for quite a while there. Yeah. So an interesting wave by Maximo that still has only 1 point as a backup. So let's see if this wave will bring a change for him.
Yeah, let's see if that knocks him up into the next position. So let's have Michele taking off on this right, roll on the takeoff. Heading into that inside section and another roll, and will he get another? All right. Oh, looks like he might have lost a fin there.
Yeah, he lost it on the first roll.
Oh, yeah, just so much water moving around.
But I think it's still stuck on him.
Okay.
I think he had a fin saver over there, so yeah.
Gotta have those tethers, man. You gotta have them.
Yeah, so seeing this replay, just taking off straight to be late enough for this section there. He loses the fin, you could see it stuck on his foot. And then manages to do another roll without the fin. and thankfully he had those fin savers, you know, to just put it back on and get back to a heat.
Yeah, so here we have Matias aiming for the end section, and not much, but made a reverse, did the best, and roll on the inside. So yeah, kind of a frothy little one, but yeah, just making the best of the time. And it looks like we're still waiting on the scores from Maximo's barrel. So yeah, curious to see how that one comes out. As as you mentioned, it wasn't the cleanest barrel, but yeah, let's take a look at this replay here.
Yeah, see, he has a 6.5 already, so looking for another decent score to consolidate that position, and just passing by so many sections over there, and going for a reverse off of the end of that wave, and another little roll as well. Yeah, these two maneuvers are not going to grant him like a big score. Definitely he's going to get rid of that 1.5, you know, but he's looking for an 875 to go to first, so definitely that's not going to be the wave he is, you know, that is going to change his situation in this heat. But anyway, he gets a 3.20, you know, gets a little further from Maximo. We're still waiting for that last score of his last barrel. He already definitely will get rid of that 1 point ride that is his current backup right now. So yeah, Matias just getting further away in the second position and putting some distance between him and Maximo Palacios in blue jersey.
Yeah, waiting to... Yeah, I guess that one was kind of tricky, right? Because it wasn't the cleanest barrel, but he was deep in there, and it looks like he wasn't going to come out, and he made it. So, yeah, that could be a tricky one to score. So let's see Maximo again on this right. And, yeah, I think that was a good call not to hit that. So, yeah, that was not much speed, kind of a heavy section. So, yeah, it's tricky out there today, Lucas.
Yeah, definitely. And just checking on the survey I just spoke about beforehand, Matias' biggest dream in the sport is being the champion of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. So let's see how far he makes it this year. You know, so far he's keeping that second position and looking very good for a qualification to the quarterfinals that are going to be happening next. So next we have Max Whitman, son of Alexander Whitman, one of the biggest legends. That bodyboard that you guys see on a rock right in front of where Martin Fischer is getting in, it's a tribute to Alexander Whitman, who passed away a few years ago. We also have the athletes on in his tribute.
All right, so we have Michele taking off. Nice roll on the takeoff. And looking for something on the inside, not much, just gets that little 360 there, and yeah, with 337 in the heat. Wow, so it looks like so yeah, what did Maximo ended up getting? Looks like he got a 6.0 on that barrel that he got quite deep in there. So yeah, that did move him up to a decent position. How's this
replay? That's a solid roll for him, landing in the flats, staying on the line, and then just a lot of speed as he gets pushed by the foam ball there. The wave didn't offer any section after that. So yeah, that's a good roll for Michele. Let's see if he manages to get more than a 7.5. I'm not sure. It was just one maneuver, but that first one, you know, he got projected upwards into the flats, and very nice execution, a smooth landing as well, but he gets a bit less than a 7.5, a 7.40, so didn't really make a difference for him. You know, he really has to find something very expressive over here, you know, a very remarkable maneuver to get more than a 7.5.
Yes.
You know, he's already with a total score of 15.25, one of the highest, if not the highest, total scores of this day here. So it's going to be only one day for the Junior Men Rising Series event here in Iquique, guys. It's going to be a total of 28 athletes competing. We have 8 heats in this round number 1. Then we will follow with the quarters, the semis, and the big final. So stay tuned.
So we have Matias taking off on this left. Nice roll. And yeah, let's see if that will give him the 3.25 points that he needs to get into the second position with just less than a couple minutes left on the clock. So yeah, it's not a very high score. He needs to take away that second position from Maximo Palacios?
Not at all, and he gets awarded a 4. So, yeah, I think actually it's the first good left that we see being ridden. I mean, just goes all the way down, does that bottom turn, a nice section comes for him, and he does a roll, also projected onto the flats, and kicks out of that wave while doing a 360 spin. So, yeah, good decision by Matias, you know, just to recover that second position after Maximo found a barrel, and there he goes again, bumping through that first section. He's just stalling, waiting for something, maybe a pocket section to come. Goes for a roll, gets kind of hit by the lip there, not being too projected, and Matias out the back.
So Matias doing a roll on the takeoff out the back. Not much speed, decides to pull out, and just get back out there for. But yeah, it looks like Matias is sitting in a good spot. I'm not sure if that last roll of Maximo is going to give him that 4.51 to get him back up there into second, but let's see this replay here.
Yeah, he's looking for a 4.51, you know, and he went all the way to the last part of that wave, kind of got hit there by the white water, as you guys could see, so that took a lot of quality and projection from his maneuver. So let's see, with Matias, you know, getting that 4-point ride that took him back to the second position, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for him to change.
So let's look at Michele taking off on this one and hoping for something on the end. A lot of chop and froth, but let's see. Good backflip right on the end of the heat. So, unfortunately couldn't pull that off, but yeah, I'm not sure if much is going to change, right? But yeah, let's see as we're waiting on 2 scores. We're waiting for...
So 2.35 for Maximo on the last wave. Didn't change the situation, was not enough for him. So Michele and Matias advancing to round number 2, and Maximo leaving the competition. Guys, we're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with the 6th heat of this round number 1. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, running the junior men's division today. Now we're going to be heading into heat number 6. So, yeah, Lucas, let's take it to the water. Let's see who we have today.
Definitely. Let's see right now. I mean, we had Michele Arriagada completely dominating the last heat, you know, surfing basically by himself, more than 15 points total over there. So, yeah, let's get to the water right now to see who we have in this one. And we have 4 athletes, actually. Max Whitman in the red jersey, son of Alexander Whitman, a big legend over here. Rest in peace. Martin Fisher in yellow, son of Juan Antonio Fisher as well, big legend. Salvador Blanco in blue and Gabriel Reyes in white jersey. So 4 Chileans, 4 very strong young riders, 2 locals that know this wave pretty well, Max and Martin, always training around La Punta Dos. Quite challenging conditions over there, guys. We have some good size over here. Looks like it's Max going first blood on this heat. Goes for a roll, little roll over that first section, and a quick left for the rider in red, just giving the first step in this heat.
Yeah, it's good to see the sons of those legends, right? Of Alexander Whitman and of Juan Antonio Fischer in the same heat. It should be an exciting heat. So here we go right now. Someone was trying to take off on that left. But yeah, it should be an interesting heat. I remember Alexander Whitman, such a really good bodyboarder when I met him here.
Con la revista y nos graba y nos apaña a todos los chicos del Quisco a las sesiones. Un saludo a la tía Noelia, que siempre por segundo año consecutivo ya nos viene recibiendo en su casa y nos hace sentir muy queridos. Un saludo a la Italí, un saludo al Cejón, que los quiero mucho, que son como mi familia para mí. Y a mi familia de sangre que está allá en casa, que me están apoyando, a mi mamá, a mi papá, a mi hermana. Y un saludo a mi novia que debe estar ahí mirándome. Y eso, estoy muy feliz y vamos a seguir dándole para poder seguir avanzando.
Éxito, Michele, mucha suerte en los cuartos de finales y back to you guys.
Thanks, Pego. Such a prominent, amazing rider from El Quisco, Playa de los Ahogados, and the winner of this event last year. So yeah, Michele is showing himself much stronger actually than last year. You can even see like physically how he grew up, how he become stronger, and also in the water, you know, his technical level of riding is just amazing. So Salvador taking off on the left, looks like a nice section, goes for a roll. He goes for a 360 as well. He has a 1.5, did a nice roll in the previous wave during the interview, but just landed nose diving and couldn't really pull that off to get those points. But this one, definitely he's going to get one more than 1.46 and jumping straight to the second position for now. The only decent wave was 3.5 by Max Whitman.
Martin Fisher, nice roll off that bowl, reverse on the inside, and thinking that should be a good enough score to get him at least into the second, if not maybe even up into the first. So yeah, let's see what kind of score he'll get there. That was a good roll, good projection off the takeoff for Martin Fisher. But yeah, it's just such a, so again, this is just a, oh, here we go. Let's take a replay. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, I mean, boosted into that roll. I didn't expect such a launch. But yeah, nice section, you know, just a very high maneuver, good execution, nice 360 as well, very sharp with the reverse. And yeah, definitely this wave is going to make a lot of difference. Also on the right, we have Max Whitman stalling, goes for a roll without any lip over there, basically just muscling that maneuver, but showing a lot of commitment, you know, and will to keep going. Max Whitman with his third wave already being surfed in this heat. So yeah, Martin Fisher on that last wave got 5.75, so the best score of the heat so far. Really surprising with that roll, and he's now in the position of the heat. Max in second, getting only 1 point on that last wave that we just saw. Looks like Martin going to the left.
Another left for Martin. Looking for a section and definitely makes the best out of it. There wasn't much, and he pulled it off. He got a nice little roll right there. So yeah, I'm not sure how much that's gonna, probably give him a little bit better second score, take out that 1.85 that he has under his belt. But again, this is the junior men's division. It's just a one-day event. We have 28 competitors on the event today. And as Bego was mentioning earlier, it's all they have to do is just one event to get into the fronton. So here we have a replay of Martin Fisher again with that roll off the whitewater, making the best of that wave. And so it's just a one, they have to do one event, correct, Lucas, to get them to the fronton, right?
That's it. That's the Rising Series model that IBC is presenting this year, where all these Rising Series events are basically a qualifying event for the grand finale. And there comes Martin, very active in this heat, finds himself another section and goes for amazing ARS in this wave. And definitely he's going to send that 3.80 away for good. So, wow, good execution over there. I mean, pretty nice section. Didn't want to go for rolls anymore. And definitely that's going to pay out for the young Martin for sure.
Let's take a look at that replay again. And guys, that section, and clean ARS, really clean. So yeah, that should give him a good score. And it's nice to see that, as today the conditions are so tricky. It's good to see guys pulling a couple ARSs here and there, as I can understand how many would play conservative in conditions like today. So yeah, good ARS there from Martin Fisher. And it looks like he scored a 7.25 on that thing. So yeah, he scored a good score. So that should put him in a good lead ahead of everyone. I mean, the next below would need a 9.5. Max Whitman needs a 9.5 to get his first spot. Well, Salvador Blanco needing a 3.26 to advance, and Gabriel Reyes needing a 5.1 to advance.
Yeah, so when we're talking about 20-minute heats, decision making has to be really on point, you know, because deciding whether to, you know, secure a maneuver, secure a few points, or, you know, risking for something greater is definitely sometimes can compromise a heat or put you in the best position possible, right? At this point, if you check the other scores of the heat, a 7.25, I mean, makes a whole lot of difference. You know, will put you into a place that can really grant your qualification. You know, Martin, for example, after getting this 7.25, leaves Max, who was pretty strong in the heat as well, looking for 9.5 to take that first position. So this is the second guy in the heat, but if you take into account Salvador Blanco and Gabriel Reyes, they need a combination of 13 points basically, you know. So much more comfortable situation for Martin, because when you're talking about combo situation, basically the athlete needs to go for two good waves. I mean, two pretty good waves. And in 8 minutes, how are you going to respond to that? You know, there's not enough time. When you talk about combination situation, it's not just about getting big scores. You also need a minimum amount of time, because you need two waves. So you got to get one, get back there, and get another good one.
That's right, Lucas. And there we have Martin again, doing a nice ARS again. He's just killing it right now. So yeah, going back to what you're saying, being in combo land, right?
Salvador Blanco goes for a left as well. Nice little roll on this wave, looking for 326 only, guys. So stalls, there's not much left, I believe, in this left. I mean, you got to really use that first section, otherwise it just fades away and then gets very close to the rocks. But yeah, I want to see this second wave for Martin. You know, didn't see it from the front view, we saw it from the drone angle, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, let's see if he's going to change that 5.75, you know, because just going for the ARS one more time.
Yeah, let's look at that roll of Salvador. Yeah, he only needs 3.26, so it's not, doesn't need that much, and that wasn't the most powerful roll, but you know, could be something.
Gabriel going for a 5.85 that he's looking for. Does a nice little roll in this first section, and also Martin out the back looking very strong in the heat. Bottom turns, goes up, but there was no section for him to hit, so just landing out the back. We're still waiting for that last ARS that he did to see if he manages to increase from that 5.75, and it came out 5.60, so almost making a difference for Martin, but didn't get enough projection to really increase his backup score. Sitting in a very good position though, so yeah, just looking for a very good wave to improve that 5.75 with 6 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yes, and it looks like a little bit of a situation change. Looks like Salvador Blanco got into the second place with his last wave, right? He got a 4.0, so he beat that. I believe he needed a 3.26 to get in that second spot, and he got a 4, so yeah, he jumped up into the second spot right now. So now we have Max in third, 3.51. And speaking of which, Max is taking off on this left, kind of hoping for maybe like a little inside section, and yeah, gets a nice little roll there. So good job, Max. And yeah, all he needs is a 3.51 to take that spot back from Salvador.
Yeah, so 3.51 definitely is not a big score for Max. You know, he was very active in the beginning of the heat, just big set, washing through the whole spot over there, guys. Check this out.
Yeah.
I mean, high period swells bring that every once in a while. You know, a big set comes sweeping everything over here, but thankfully it is not that big that we are having trouble running the competition. You know, it's everything going right over here. I mean, the riders are putting on a show despite being very young guys. You know, they're used to these types of situations, used to these waves, and let's see if Max gets what he needs. Oh, he looks for 351, and it came out 3.35, so very short of what he was looking for. So yeah, Max will have to go for another attempt. There's still time out there. I mean, there's still 4 minutes and 20 seconds for him to respond, but Martin Fischer staying very busy in the heat. I mean, just risking those more difficult maneuvers. You know, that ARS really paid out for him. You know, 7.25 in this heat definitely made a lot of difference.
Yeah, that put him in a good spot. It puts him way ahead of the rest. So I think he's sitting comfy in the first position right now. with just 4 minutes left in the heat. So yeah, and while we're waiting for that, we could just give a quick thank you to our sponsors of this event, the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by CORMUDEPE, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, Zofria, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kinevita, the kinesiologists of this event, and our supporters.
Yeah, Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial. Hold on, let's see, there's someone coming on this wave, and it's Max Whitman looking for a 3.51. He's aiming at that ride, becomes very wide and didn't really offer anything. Really got to go back there pretty fast, to try and find this small score that he is looking for. A 3.51 is very achievable for Max. And with 3 minutes remaining, he might find something under the priority, and get this wave to, just get a second position back from Salvador Blanco,
Yeah, and not much.
Yeah, so
both Matt Whitman and Gabriel Reyes don't need a very high score to take that second position away from Salvador, right?
So just keep thanking our sponsors over here. We have La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and also Salvavidas de Iquique. And coming up next, we have Bastian Venegas, Luis Bravo, and Cristobal Davila. Two Peruvian riders facing a Chilean rider, Bastian in red. So this is going to be a 3-man heat. And the second last one of this first round. After that, we'll jump to the quarterfinals, and following that, semis, and then the big final. So it's going to be about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half total here in this single day of competition. It's going to be all happening today, guys. Thankfully, the tide is matching the swell pretty good. The swell is quite big over here, so we have some epic conditions for this Junior Man Rising Series event happening here in Iquique. And then we will wrap it up and finish this Chile stage of the World Tour. So yeah, and also closing the South American leg, one of the most special parts of the tour. I mean, everyone loves coming to Punta. All the riders in the previous event have been saying, this is one of the toughest events, where it is so hard. Tristan Roberts was talking about that in the podium, that this event is one of the hardest ones to make it to the podium. Also Itacoatiara, an event that everyone loves coming to. And this year, the Wahine, the event for the ladies, will be taking place later in the year, in September actually. So yeah, the South American leg will be kind of split into 2 stages. But yeah, the calendar is looking pretty good for the rest of the year as well. Thankfully, with some Rising Series event for the juniors also popping up in different regions of the world.
Yeah, and it's just, as we were talking about earlier, it's just so awesome that the juniors are just given that opportunity to just have to do one event before qualifying. It makes it so much easier, with everything a young person has going on in life with school and family, etc. So really good to give them that opportunity. So yeah, heat is down to a matter of seconds, and yeah, looks like Martin Fisher has taken the lead. He has won the heat, and congratulations to the other riders. And Salvador Blanco in second, with Max in third and Gabriel Reyes in fourth.
Yeah, so Martin Fisher and Salvador advancing to round number 2, the quarterfinals, and Max and Gabriel out of the competition. We're going to call a quick commercial break, guys, before we come back with the second last heat of round number 1.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. During today's event as the junior man, we are getting into the end of round 1 in heat number 8, so let's take it to the water. There you go.
Sí, vámonos al agua. Este es el evento solo de junior masculino. Tenemos en el agua el hit número 7, Bastián Venegas de rojo, Luis Bravo de amarillo, Cristóbal Dávila peruano de azul. Son 2 peruanos y un chileno. Bastián Venegas, que viene un súper buen performance en la categoría masculina profesional, y 2 peruanos que estamos contentos de tenerlos acá. Un gusto poder contar con, si no me equivoco, 3 peruanos en este evento. Así que ya tuvimos alguna ola corrida mientras estábamos es una ola pequeña. Esto pasó mientras estábamos en competencia. Perdón, pero este es del kit anterior, ¿o no? Pues Max. Vale, es de ahora. Muchas gracias, director.
Eso fue Luis Bravo, ¿sí?
Así, una primera ola. 1.50 nada más para el peruano Luis Bravo. Bastián, yo creo que sí, lo hizo en la categoría profesional masculina, lo va a hacer acá también. Va a esperar, esa fue como la estrategia de él en los Prime Series, esperaba y conseguía una ola buena. Las condiciones están buenas, exigentes, pero buenas. Es un día bueno de la punta 2, gente. Estamos al límite de que esté muy grande, pero no está muy grande, realmente está completamente surfeable.
Sí, completamente. Aquí tenemos una derecha de Cristóbal, buen rolo. Yendo para la última sección y no mucho, pero...
Mandando besitos, ¿viste? Mandó un besito.
¡Qué bueno!
¡Qué lindo! Miren qué buena está la punta 2. Y aquí viene Bastián Venegas, por supuesto, una muy buena ola que estuvo esperando 3 minutos para tomar esta ola. Va por un rolo, no, es un rolo un poco forzado. No le pegó como a la...
Sí. Se hizo de nada, del aire nomás.
Es como que se dio cuenta de que se iba a quedar sin ola y dijo, voy a hacer algo aunque sea para aprovechar la oportunidad. A veces, ¿sabes qué, Eric? Las olas más grandes en condiciones como hoy no son las mejores. A veces las medianitas son las que se forman mejor. Hay que tener un poco de conocimiento de esta ola. Y fíjate, la primera ola de Cristóbal Dávila, muy buena, 7 puntos. Wow. Y Bastián esa 3.5, claro, porque la ola de Bastián fue sin labio, ¿no?
Sí, los grandes son un poco sobrepasados, así que rompen un poco demasiado adentro y no le pega el recife tan buena como las medianas, ¿no?
Sí.
Así que esta ola, hay que elegir bien, ¿no? Especialmente cuando hay bastante agua moviendo, bastante tamaño. Menos mal que la marea está alta ahora, ¿no?
¿Verdad? Sí, porque, bueno, y de hecho hay muchísima agua. Por eso hicimos el formato de mangas de 4. Y mira, inteligente Cristóbal Dávila, ya toma una ola no de las más grandes, pero que va a ser su backup score. No consiguió nada en esa. Pero sí, a veces, bueno, sin prioridad, quedarse un poquito más abajo y tomar una un poco más chica, hacer algo pequeño, pero ya por lo menos... con 2 puntajes, ¿o no?
Sí, algo que aguanta un poco más, aparte que los grandes. Mira, esa mediana no fue tan malo igual, ¿no? Con el escupo abajo. Y así vemos.
Un local, Bastián Venegas contra 2 peruanos, recordando que el año pasado Bastián Venegas llegó en la final, quedó vicecampeón de este evento y viene de hacer un performance espectacular en la categoría profesional. Con unas buenas olas y unas buenas maniobras. Este año claramente es su último año en la categoría junior y claramente va por el título. Es uno, si se quiere, de los favoritos porque es un local. Pero la verdad que me gustó mucho el performance de Cristóbal Dávila al comienzo, buscando ese rolo y poniendo ya un puntaje de 7 que lo deja un poquito más cómodo, sobre todo contra alguien tan fuerte como Bastián, ¿no?
Sí, él fue el campeón nacional en 2023, ¿sí?
El Bastián Venegas, claro.
Sí.
Tenemos ahí la información de la encuesta que les mandamos a los niños, una encuesta para que respondieran y ahí tenemos información para ustedes.
Así es. Así que ahora tenemos a Luis en 3-0, necesitando un 2.01 para avanzar a el puesto segundo con Bastián Venegas. En el puesto segundo necesitando un 4.59. Y para acordarles que hoy día es solamente un día de competencia por el Junior Men's Division. Tenemos 28 competidores y este evento, lo bueno de los juniors, como Bego estaba diciendo antes, que solamente tiene que hacer una competencia para calificar para el frontón. Así que es súper buena es una nueva formato, ¿no? Algo así que...
Eso, es una nueva, exacto, de la IBC World Tour que se separa. Ahora les vamos a mostrar un poco lo que es la explicación. Pero sí, se separó y se pierden muchas clases los niños. Entonces sí, nosotros escuchando un poco las peticiones de los padres y representantes de los competidores del Tour Mundial y un poco también entendiendo cómo funcionan en otros deportes, el junior se separó de la categoría profesional para también darles a ellos esa oportunidad de no perder tantas clases, de no tener que gastar tanto dinero, porque piensen que los juniors no viajan solos, como son menores de edad, tienen que viajar con algún representante, entonces todo se multiplica por 2, sí. Es complicado. Y ahí un poco, estas son las reglas, o sea, no las reglas, digamos, estos son como los puntos que resaltan de lo que es la Junior Racing Series, un tour, como decimos, separado del tour profesional. Todos los eventos que haya durante el año son clasificatorios, ¿vale? Solamente se debe participar en uno, no hay que ir a todos, uno solo cuenta. Claramente tienes que tratar de tener el mejor resultado posible porque solamente hay 48 plazas o espacios para entrar a la gran final. Entonces, ¿cómo se toma eso? Pues los mejores resultados del año, de los eventos que se hicieron, esos riders van a ir tomando esos puestos, obviamente los ganadores, los segundos lugares, los terceros lugares y así. Y claro, y eso les permite ahorrar muchísimo y además también un punto súper importante, que son eventos mucho más accesibles en términos de costos. Ya vamos a volver a eso.
So let's see this one here. In red, we have Bastián Venegas with a nice, good try there. Unfortunately, he couldn't pull that off. But yeah, it's a good medium-sized wave, a lot of water moving around. So yeah, it's really tricky. So yeah, it's a little bit of a gamble to try some different moves. But let's see, Luis on this insider kind of gets a cover up and pulls into that end part. But unfortunately, it's pinching as the water is moving around quite a bit right now, with Cristobal taking off on this last wave of the set with a roller on the takeoff and another roller on the inside. So yeah, he's already sitting in the first position. So as he scored that 7 earlier, so yeah, that might help his second score, his 1. So that should bring him up a little bit further ahead of everyone. And let's take a look at this replay, Biggs.
Última ola del competidor peruano que está haciendo muy buen trabajo, viene fuerte, ya él ha venido un par de veces a Iquique y le encanta venir para acá. Miren eso, 2 rolos, la verdad que un trabajo, yo diría excepcional, porque lo que sí estoy viendo, me parece, estoy teniendo la sensación de que Bastián está nervioso. Y tú sabes que a veces eso le pasa a los juniors. Ellos en la categoría masculina profesional se relajan porque no es su categoría, entonces como que surfean así mucho mejor, y cuando llegan a su categoría llegan un poco nerviosos, ¿sabes?
Sí, así es que no hay tanta presión cuando están los grandes, porque saben que es muy, muy difícil competir contra Pierluicos.
Pero ahí lo dan todo, ¿no?
Todos, ¿sabes? Así que, y siendo de su categoría, la presión está más alta porque tiene las expectativas de ganarlo más, así que eso.
Ok, un saludo gigante para mi amigo Rubén, que está sintonizando desde su trabajo en una compañía gigante allá en Santiago, muerto de frío, pero apoyando el bodyboard. Saludos, Rubencito, gracias por estar apoyando aquí el bodyboard como siempre. Y a todos ustedes, muchas gracias. Este es un evento dedicado para los juniors masculinos, un evento que es clasificatorio para la gran final en el Frontón King, en el Gran Canaria Frontón King, que va a ser en octubre de este año. Recordando, 48 puestos hay, 48 plazas, y van a entrar los que tengan los mejores resultados de un solo evento de este año. Así que tenemos un calendario bastante completo. Y vamos a mandarlo a la entrevista con Lucas y el ganador del último hit, ahora que no tenemos bolitas. Vamos, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I'm here with Martin Fisher, a local here, especially from La Punta Uno, but also surfs a lot here in Punta Dos. Martin, how are you feeling in the water? The conditions are pretty big out there.
El agua está buena, la ola, igual hay harta agua, entonces igual tranquilo. Al principio me costó un poco más, pero ya después pude conectar bien y entré una RS que me dieron un buen puntaje.
Yeah, so he's saying it's pretty tough out there. It's pretty big, but with a lot of water and the high tide right now, it's much better to surf. And he found that ARS that really put him in a very good position. And how do you feel of all the local people here? Happy for you. You're also son of Juan Fisher, a very dear guy for everyone.
Feliz de poder representar bien a Iquique. Súper feliz también de que me estén celebrando acá y ojalá pasar al siguiente hit.
Yeah, so he's stoked on representing Iquique and happy that everyone, is just motivating and pushing him forward, and just looking for the next heat as well.
Sí, agradecer a la Cormudepi por entrenarme, al núcleo y a mi familia en general por apoyarme. Gracias.
Felicidades, suerte en las cuartas, and back to you guys.
Muy orgullosa de Martín Fisher, que ha estado entrenando fuerte con su padre, que es una figura del bodyboard muy grande de aquí de Iquique, y avanzando fuerte. Y lo que decíamos, a ver, vamos a ver esta repetición, esta última ola de Bastián Venegas, que entró en un tubazo. Bastián, que ha venido dando mucho de qué hablar en estos tubos. Por supuesto, era lo que él buscaba, era lo que él quería mostrarle al mundo, y entró a un rolo. Y esto pasó mientras estábamos en la entrevista. Wow. Así que Bastián Venegas no se iba a dar por vencido tan fácil, recibió un 9.50 con esa última ola. Y claro, fue un tubo grueso, difícil, sí.
Eso fue uno de los mejores tubos del evento, en mi opinión. Eso fue muy grueso y eso lo pegó perfecto al recife. Así que tenemos aquí en esta derechita, tenemos Cristóbal haciendo un rolo, yéndole para abajo, viendo si puede lograr tomar otra sección, pero no hay mucho para trabajar eso, así que se hizo lo máximo que podía, haciendo unos rolos. Así que tenemos Bastián siguiendo todos con 13, con Cristóbal necesitando un 6.01 para llegar a primero, con Luis en tercero, estando en lo que le llaman Combo Land, ¿no? Tierra de combo.
Sí.
Así es.
Well, if you're just getting here, we're throwing a bunch of Spanish speaking here because, we have a lot of people tuning in that is supporting. All of the competitors are almost all of them. We have, of course, the sole Australian in this division, Jai Taylor, advancing. He's already in quarterfinals. So, of course, we're going to be throwing the updates in English for you, but we'll be, let's say, 70% Spanish and Portuguese here. A lot of people tuning in, supporting their very own. But yeah, we won't forget about, that language is our main language, and it's the official situation in the water. We have the first 9.5 actually of the competition. It was a very deep and critical barrel for Bastián Venegas. Bastián, who also served in the man division, also putting a couple of big scores. He's showing some dominance here. This is his home break. He's from here, and he serves really good in this specific wave. And also, he's coming from being the runner-up of last year's event. And check this out. Next hit, Cristóbal Tovar, Aníbal Valdivieso, Lucas Herrera y Gerardo. ¡Wow! ¿Quién iba ahí? Creo que Luis Bravo se lanzó un cerrón ahí.
Vamos a ver. So, Ya, el siguiente manga, puros chilenos, ¿no? Tenemos Cristóbal Tobar, Aníbal Valdivieso, Lucas Herrera y Gerardo Díaz. Así que una manga de 4, todos de Chile.
4 minutos con 20, recordando, son hits de 20 minutos, es un evento bastante corto. Son hits de 4 personas y teníamos 28 competidores, entonces vamos a hacer el formato de 4, recordando el formato es flexible. And we're gonna have one more look to that 9.5 and check this out. Deep in that barrel, people, you have no idea how this play looks in the inside. That was deep, that was very well written for Bastián Venegas, and it's a 9.5 for this guy that it's a local here, and he did an amazing job in the man division as well, so 9.5.
Yeah, that was an amazing score, you know, and I think, you know, despite him not being able to pull off that roll on the end, it was still like an amazing wave, and yeah, there's just no way he could have made it out of that end barrel as it pinched, so just did the best he could to roll out of that, but yeah, just such an amazing heavy barrel, so yeah, excellent performance by Bastián, putting him in that top spot with a 9.5, and here we go again, him taking off, getting another barrel on the takeoff, but as the conditions are muy movido, as you guys say, it's a little bit hard to come out of that, but yeah, he's sitting comfy on top with that solid score, probably the best of today. Yeah, definitely the best score of the day, I'd say, right? With that
Till now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the favorites, you know, he's runner-up from last year's event, and last year he was really close, you know, that final was amazing between him and Michele Arriagada. All right, so check this out, one more wave here for Cristóbal Dávila. Cristóbal is surfing really good, I have to say. He has improved a lot from last year, so check that out. What? Loving it! That was just the nail in the coffin, and he's just sending some love back to Peru. He's surfing really good, you know, started with the roll in that wave, you know, and you might think that was it for the wave, but check this out. Talk us through it.
Yeah, you know, he takes off, does a kind of like not the best roll on the takeoff, but kind of aiming for that end section. Looks like he's eyeing a nice ramp on that end part, and nice ARS on that end bowl. So yeah, will that give him that 6.01 that he needs to take Bastián's first place? And yeah, let's find out.
¿Cómo ha mejorado Cristóbal Dávila?
Wow,
El
looks like
6.25 y claro, bueno, en mis ojos hace mucho sentido. Vamos a ver Bastián Venegas acá. Ahí se le nota el nerviosismo a Bastián. Ahí va por un rolo que va a ser no concretado. Se le nota a Bastián que está nervioso.
Sí.
Vamos a ver una aquí de Luis Bravo, el otro peruano, que se ve chiquitito él, pero bonito rolo. Por fin concreta una maniobra Luis, que está en una situación un poco más difícil, pero siempre es bueno irse por lo menos del hit con, digamos, la tranquilidad de que por lo menos concrete una maniobra, ¿no? A mí me pasó muchas veces de irme con un par de unos y uno se va con una rabia, por lo menos salvas el honor, si aunque sea caer un rolo. Yo me acuerdo de, yo la pasé tan mal en el Tour Mundial a veces, porque me ponía tan nerviosa y me iba tan mal, y yo salía con una frustración, y a veces da rabia, ¿no? Porque uno dice, son 20 minutos o 25 minutos, no me acomodó la ola, no la supe leer bien, no estaba suficiente entrenada, no sé, y no pude demostrar lo que sé hacer, y uno se va frustradísimo, ¿no?
Sí, especialmente los últimos minutos de la manga, así que hay que darlo todo lo que puede, cualquier rampa, cualquier labio, hay que dar algún rolo. Así que tenemos 40 segundos en la manga, y el cambio de situación con Cristóbal tomando ese primer puesto de Bastián, así que están ellos dos avanzando en el momento, pero vamos a ver que todavía tenemos un poquitito cantidad de tiempo, así que nunca se sabe. Vamos a ver qué viene aquí en este serie. Vamos a ver si alguien lo toma.
Bastián Venegas, esta sí es la última oportunidad. 3.75 necesita el local. A ver si logra concretar algo. Si hace un rolo, yo creo que lo obtiene. Ahí está el rolo. Vamos a ver, porque fue en la última sección. Pero sí, Bastián Venegas, ahí estamos esperando que caiga esa puntuación. Y quiero decir que la revelación de este hit para mí fue Cristóbal Dávila, que no lo veía del año pasado. y realmente hizo un trabajo espectacular. Esta repetición de Bastián.
Así que está tomándolo desde el principio. Estaba esperando algo al principio, pero no había mucho, así que lo esperó hasta el último bowl y se puso un rolo bastante bueno. Y parece que sí, parece que con los resultados sí logró ganar. Al final Bastián se devolvió su primer puesto de esta manga, así que con Bastián.
Así es, vamos a unos cortes comerciales y ya volvemos con mucho más en el último hit de los octavos. No se muevan. Bienvenidos a todos de regreso, estamos en el último hit de la ronda número 1, lo que equivale a los octavos de final en este Junior Men Racing Series el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025, presentado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y organizado por la Corporación Municipal de Iquique. Vamos al agua, que no nos queremos perder nada de esta acción.
It's gone by really fast. I mean, it's the last heat of this first round of the Junior Men Rising Series event here in Iquique. We have Cristobal Tobar in red, Hannibal Valdivieso in yellow, Lucas Herrera in blue, and Gerardo Beas in white. So yeah, 4 Chileans in this heat. As I said, the last one of this first round. After that, we start 4 more heats of the quarterfinals, following with the semis and the big final as well. Guys, if you're just tuning in, there was a lot of action already, some high scoring action over here. Last heat, you guys could see Bastian coming up with a 9.5. I mean, barrels, big maneuvers. These young riders up until 8 years old, are ripping out there. And looks like Gerardo going left, not finding a very good section, but managing to complete a row to begin with and get that 0.26. I mean, it's just the beginning of the heat, so all of these riders getting their first waves, 20 minutes, no limits of waves for them.
Bueno, y Bastián Venegas logró cambiar la situación en el hit anterior, que se le vio un poquito nervioso. Yo creo que Eric le va a preguntar eso, pero al final consiguió los puntajes y muy buena performance de Cristóbal también, la verdad. Me encanta eso es la belleza de los juniors, ¿no? Uno los ve un año y los ve que bien, corren bien y tal. Avanzan un par de hits y ya los ves el año siguiente y a veces ves un cambio pero salvaje así. Sí. Es otra persona, nos pasó con Constanza Soto, fue una locura. El año pasado era una rider promedio, una chica joven que bueno, corría, hacía de vez en cuando su maniobrita, pero este año fue un salto espectacular, o sea, y lo mismo nos acaba de pasar yo creo con Cris, así que felicitaciones a Perú. Y bueno, por supuesto Bastián era uno de los que sabíamos que venía fuerte, es uno de los favoritos del evento por sus resultados del año pasado y por ser uno de los locales. Pero ahora en el agua tenemos a Gerardo Beas en primera posición de blanco. Esto solo comenzando, los puntajes están bastante cercanos. Tenemos a Lucas Herrera, a Cristóbal Tobar y a Aníbal Valdivieso, que es de aquí. Ahí fuerte Aníbal, que vive aquí también en el Morro, que es local de aquí de la Punta 2 y que es el wildcard del evento para Junior. Así que bueno, se ve que vamos a tener un hit bonito también seguro en nuestras manos.
Yeah, just so as Bego was saying in Spanish, at this age, you know, when the guys are this young, the improvement is so fast. I mean, 1 year is a lifetime for these guys. I mean, they technically improve so much, and it's really surprising when we see them, you know, surfing in an event, and then next year you come back or watching at home, and they just completely, you know, surprise you with their level. So Cristobal taking off on this right, scoops into a nice low barrel, cover up there for him, keeps going with a lot of speed, goes for a nice roll. I believe he's pulling it off, and he does. So yeah, completes this maneuver, Cristobal and Gerardo out the back.
Vamos a ver esta del líder de la serie, vamos a concreta ese rolo bien, y también teníamos una ola de Cristóbal, así que yo creo que va a haber algún movimiento, pero sí, Gerardo con esta última ola va a estar un poco más cómodo en la primera posición porque va a ser el único con 2 scores. Y ahí está Lucas también, se ve que están remando, se ve que hay bastante corriente ahora mismo aquí en la punta 2. Y estas son las repeticiones de la primera de Cristóbal, que trataba de entrar en ese tubo, pero continuó y buscó el rolo en la última sección de la derecha. Cristóbal, que viene de Papudo, de la quinta región. Y tenemos también la última, vamos a ver, Cristóbal logra la primera posición, pero porque falta la nota de Gerardo, que es esta que viene aquí.
Yeah, so Gerardo looking for a 251 only right now, goes for a roll in that section, definitely going to get that score, maybe not much more than that, but it comes out 4.25, so he goes back to the first position on this heat. Cristobal looking for 225, Lucas looking for 476 to advance, and Hannibal looking for 6 points.
Bueno, vamos a ver si tenemos a alguien. Nos vamos a mandar la entrevista, la tenemos lista con Bastián Menegas y Eric, así que escuchemos de ellos.
Thank you, Bego. Congratulations to Bastian Venegas for winning this last heat. Bastian, how did you feel? Did you feel a little bit nervous in today as it was your division, as having competed in the previous division in the Open Men's? How did you feel out there today?
Bueno, sí, como lo dijiste, ahora estoy en mi división, que es Junior. La semana pasada estuve en Open. Igual no pude surfear como quise, quizás. Ahora en esta manga están medias condiciones, medias saltonas. Está difícil, la verdad. Pude conectar una ola de 9 puntos y aún así no pude mantenerme tranquilo en mi manga. Pero nada, recién empiezo. Como te digo, las condiciones están, ojalá mejoren a lo largo del día. Y nada, contento con el desempeño. Pude conectar una ola, como dije, de 9 puntos. Y aún así no pude estar tranquilo. Al último pude conectar un rolo que estaba a falta de puntaje. Pero nada, seguir dándole. Tengo que demostrar mi surfing. Y eso.
Yeah, definitely he did feel a little bit nervous having competed in his own division after having competed in the men's division, and said conditions were a little bit complicated out there, very choppy and kind of bumpy, hard to find the good ones, but fortunately he scored a good one. He scored that 9.5, such a nice barrel, so that really helped him. He's really stoked to keep moving forward in the event. And do you want to give a shout out to anyone? ¿Algún saludo para alguien?
Sí, un saludo a mis auspiciadores, North Point, Science Bodyboard, Viper, Girol. Un saludo acá a mi familia que está siempre apoyándome acá afuera en todas mis mangas. A mi novia, a mi hermana, a mi papá. Y eso, ahora seguir dándole para adelante, que esto recién empieza. Y ojalá mejoren las condiciones, como te dije recién.
All right, congratulations, Bastian. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Bastian, machine. Sí. Felicitaciones a Bastián, máquina de verdad con un tubo que creo que la mejor ola, seguramente todavía un tubazo así en el takeoff, muy retrasado, con mucha técnica, mucha frieza también tiene que tener para hacer esta ola como hizo él, y felicitaciones, es el show que estamos todos aquí para ver.
Sí, definitivamente yo creo que se va a venir unos grandes cuartos de final. Y mira qué bonita ola para Gerardo. Gerardo se ve fuerte también. Estaba buscando ver si Gerardo había completado, porque nosotros les mandamos a ellos una encuesta, pero no todos la completaron, y nosotros es muy difícil obviamente poder conocer a todos los riders. Y no tengo la información de Gerardo aquí. Quería mucho saber acerca de Gerardo, pero sí. Viene haciendo buen trabajo, fíjense, buscando las izquierdas. Vimos a Alexandra Rinder ganar el evento femenino con izquierdas, ¿por qué no? Puede pasar en este también. Ya se está secando un poquito más la marea. La intención es tratar de poner a los chicos con buenas condiciones y seguras también. La marea de hoy es bien alta, tiene bastante agua. La verdad que en ese sentido tuvimos mucha suerte, porque nosotros no podemos controlar, nadie puede controlar las condiciones obviamente, y la verdad es que aunque hay olas grandecitas, tuvimos la suerte de tener una marea bien alta de 1.4 y fue a las 9 de la mañana la alta completa, y como hay tanta agua va a durar un poco más. Recordando que es un evento un poco más corto, son 28 competidores, estamos en los octavos de final, de aquí pasamos ya a los cuartos, 4 hits, semifinales 2 hits y final 1, repetición.
So last wave of Gerardo goes for a roll in that section, managing to find good waves, at least good enough to stay in that first position. That's a 4-point ride for him, and as Bagel was saying, this is going to be a short event, just one day over here. We have 28 competitors total, and we basically passed the first half of the day. This is heat number 8 already, so we're just missing 7 more. There comes the leader.
Ok, Gerardo, difícil ahí, tiene que tener cuidado, pero por suerte hay bastante agua. Y bueno, revisé un poquito los mensajes recordándoles, gente, disculpen que no los leamos, pero estamos concentrados siempre en la acción, y la verdad es que es muy importante para el respeto también a los competidores, de tratar de conectarnos con ellos y nuestros ojos solo fijados en la pantalla. Pero sí leo aquí, gracias Vasco y Mariela por contarnos que Gerardo es de Zapallar, alumno de Papudovich. Buenísimo, entonces ahí debe estar el Cris sintonizando, apoyando. Que bien, está surfeando muy bien Gerardo en este hit. Entonces tenemos 2 chicos de Papudo, sería Gerardo y Cristóbal. Y de Lucas Herrera, Aníbal, yo sé que es de acá, de Lucas Herrera también estuve buscando y no tenemos tampoco registro, no llenó la encuesta. Importante también ustedes, padres y representantes y amigos de los atletas, decirle que estén atentos a las comunicaciones.
There comes a wave for Cristóbal, trying to scoop into that peril, but getting exposed by the white water. Still there. Still looking for a section, not really coming for him. So yeah, just another attempt for Cristóbal, who has a 5.5 on his last wave, and is in the second position, looking for a very small score. Just 2.75 would be enough to take Cristóbal to the lead, since he has the best wave of the heat so far. So 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Remember guys, this event is presented by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and organized by the Cormudepi, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, and also thanks to our sponsors, Sofri, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf brand, Hotel Cavancha, and Kinevita, the official kinesiologists of this event, taking amazing care of our riders in the water. And we also have a bunch of supporters to thank.
Sí, muchas gracias al Club Kevin, a Red Salud, al Chiringuito Cabancha. Ya volvemos con eso. Gerardo, una vez más, parece que le están acomodando las izquierdas a Gerardo. Parece que se ha sentido como, bueno, volviendo a los patrocinadores, gracias a Chiringuito Cabancha, la Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, María del Mar Café, Erizos Store, y otra ola acá, tratando de entrar en el tubo, Lucas Herrera, a ver si puede atacar, ataca el labio. Buen rolo para Lucas, buen despertar, digamos, para él, que busca solamente un 4.36, y todavía el local Aníbal Valdivieso no ha podido tomar ninguna ola. Vamos a ver cómo se desempeña. 7 minutos en el reloj, son hits sin límites de ola, así que los chicos es bueno que traten de tomar olas para que vayan soltándose un poco. Es un poco complicado a veces también llegar así de la nada y correr la punta 2 ya con un poco de tamaño, ¿no?
Especialmente con la tensión de la competencia también, Bego, eso especialmente para esos atletas que son tan jóvenes, es complicado con todos esos factores. This was the last one for Lucas Herrera. He's looking for a 6.10, scoops into a nice barrel, wide open there, comes out, trying to build that speed, goes for a section under the lip, and manages to execute this roll and duck out of this wave to get a 6.25. So therefore, we have Lucas Herrera in the second position right now, in a much better situation in this heat, just looking for a backup to get a little far from Cristóbal Tobar, who looks for only 2:41 to take back that qualifying position in second. And there we have the first quarterfinal going in the water. We will see Felipe Ilaja, Tomás Araya, both from Chile, Dario Becerra from Chile, and Jesus Mendoza.
Ok, vamos a ver esta de Cristóbal Tobar. Hace un giro para tratar de combinar con esta sección y sí, un rolo bueno, una combinación para Cristóbal que busca ahora un 2.41 y definitivamente ese puntaje va a estar ahí. Y estoy leyendo acá, gracias a todas las personas, como les dije, no leemos mucho, pero ahora estoy tratando de leer para poder ver un poquito de información. Aníbal Valdivieso no está en el agua, ya yo lo estaba como buscando y decía dónde anda.
Yeah, so let's wait for Cristóbal, looking for only 241, passing through that first section, a nice bottom turn, goes for a roll. Tough landing there for him, kind of losing the balance, you know, and seeing those legs just being thrown in the air, but manages to complete that, and therefore we have Cristóbal in the first position right now, since he got a 5.10 on that last wave, and now consolidating himself in the lead of this heat with just a bit more than 5 minutes remaining.
Así es, bueno, no tenemos a Aníbal, aquí estoy leyendo, gracias Cristian por la información, parece que se dislocó el hombro en una sesión de free surfing. Qué pena, pero bueno, ya tendrán más oportunidades los chicos. Y así que bueno, la cosa está entre dos amigos, me imagino, Cristóbal y Gerardo, que vienen de la misma área, y nos comentan que Lucas es iquiqueño, desde acá, morrino, no solo iquiqueño, sino morrino. Que bueno, para la gente que no lo sabe, donde estamos ahora es un barrio histórico de Iquique, se llama El Morro. Muy especial, tiene un casco antiguo, de verdad, y tiene unas olas muy buenas. Toda esta pequeña parte de acá, esta playa Bellavista, tiene 3 olas increíbles de clase mundial: La Cosa, la Punta 2 y la Intendencia, que quedan aquí en esta área. De hecho, La Cosa está al ladito, es esa espumita que se ve ahí al costado en esta toma aérea, y es una ola de muchísimo riesgo, pero que sí es de clase mundial. Ya ahora recientemente se ha estado corriendo más, una ola que por mucho tiempo no se había corrido. De hecho, bueno, Erizos, que es uno de los patrocinadores de este evento, tiene una serie de videos increíbles. Recuerdo Hermanos del Mar con Alan Muñoz y Danton Correa. Se hizo una vez un campeonato ahí, que me acuerdo Michael Pascal corriendo, Gonzalo Gil. Han venido grandes atletas a correr esa ola, y ahora recientemente tuvimos visita de surfistas, pero no era una ola que se corriera mucho. Mira, los niños parece que los atrapó la corriente, están ahí, sí. Creo que los sacó un poco del point. Eso pasa acá, hay mucha agua y hay olas, entonces justamente La Cosa, que está al lado, cuando rompe, y como hay mucha agua, esa derecha La Cosa, que no se corre casi porque realmente no tiene mucho potencial, desordena un poco aquí el área, pero sí. Iquique, bueno, y la Intendencia estos días ha estado preciosa. Miran, aquí viene Gerardo en una pequeñita, nada por ahí para Gerardo.
Sí, Bego, increíble de ver morinos también aquí en la categoría junior también. Ya vimos a varios locales aquí de Iquique surfeando en el evento que tuvimos previamente con la división hombres y mujeres, y ahora ver que el talento sigue en las divisiones de base también es increíble. Ahí viene el líder, Cristóbal Tobar, se va a una derecha, un poco saltona, se va al lip, hace un buen rolo, un reverse también, a intentar cambiar este 5.10, sigue el líder de la manga y intentando mejorar aún más Cristóbal ahora con 2 minutos en el reloj.
Ya casi yéndose este hit, y claro, han estado los chicos, parece que los atrapó un poquito lo que fue la corriente, pero ha estado bueno, la verdad, me ha gustado, ha estado bastante parejo. Vamos a ver esta repetición de la última ola de Cristóbal Tobar, que es el líder de este hit hasta ahora. Esta ola fue un 4.65, no entra en su sumatoria. Cristóbal tiene un 5.50 y un 5.10. Con esas dos olas, con esas dos notas de antes, se mantiene todavía primero. Y a ver si esta ola la toma alguien. No, los chicos están igual un poco fuera de posición. Recordando que se ve diferente la ola desde el dron. Y bueno, lo que ven en pantalla, para que aprovechen, Erizos Store es una de las primeras tiendas y de las más grandes que tenemos en Chile. Tiene un descuento con ocasión de este evento. Ese descuento se va a vencer creo que mañana, así que aprovechen. Es el IBP 25, 20% de descuento en toda la tienda. Me avisaron que también pueden comprar en las tiendas. Hay 2 tiendas, una aquí en Iquique, en Arturo Prat 440, y hay otra en Santiago, en Ñuñoa, en Domingo Faustino Sarmiento 315. Así que un saludo también a todo el equipo de Erizos Store, que siempre están sintonizando, Tani, Rodrigo allá en Santiago, Rey, Raiza, Matías acá en Iquique, que están ahí fuertes trabajando para el bodyboard. Y bueno, ustedes aprovechen ese descuento, que no viene mucho, el 20% es bueno, ¿ah?
Let's see, Bago. Lucas looking for 2 points, just 30 seconds, goes for a roll, and I believe he can get that. Very smart play by Lucas Herrera, muy buena decisión por Lucas, Bago. Necesita solo 2 puntos, ahora con 20 segundos para tomar la posición de este chico ahí, Gerardo Vea, sí. Entonces, con un rolo, creo que es muy posible que se logre avanzar.
Es que eso es lo que un competidor tiene que hacer, sobre todo si tienes un buen punto. Lucas tenía un 6.25 y mira, aquí viene Gerardo, atención, porque esta ola puede que cuente, o a ver si Gerardo la puede aguantar. No, una pena, porque yo creo que esa ola podría haber contado. Estamos esperando porque probablemente haya un cambio, y hubo un cambio de situación. Qué trabajón de Lucas Herrera, que logró lo que necesitaba y acaba de dejar a Gerardo fuera de competencia. Felicitaciones para Cristóbal y Lucas. Nos vamos a un corte comercial y volvemos con los cuartos de finales.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Junior Men Rising Series at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We just finished round number 1, so 8 heats done total. We already saw some pretty good action over here by these young athletes, a total of 28 athletes. So let's jump in the water right now because we're getting started with the quarterfinals, right?
All right, let's see who we have today. So in our quarterfinals, first heat of the quarterfinals, we're going to have Felipe Ilaja from Chile. We'll have Tomás Araya from Chile as well. We have Jesus Mendoza from Peru. And we have Dario Becerra from Chile.
That's it, and check this out, Eric. Looks like there's a 7-point in the leaderboard already, and Jesus getting his first wave. Very strong Peruvian rider, goes for the roll. Nice maneuver, and another one. Jesus coming solid in this heat. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to see the level rising even more as we are advancing right now to the quarterfinals. And I want to really check this wave by Felipe Ilaja that got him a 7-point.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that wave of Felipe at 7.0. Must have been a solid ride, right? So yeah, good start. Not even 2 minutes into the heat, we already have that action. So there we go, having that aerial, that triangular view of the reef of Punta Dos. So here is, now we got the water vision right now, Lucas. Good to have.
Yeah, brought to you by Erizo Surf brand in the channel. Big thanks as well to our filmmakers, in the water. Check this out, Tomás Araya from inside with some nice size, goes up for a good roll. Nice projection, and another one also leaving everyone at the beach stoked over here for Tomás on this first heat of the quarterfinals. So yes, a lot of action. I mean, 7 points for Felipe, 6 points already for Jesus, and definitely at least a decent score coming for Tomás.
How's that replay? So we have Tomás pretty good size roll off that takeoff bowl, and heading to that end bowl, another roll. So yeah, good wave there for Thomas, good first wave under his belt. And so yeah, as of now, so yeah, still waiting on the scores for Thomas, Tomas I should say. And here we have, who do we have here? I think it's kind of hard to tell.
Dario, I believe.
That was Dario, right? So
yeah, Dario not being successful in this first wave, but yeah, so the lead right now is Felipe that came with a 14.25 in his first heat, you know, a huge score. Very tight one against Guilherme Montenegro as well from Brazil that scored 13.25. That was the first heat of the day, guys. If you're just tuning in right now, make sure to check later on those first heats of the first round. Some of them packed with action, and there comes Jesus on his second wave. A nice section goes into the barrel. Is he still there? I think that second section really washed Jesus out. So yeah, nice scoop, but not really finding an exit to this one.
yeah, it's good to have the water angle to show the viewers how technical it is coming out of the barrel, how pinchy it can be. And yeah, it's when it's like this size and there's so much water moving around, like despite it being glassy, it's just, it gets a little technical, and not all barrels have an easy exit, right?
Yeah.
So it gets a little bit tricky.
Yeah, so check this out. 7.5 came out for Tomás Araya on that last wave, combining good rolls over there, definitely paid out for him. So he takes the lead of this heat, followed by Jesus Mendoza that has a 6 and a 1.45, so still looking for a backup score. All of these guys basically looking for a backup score. Only Dario still looking for his first decent one. And in third position, we have Felipe Ilaja that started in the first wave, you know, getting a 7 points, getting a 7-point wave, but now falling a bit behind. Anyway, he is still holding the priority out there. So if you guys are new to this is the priority system that basically sets a line inside the water in an order for whoever comes or has the right to come on the next wave. So if you see under the riders' names, there's a P, and then the order of priority with the assigned color. So priority number 1 is red. So Felipe Ilaja has the unconditional right of choosing any wave he wants to serve. So even if there's another rider on the wave, the rider has to get out, and Felipe has the right to go on that one. Otherwise, it can be an interference call. And check this beautiful pocket here at Punta Dos.
Yeah,
I mean, definitely today is pumping out there. The tide is pretty high, so there's a lot of water. It's not like the previous days where we saw the Prime Series event that it was, you know, just on the edge of the tide, you know, very dry and shallow. So today the guys thankfully have more opportunities to just risk. And it looks like we have the interview ready with the winner of last heat, Cristobal Tobar. So please, Bego, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lucas. Well, Cristobal coming from Papudo, he has been training very hard for this event. It's very important for him. Tan importante que es este evento para ti. ¿Quieres volver para el frontón? Cuéntanos un poco acerca de, primero, de lo que pasó ahí y de lo que significa este evento para ti.
Me sentí nervioso cuando iba a entrar a la manga, como siempre están los nervios presentes. Menos mal me fue bien, pude concretar una bolita ahí que me hicieron pasar primero y súper feliz.
Well, he felt nervous before starting the heat. He says that happens to him every time he competes, you know, but he's happy to find those waves that allowed him to, advance. So, ¿Qué significa este evento para ti? El año pasado fuiste al frontón, este año me estabas contando que están tratando de postular un proyecto, pero primero tienes que clasificar.
Sí, el evento está increíble como todos los años, súper buena. La pasamos aquí súper bien, donde nos encontramos con todos nuestros amigos de todas partes, Arica, cerca de la región donde yo vivo, gente del sur. Y es bacán porque la comunidad bodyboard es grande. Y más sobre todo que ahora lo hicieron junior y estamos entre puros amigos en realidad. Todos nos conocemos y eso igual es bacán. Sobre el frontón, el año pasado había quedado top 10 del mundo y entré en manga, o sea, no eliminación. Y después me fui a repechaje y ahí ya terminé el frontón, no pude pasar lastimosamente, pero vamos, contento. Ojalá este año poder ir de nuevo, clasificar. Voy a dar todo aquí para pasarlo bien de nuevo ya, para volver al paraíso.
Yeah, he said definitely. Well, first of all, he told us that this event is he loves it because it's a very good organization, but also because he gets to see everyone. All his friends are here, and it's great to have an only junior event so he can meet everyone and have a great time. And regarding Fronton, he went last year. He actually qualified between the top 10, and he started in the non-elimination round and fall into the repechage, and it was not able to advance. But yeah, he wants to qualify this year. He wants to give it a shot again. He feels the Fronton es el paraíso, the paradise. So he wants to get back there, and he say he is going to leave everything on the field here in order to try to qualify and have another chance in Fronton. ¿Quieres saludar a alguien, agradecer a alguien?
Quiero saludar a toda mi familia, mis primos, mis tías, mi mamá, mi papá, mi tata, a toda mi familia en general, y darle muchas gracias porque sin ellos no estaría acá. Quería darle un gran agradecimiento a mi tata también, que siempre está ahí para apoyarme con el tema de la inscripción, siempre me está dando platita. Y quería agradecer también a RS Probar, que me tiene full equipado. Así que eso, muchas gracias.
Felicitaciones, Chris, y con todo para los cuartos de final. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Vego. So, situation as of now, we have 10 minutes and 40 seconds left in today's heat, our first heat of the quarterfinals. And as of now, we have Dario needing a 6.51 to get into the second position, with Jesus needing a 1.51 to get in a second. And we have Tomas Araya needing a 4.0 to get into the first position, with Felipe holding that at 11.5. So yeah, a little bit of action went down during the interview. Let's take a look at this replay, Lucas.
Yeah, so this is Felipe Ilaja, the current leader of this heat, with the 4.5 on this wave, just waiting, installing, being pushed by the foam ball, goes under that section, nice roll, lands almost in the barrel, and he's not able to come out of this one by just a short amount of, so let's see this one. Tomas Araya goes right, attacks that lip, and looks like he was almost pulling it off, but not really. So yeah, Tomas in second right now, looking for a 4-point ride. This is not going to be the one.
And over here we have Dario taking off on this one, kind of looking for something to pop up on the end. And it looks like he got lipped pretty hard on that thing. But yeah, some of those don't even really let you go straight. It's so thick, and yeah, it's a little bit tricky, technical out there today. But yeah, not sure that's going to take him anywhere. But yeah, so as we're waiting for a set here, as you can see, a lot of water moving around, a lot of current, and yeah, it's just one of those days where it's almost maxing out. As I mentioned, it doesn't seem like this wave pool is very big, so it can start to max pretty, not the biggest size. But yeah, we want to give a moment to thank our sponsors, the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by Cormudepi, the Sports Corporation of Iquique. Also Zofri, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, the official kinesiologist of the event, and of course, let's not forget our supporters, Lucas.
We have Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, very nice restaurant in the left corner of Playa Cavancha here, offering some nice sunsets, with good music, good ambience as well. We also have La Juana, Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique. Thanks a lot to all the sponsors, that put their grain of sand in making this event happening. All the people working behind it as well. Such great people here from Chile. The internationals also coming to this event. I mean, all the teams, the media teams, the technical commissions, the streaming guys are here, super nice. I mean, the media production is amazing on this event. I mean, we have Cristobal Sharaf, just taking care of all the guys there, super professional guys inside the water, bringing that water vision as well. Brought to you by Erizos, the Air Vision by Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique y la Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. And thanks a lot to all these young riders putting on a show here at quite big La Punta Dos, you know, in tough conditions, but, you know, sending those big maneuvers, finding good barrels like we saw Bastien finding in the last heats or 2 heats ago, you know, getting that 9.5. So yeah, thanks a lot to everyone watching at home as well. It's been such a nice journey. You know, we had a nice waiting period with good waves for the Prime Series event with the men and women divisions. And now it's going to be a one-day thing here for the junior men division with thankfully some good waves, big size, and also perfect tide over here. So make sure to scan this QR code that we are leaving on the screen for you guys. This is going to send you straight to the link 3, IBC's link 3, where you can find the social media, you can find videos on YouTube, you can find the website as well with the calendars, the rankings, some pretty nice posts and press releases as well for every day of the event, you know. So make sure to tune in with that and stay updated to see what's happening in the World Tour.
Right, so as of now, we are just under 6 minutes in today's heat. And yeah, it looks like Dario will need like a pretty solid score to get up into that second position advancing, and Jesus will need just a 3.01, so he's not far behind, with Tomas Araya needing a 4.0 to get up into the first position. So again, today is our junior men's event, and yeah, just a single day contest, and yeah, it turned out to be pretty solid for them, you know. I mean, it's just with no holding period, they ended up getting like one of the most sizable days for them. So the Groms are stoked, and here we have Jesus taking off on this wave. Let's see what that end part can provide. Let's see if it opens up, maybe gives them a little wrap, and yeah, just kind of bumpy. It's kind of saltona, as they call it, right? Kind of choppy, and not really letting him get any speed there. So yeah, tricky conditions out there, guys.
Yeah, I mean, not an easy wave to ride for Jesus, but anyway, he managed to do a little roll, you know, in that end section. So I believe he's going to get rid of that 145, and there out the back we have the leader of this heat, just passing through that first section. Also stalling a lot, but getting pushed by the foam ball. Some waves don't really provide a wall, you know, and then you just get pushed all the way by the foam ball. And yeah, it's definitely just a wasted opportunity, you know, but you don't really know what's gonna happen sometimes when you take off. So especially with the high tides, so high like it is right now, it can happen, right?
Yeah, it's unpredictable. As much as power is breaking on the reef, there's a lot of some of the ones that like are a little bit more wedgy, the foam ball will just push you out in the channel, and that really give you anything to hit or anything to pull into. So yeah, it can be kind of tricky out there. But yeah, it's just a few minutes left in the heat, 3 minutes and 48 seconds, and yeah, it's looking like it's starting to get a little bit of pressure for Dario sitting in fourth. And there we go, our water vision by Erizos with Charafia, as they call it, getting that water angle. Always good to have, getting that live water vision. Just being able to give the viewers a different perspective, just kind of helps you see things you don't see from the land, right? So always good to have.
Yes, guys, and we are just getting started with the quarterfinals over here. This is the first one. It's Tomas Araya taking off on this right-hander. Section comes up for him, and he manages to do a nice roll on that wave, just ducking out of it. Definitely going to get rid of 1.5.
So let's see the audio here. Let's see if he can get what he needs to get into that. Unfortunately, was a tricky wave, closed down in front of him, didn't really give him much opportunity to do anything.
Jesus out the back as well, looking for a next section. Looks like there's a bowl coming up for him. Hits the lip with a nice ARS, looks like. And looks like it was a pretty smooth landing as well, just turning around pretty quickly as we saw that transition from the water vision to the front angle. But yeah, definitely want to take a look at that replay from Jesus. I believe he's going to get rid of that 325 for sure. So there
he goes, aiming for that end section, starts bending at him. Nice ARS pulls it off clean. I love seeing that water angle too, because when you're looking at it from the water, you kind of seen that section bending towards him. So here we go. What do we have?
Yeah, this is Felipe Ilaja. Goes for a strong roll in that first section under the lip. It's closing out in front of him. Nothing else for Felipe, that actually dropped the field position in this heat, few positions in this heat, because we have Tomás Araya that got a 5.25, and with the 7.5 that he already had, is more than enough to take him to the first position. And Jesus on his last wave got 6.35 with that ARS. So definitely Jesus took a while, but he's back in the game right now in a qualifying position. Remember, guys, all these heats are full elimination heats, so only first and second will advance. Third and fourth are knocked out of the competition. So Felipe will have to start looking for another wave to get that 5.35 and get back to the second position. And check this out, it just came out for him 5.5, almost exactly what he needed, and he got back to second. So Jesus now looking for a slightly bigger score of 6.16 to get back to second and qualify for the semifinals.
Wow, yeah, things looking a little bit of pressure there for Jesus. He was, you know, just less than 30 seconds ago, he was looking like he was going to be advancing, and just last minute, Felipe took that second spot away from him. So, yeah, it's looking like it's a little bit stressful for Jesus, but don't see much on the horizon either. So, yeah, it's looking hard for him.
Yeah, but pretty tough for the young Peruvian. I mean, no time for him to react, you know, just 30 seconds in the clock, and looking for a 6.16. It's not an easy score, you know, it's not a very easy score to get for sure, especially with no time left. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be one of those tough losses where you just float, you know, waiting for a wave as we're seeing the countdown take place. So it's decided, guys. It's Tomás Araya and Felipe Ilaja surfing later in the semifinals. Thanks, congratulations as well to Jesus Mendoza and Dario Becerra. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with quarterfinal number 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Iquique Bodyboarding Pro. We're running the junior men's division today, and now we're getting into quarterfinals, second heat of the day. So let's take it to the water, Bego.
Let's go. Quarterfinal number 2, Jai Tater in red, Guilherme Montenegro in yellow, Steven Godoy in blue, and Miguel Oliveira from Rocinha in white. See, oh, I'm loving that we have the water vision.
Yes.
So yeah, super multinational heat here. We're gonna be throwing, of course, some English for you guys. Everyone tuning in from Australia, we will be having an event, junior event there, the Future Pros. I'm loving that name, huh? What a good name for a junior division event. Future Pros.
The Future Pros.
Yeah. Gold Coast.
Good way to put it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, here we have a little replay of Jai doing a little reverse right there. Coming around with just a little reverse, making the best of that wave. And
yes, that's Steven Godoy starting with this one. He's one of the stars here with an ARS, so very complete wave for Steven Godoy. A roll and an ARS.
good little combo there for Steven.
Yeah, all right, so 5 points for first wave of Jai Taylor, and we're waiting for that first wave of Steven Godoy. Para que sepan, Steven, estuve hablando con él, él se puso Steven, él cuando, esto es el resultado, aquí tienen esta ola de Steven con un rolo y que además se puso un RS en la tercera sección de la punta 2, completísima esa ola para el chico de los Vilos.
So he prefers to go by Steven, you're saying,
No,
right?
no, I mean, his name is...
Esteban.
no,
Steven.
It's written with an E,
Yeah.
full E, like, 3 E's. But since nobody called him Steven, he'd rather put an I,
Okay.
so everybody gets the proper pronunciation because
I see.
everyone calls him Esteban.
Oh, I see.
Así que yo le pregunté en la entrevista a Steven, le dije, oye, vi que sales como Steven y eso es, porque para que ustedes sepan, ellos cuando se inscriben, ellos llenan los datos y esos datos son los que se ponen en el sistema, lo que ellos mismos escriben. Entonces algunas veces, claro, no sé, escribieron mal o algo y yo le dije, oye, sales como Steven. Y me dijo, sí, lo puse con I porque prefiero que me digan Steven y que salga mal escrito a que me digan Esteban. Y dije, vale, pues bueno, ya nosotros te conocemos, sabemos que te llamas Steven.
Yes.
Pero bueno, ese lo tratamos de cambiar de todas formas, pero todavía no se ha podido hacer.
So looks like we have someone coming up right here. Oh, no takers there. But yeah, 16 minutes left in the heat, and all right, so looks like we have a replay here, Beggs, and we have Jai taking off on this one, aiming for that. Looks like he was going to have a section on the takeoff, and yeah, looks like there's something right there. Nice rolo, clean rolo, and coming to the end and doing that reverse. Good little combo there for Jai Taylor from Australia.
This one here is going to be a stocky for sure. These riders have been surfing super good. And check this out. This is Guilherme Montenegro coming from Espírito Santo with a huge backflip. And this is the Guilherme Montenegro that we're very used to see. And the straight answer of this guy, he surfs really good. Miguel Oliveira coming from San Conrado. He's an amazing, I have to say, I love his style, and Jai, unstoppable. Good exchange of these three riders, and starts with the roll, scooping to the barrel, and not able to come out.
Yeah, it's a good 20 seconds of action, right? Like 2 laughs, a good ride, good barrel. So yeah, a lot of action gone down recently, and yeah, so again, today's just a one-day event with the junior men's, 28 total competitors in the quarterfinal zone. Looks like Guilherme worked his way up to first position, sitting with a total of 8.5. And let's take a look at this replay with that really good, let's see. Yeah, I'm going to call that, I'm probably going to say it's a backflip, though. Some people might say, hey, that was a ARS.
Eternal discussion.
Yeah, it's up to you,
All right, so getting into the barrel, Steven Godoy coming out easily. Let's see if he can find something. Goes for a roll in a critical section, but not able to complete. I tried to explain to everyone, but I just got tired of explaining. There's a slight difference sometimes in the execution between a back. There's a huge difference between a backflip and an ARS, but some riders execute a kind of a mix.
Yes,
right?
yes. It's an area of debate, right? And so here we have on this left, we have Miguel Oliveira, kind of aiming for a little barrel, but not much happening there. But yeah, back to what you were saying. Let's while we're waiting, let's take it to the interview of the winner of the last heat. So take it away, Lucas.
I'm here with the winner of last heat. So let us know how was it out there? You told me it was pretty stressful. How did you feel in the water?
Sinceramente algo muy impactante, especial para mí porque es como no el primer sino el tercer mundial que participo, pero nunca me he visto tan bien en una manga. Así especial porque igual los cabros con los que competí, igual duros para competir, no aflojaban en ningún momento. Yo seguía apretado, sinceramente no sabía cómo sentirme porque bajaba uno, subía el otro, le pegaba otro un rolo, el otro le pegó una RS. Para mí eran 1000 emociones en un momento, no me lo creía. La mar estaba igual movida, teníamos que remar para la izquierda todo el rato porque nos tiraba a la derecha.
sentimiento así de no saber si pasaba o no, y aparte no podía expresarme así de manera correcta porque estaba nervioso, estaba feliz, estaba triste, no sabía si pasé, no sabía si no. Y las emociones me mataron así adentro de la ola, me sentí súper especial cuando me dijeron tomar ahí a primer lugar, salí así contento, nadando así, no sabía, estaba expresado todos mis sentimientos así. Me encantó participar acá en el Iquique porque era como un momento que yo siempre quería participar, pero aprovechando que me quedaba cerca, me quedaba en Antofa. Y era un sueño que yo quería cumplir participando acá, entonces para mí era súper especial venir acá. No quería perder en primera, donde pasé segundo, igual apretado. Pero acá ya me pude liberar, ya pude sentir la emoción de agarrar la ola, agarrarle cariño. Me siento muy contento ahora, no sé.
Well, so basically you can see he's super stoked about his performance in the heat. He's saying that it was basically a roller coaster of feelings, you know, just back-to-back action with the other guys, getting a wave, changing positions, you know, and seeing the other riders doing good maneuvers as well, like the other guy did an ARS just in front of him. So he said that he had a little difficulty just trying to express his surfing, you know, with all these emotions coming in for him, but he's super happy with his performance. ¿Tiene un saludo a enviar a todo de Budeo, de Antofa?
Quiero mandarle saludos al Club Budeo que me vio crecer, a todos los tíos que me han ayudado a crecer, a los niños que me vinieron a acompañar a participar igual, a quien no, a los tíos que me han ayudado cuando hago la rifa, al jefe de mi mamá que siempre le da los permisos para poder arrancarse de la pega y poder ir a cualquier lugar conmigo, acompañarme, a los tíos que siempre me llevan igual a todos lados, a los caros igual que me motivan a ir a otra ola, a superar mis límites, a todos los tíos que me han ayudado en todo desde que empecé básicamente.
Felicidades, Tomás, suerte en la semi, un abrazo, back to you guys.
Oh, loving that interview. It was full of emotions and a lot went down while we were in the interview. That's Steven Godoy looking for a 376. Estaba una manga bastante reñida, bastante fuerte. Ahí esa ola última de Steven Godoy que está buscando un 376. Puede ser la nota que necesita Steven, y también estamos esperando una ola de Miguel Oliveira. Aquí está el replay, last wave of Steven Godoy. That's projected roll. And he found one more there. So it's a 6 for this guy, Steven Godoy. This one right here with an ARS. And one more roll. So very complete wave. 6 puntos, y no solamente entra en zona de clasificación, sino que toma la primera posición.
Yeah, he's in the first spot. Yeah, looks like he is in the first spot. Still waiting to have that updated on our screen. But yeah, looks like Esteban took lead in that last wave, got him up to the first spot. So yeah, that is, so as of now we have him in first. We have Esteban sitting in the first position with a total of 10.75, and we have Jai in the second position with needing a 5.76, and we have Guilherme in the third position needing 1.5 to get into the advance. And again, we're just waiting for that update on the screen, and Miguel is currently in fourth, needing a 6.65 to advance into the second position. So here we are, the riders out back. Looks like we have a decent sized set coming in, so let's see what goes down here. All right, looks like this one might not even hold. It's pretty good size. Looks like they're getting trapped inside. That was a bomb right there. Look at that thing. Didn't handle at all. Yeah.
Bomba atómica ahí en la punta 2. Créanos gente que esa ola se ve mucho más grande ahí adentro de lo que se ve aquí en este ángulo frontal, que es lo que hemos estado comentando durante todo el evento, ¿no? Que gracias a que tenemos esa cámara cortesía de Erizos, y que también es una cámara de la IBC World Tour que no se puede usar mucho en todos los eventos, porque la verdad es que en un beach break esa cámara en vivo no se puede usar.
Sí, no se puede.
Y claro, aquí tuvieron que de hecho correr porque ¿qué pasa? El operador tiene que estar en una moto, porque es una cámara pesada y que necesita mucha estabilidad.
Así es.
Entonces en los beach breaks es imposible poder traerla, entonces claro, no tenemos esa oportunidad. Además es costoso viajar con esa cámara y es un equipo bastante delicado. Por eso estamos felices de poder traerles esa cámara aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro.
Sí, muy feliz. no es un setup muy simple, bastante complicado, bastante pesado, así que yo he viajado mucho con esa cosa y pesa mucho. Así que eso, estamos con 8 minutos en la manga con Miguel en cuarto, necesitando un 6.65, con Guillermo en 3-0, necesitando un 1.5. Y a ver qué tenemos. Ok, nadie, ninguno. Así que mientras estamos esperando, let's just give a shout out to our sponsors of the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, our Sports Corporation of Iquique, Zofri, the tax-free zone. Here we have Guillermo taking off on this right, and there's that water angle, Bagel. Loving that water angle, yeah? And then coming down, little Rolo, and yeah, it kind of gets caught behind it, so not much to do there for Guillermo, but he only needed a 1.5, so I'm pretty sure that'll jump him up into the second position, not to claim it, but yeah, I'm quite sure that will bring him into that spot. So let's see here. Let's see a replay of that, Biggs.
Que esta es la última ola de Guillermo Montenegro, que la vimos desde el agua, fue bonita y consiguió ese rolo. Guillermo también ahí es un excelente competidor, está buscando, le dieron 5 puntos y con esa ola sube a la primera posición de vuelta. Está reñida la batalla. Este es un hit que sabíamos que iba a ser así. Tough hit, we kind of knew it was going to be that way, right? Those names, they were something really good in round number 1, so it's normal to see those kind of scores. 6 minutes and 40 seconds, and yeah, the wave is actually looking very good.
Yeah, those medium-sized ones, like you were saying earlier, right?
Yeah.
There we go. We got the water crew out there putting in that hard work, just swimming in that current.
You're a filmmaker, you know how hard it is to be there,
Well,
man.
tell me about it. Yeah, it's a big difference. So it takes a little more energy than sitting in the booth here. A different kind of energy, right?
Different kind of energy. Some people say like, oh, your job is easy. You just sit there and talk. Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, it takes a little more. Yeah.
A little bit more. All right, people, if you're just getting here, we are in the second quarterfinals of this Junior Man Rising Series event, and we'll see this is a Brazilian, not really able to find much. Miguel, of course, coming from San Conrado, he loves his left. I can tell that's his natural side. And since we have a lot of water, high tide was at 9 a.m. and right now it's 11, so it's starting to drain, and we want to offer some safety to these riders. It's this place, you know, with size, there's some decent size waves there, and without water, it's really scary and dangerous.
It's sketchy, right? I wonder how much longer the rights are going to be rideable. I wonder when people are going to start switching it up and taking off on the lefts more, right? So it's kind of it's quite fortunate that the wave works that way, that one wave will work at high tide, the other one will work at low tide, right? So it just gives always something to ride, always a direction to go. So yeah, just wanted to continue thanking our sponsors, Zofri, Iquique's tax-free zone. We want to thank Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, the official kinesiologist of today's event, of the whole event, and also our supporters, Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua, Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and our Salvavidas de Iquique. Oh, is that side angle, a little spitter right there. And what do we have here, Bagel? Looks like we have some, oh, what did we have?
Uh-oh. Oh man, I don't know if that's going to be causing interference. The priority was Yellow's hands, but you know, it was, I don't know. Oh, wait. Yeah, priority was Yellow's, and Jai left the area, so we'll see.
Okay.
I don't know if he interfered or not. Yeah, Guillermo had the priority.
Yes, let's see what happens here. And let's take a look at that replay here. So looks like we have Jai taking off here on this one, and looks like we had Guillermo taking off after that. And you said Guillermo did have the priority, Bagel?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, that's what, if you scroll back, you'll see it. But yeah, Guillermo was in control of the priority.
He had the right to do that then, so he should be good there. And yeah, just a few minutes left in the heat here. And here's a nice medium-sized wave coming up. Let's see if there's any takers. Looks like we have Jai taking off on this thing. And roll off the top, heading to the end section. Gets a little bowl. And yeah, decent little combo there. So roll into barrel.
And he's happy about it.
Yeah, it's kind of a side vision, so I'm not really sure how deep he was in that, but yeah, maybe if we get like a little replay, we can see if he was in that thing. So yeah, it looks like he's stoked. He probably got some good vision there. Let's take a look at that replay, Biggs.
All right, so this is the last wave of Jai Taylor. We're waiting for the scores, but yeah, he was very happy about it. Roll in the pocket there, pretty much an aerial roll, and he continued, and he was actually happy with it. Moss has felt, I think it felt really, really strong, and there is a change of situation. He gets now the second position. La última ola de rojo fue un 6-10 y cambia la posición. Ahora se pone en segundo y hay una respuesta rápida de Steven Godoy en esta. Steven buscaba romper el labio con este rolo. Steven ahora está necesitando un 5-11. Una nota baja para alguien como él. Vamos a ver qué opinan los jueces de esa última ola, pero todavía quedan 2 minutos. Lo que sí, no le alcanzó, es un 4.80. Entra en sumatoria, pero no es suficiente para tomar la segunda posición, recordando que solo hay 2 puestos para continuar.
Así es, no logró bastante para retomar esa segunda posición. Así que en solamente 1 minuto y 45 segundos quedando. Vamos a ver.
Bueno, 1 minuto con 38 y este es el cuarto de final número 2. De aquí nos faltan 2 cuartos, vamos a hacer las semifinales de 4 chicos y la final de 4. Entonces los 2 terceros lugares y el primero y segundo lugar se van a definir solo en la final. No es como las categorías profesionales que ya las personas que quedan eliminados en la semi reciben los terceros lugares. ¿Por qué? Porque en la categoría profesional tenemos los hombre a hombre o mujer a mujer, y aquí viene rápido, se mete en ese tubo Miguel Oliveira, pero no lo logra, se tiró de atrás, bien de atrás.
That was heavy. He took off like in the barrel, right? Like right on the heavy part. That was kind of a nuts one.
56 segundos y hay uso de prioridad. ¿Dónde está Steven? No lo veo. Steven es el que está más crítico en este momento. Steven necesita un 5-11 y ya ahí está llegando recién. A ver si logra, y viene Jai Taylor en esta. Here he comes.
All right, here we go. Jai taking off from this thing, getting that side angle, and all right, did a rolo, came to the inside, did an ARS, and looks like he pulled that thing off. So I'm wondering if he's going to get that 6.41 that he needs to jump into first, to take that first away from Guilherme. So critical moments. Let's take a look at that replay, Biggs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good way for Jai, definitely. You know, he was trying to stall there because that's a bumpy section, and he read it very well, went for the air raid there, a full completed maneuver. So I think it's just, you know, putting the cherry on top with that one. Creo que ya esta última de Jai un poco es lo que estamos esperando que caiga, es un 6-10. No fue suficiente para tomar la segunda posición, pero, perdón, la primera posición, pero sí. Jai Taylor avanza y también hubo una de Guilherme Montenegro, pero yo creo que los resultados oficiales son esos, Guilherme y Jai avanzando. No tenemos los resultados oficiales porque no ha caído la última nota. No se muevan, vamos a unos cortes comerciales y ya volvemos con más de los cuartos de final. Bienvenidos a todos de regreso, estamos en los cuartos de finales de este evento dedicado el día de hoy para los juniors masculinos aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025, presentado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y organizado por la Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Vámonos al agua porque no queremos perdernos nada de este gran evento, Lucas.
Yeah, so we have, this is the last heat, yeah, so this is our second quarterfinals. We are going to the third one right now, so we have other guys going in the water. I mean, the conditions are very good and tough as well. We will see Michele Arriagada, the defending champion of this event, in red, Salvador Blanco in yellow, Bastian Venegas in blue. Bastian, if I'm not wrong, finished third last year. Second, yeah. And Lucas Herrera in white. So 4 Chileans in this one. I mean, this is looking very good. These guys came firing on round number 1. So yeah, just funneling up pretty quickly here with just the best guys that finding the best waves still on the competition.
Bueno, un hit que promete, va a ser una batalla de titanes. Aquí viene Michele Arriagada, fuerte, a ver si consigue algo. Tal vez las maniobras, las olas más grandes no siempre son las mejores, pero un rolazo en la tercera. Me gustó mucho que él mismo dijo que quiere ir de menos a más, ¿no? Quiere ir de lo básico a lo más radical. Aquí tenemos unos competidores muy buenos. Salvador Blanco también hizo buen trabajo en la ronda número 1. Este es el cuarto de final número 3. Nos va a quedar uno más y ya nos vamos a las semifinales, que son de 4 competidores, y la final también es de 4 y de 20 minutos. ¿Por qué ese formato un poco más condensado? Porque por el tema de la marea.
So Michele Arriagada taking off on this wave, a lot of speed, passes through that first section, wave kind of crumbly over him, and then realigns to do this nice roll. Very good execution, very technical rider, Michele. As Bego said, just trying to build up on his scores, you know, and grant those first 2 good ones. And I think it's very smart because, especially with 20-minute heats, you know, you can't really mistake too much. So let's just see if there's anybody coming on this set wave that is coming by, because it looks like we have the interview with the Guilherme Montenegro down at the beach. So yes, please, Eric, bring it on.
Thank you, Lucas, and congratulations to Guilherme for taking out this heat. So Guilherme, I hear you've been training on a wave, a right reef back home in Espírito Santo. Tell me about it.
Yeah, in Espírito Santo, I was training to ride, to be prepared for these waves. And I'm happy to pass my heat. I train a lot for this on Espírito Santo with Lucas Nogueira. And I'm super happy. And let's do a good hit on the semifinals to pass for finals.
Awesome, Guilherme. You want to give a shout out to anyone back home or anywhere?
Sim, eu quero mandar um alô pra galera do Espírito Santo que tá me assistindo, do Instituto Neymar Carvalho. E eu quero agradecer a todos que estão torcendo por mim, aos meus patrocinadores, Pride, Vulcan, a UCLA, a NIMP. E é isso, bora. A semifinal tá aí, se Deus quiser, vamos pra final.
All right, congrats, best of luck. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, how happy is Guilherme, huh? You know, he didn't make it first in the previous heat, and, you know, he's one of those riders that advancing is not enough. They want to win, right?
Yeah, and Guy has actually been training, you know, in some reef breaks back home, because he trains most in beach breaks. But he has been training with his coach back in Brazil, Lucas Nogueira, also a very strong rider there. And he's also training Bianca Simões, you know, it's a legend.
That's why they're surfing like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's more than like 10 times state champion in Espírito Santo. I mean,
he's amazing.
Yeah, he's not competing in the World Tour anymore, but definitely one of the most consistent riders in Brazil.
And he won in Itaquachara, right, international right now.
Yep, that's it.
Just a couple weeks ago.
Faltou o Lucas lá no Mundial.
Cadê você, Lucas? All right, so one more wave here for Bastian Venegas. Bastian, stop playing games. Is going for the basics, of course, a roll combined with the invert. Not the most inverted one, but it is an invert. So yeah, I think he, learned his lesson in the previous heat. It was about not to advance and about to advance only in second, and right now it's throwing the moves.
Yeah, so that's a last wave for Bastian. Started with a roll, maintaining that speed, going for a closing invert, not too tweaked, but managed to complete this maneuver. That's going to be his first decent score. At this point, looking for only 2.51. So yeah, the guy's just getting started. Came out 4.40 for him. So the current situation, we have Michele Arriagada in the first position with only one wave of 5.5. Bastian in second right now with the 4.40 and the 1.0. And Salvador with a 3.5 in the third position, looking for a very small score of 191 to go to the second position. And Lucas in fourth, basically getting started there, just a 1 point ride for him, looking for a bit more, 4.41. But this guy is looking very solid, Bago. Since his first heat, since the round number one, he was looking for some bigger waves, very technical and solid posture, on those big rolls. So looking for the pocket always, So yeah, Michele is looking even better than last year for sure.
Sí, está diciendo Lucas que el Michele viene fuerte y aquí viene con este ángulo desde el agua que nos deja ver el tubo que se pone, trata de frenar y tal vez va a atacar este labio. Claro que sí, una bonita maniobra, un rolo para Michele para completar, pero no lo logra terminar. Sin embargo, yo creo que ya con el tubo que se puso en la primera sesión, que no fue obviamente súper largo, pero ya con ese tubo va a tener su score de respaldo ahí, y él es el que viene defendiendo el título de este año, del año pasado, ¿no?
Yeah, so you can see very late takeoff, quite some size in this barrel, Bago, and you can see how he's very comfortable, he stalls a lot, he's always keeping the timing, going for the pocket, critical maneuvers. But yeah, didn't pull that roll off, but that barrel definitely is going to account for some good points for Michele, and it came out 7.50. I mean, if he landed that roll, that was going to be an excellent score. He's stoked.
No, la verdad es que el tubo, de hecho, se vio mucho mejor desde afuera. Que a veces nos pasa que se ve mejor en la visión del agua, pero esta vez se vio mejor desde afuera y se pudo notar en el replay mejor cómo fue, así que tiene sentido el 7,5. Bueno, y estaba leyendo aquí un poco sobre Salvador Blanco, hay cosas interesantes. Su ola favorita es la punta 2, pero él es del Tabo, su ola es la chépica. Y fíjate, entrena con nada más y nada menos que el único campeón mundial junior que ha tenido Chile, que es Nelson Flores. Un saludo a Nelson si está sintonizando, haciendo buen trabajo entrenando a los chicos. Así que Salvador Blanco, que ahora está tercero, dice que quiere asistir a la mayor cantidad de fechas que haya del Tour Mundial, recordándoles a todos que en esta categoría Junior Men de Racing Series no es obligatorio ir a todas las fechas, pero claramente si tú no obtienes el resultado que tú quieres, si quieres mejorar, pues vas a otra y tratas de hacerlo mejor, porque hay solo 48 puestos para entrar en la gran final del frontón este año, del Gran Canaria Frontón King, así que se van a tomar los mejores resultados.
Salvador takes off on this left, goes for a nice invert on the pocket there, not tweaking too much, and just an average score. Maybe let's see for him coming in, but that's it's going to be his second wave surfed in the heat. He's looking for only 191 at this point, so definitely going to get that second position, at least briefly from Bastian Venegas, who's also still looking for a backup score. And Lucas Herrera in the other side is basically getting started there. It's almost 9 minutes gone in this heat, and Lucas falling a little bit behind. Definitely has to start accelerating a little bit more and trying to look for those best waves. And guys, remember, this event is brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and organized by the CORMUDEP, Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. So I want to send a big thanks to our sponsors on this one. It's Zofre, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kinevita, with their kinesiologists in this event taking care of the athletes. They're also opening a new clinic here in Iquique, so make sure to check it out. And our supporters for this event, they are Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique.
Y mira, en una de las preguntas que le hicimos a Salvador, que estaba leyendo lo que escribió, hubo cambio de situación, Salvador ahora está segundo. Salvador tiene solo 14 años, fíjate, cumple un día antes que yo, el 9 de diciembre. Dice que empezó a surfear a los 7 años y que tuvo la oportunidad de irse del país, pero que se quedó porque su sueño es ser bodyboarder profesional. Y claro, tal vez, no sé para dónde se iba a ir, pero tal vez a donde se iba no tenía la oportunidad de surfear y dijo, no, me quedo. Es lindo, ¿no?
Sí, y creo que para un bodyboarder profesional, no solo tener buenas olas cerca de casa, pero tener olas constantemente hace toda la diferencia. Y cuando hablamos de constancia y consistencia, Chile es seguramente uno de los países que tiene mejores condiciones para eso. Michele se va a la derecha, una ola un poco más pequeña, no encuentra una buena sesión, mucha espuma en esta derecha para Michele, que es el líder de la manga, con un score de respaldo de 5,5, entonces nada menos que eso va a hacer diferencia para la situación de Michele, que es el líder ahora con 9 minutos restantes en esta manga, que es la tercera manga de los cuartos de final. Entonces tendremos una manga más y ya se empieza las semifinales, un día solo de competencia aquí en Iquique para la Junior Men Rising Series del evento Iquique Bodyboard Pro en su edición 2025.
Bueno, agradecerles a todos que lo hicieron. Agradecerles a todos que lo hicieron posible, agradecerles a ustedes por haber estado apoyando y ahí preparándose. Matías Cáceres, otro hit de chilenos, 3 chilenos contra un peruano, Cristóbal Dávila, fuerte. Yo estaba leyendo también lo que escribió Cristóbal, y Cristóbal, que es súper joven, imagínate, estudia veterinaria ya, porque su sueño es convertirse en veterinario y además es el actual campeón latinoamericano, así que ustedes después cuando ya surfe él, leen las cositas que él escribió, porque le pasamos esa encuesta a los atletas y nos encanta que la respondan porque nos da para hablar de ellos. Y bueno, Michele, que está aquí, dice que su ola favorita es la punta 2. Se nota, Michele, lo podemos ver. Estás corriendo súper bien. Y nada, él viene de la playa de los Jogados, del Quisco, que es la 5ª región. Y nada, ha viajado aquí viene justamente Michele Arriagada, entra en un tubazo, sale cómodo con ese spray de la punta 2 y ahora sí va a hacer la diferencia. Michele, que sabe que está enfrentando a alguien tan fuerte como Bastián Venegas, Salvador Blanco, Lucas Herrera, que también es iquiqueño, pero Bastián Venegas es para él alguien que sí o sí es muy peligroso, porque es con quien se fue a la final el año pasado y se disputaron ese primer puesto.
Verdad, y ahí viene Bastián, talking about him, too deep on this one, not really able, but yeah, I was going to talk about that, Bego. I think that having this technique and and being comfortable enough to take off so late on that first section is going to pay out so much, because when it's working like this, when you have this size, and you're able to get the barrel on that first section, it's really one of the most important thing on the waves. And check this out, Michele completely comfortable, taking off very deep, very cold, and a huge spit after getting out of this barrel. Nothing really after that wave, but check this out, Bego. 10 points for Michele on this one. Very cold, very technical rider, showing a lot of domination here at Punta 2.
Primer 10 del campeonato y nada más y nada menos que del campeón del año pasado, Michele Arriagada, 17,50. Qué notón, es una nota realmente de un rider profesional. Ya Michele, este es su último año en el Junior y quiere dar mucho de que hablar. Aquí lo vamos a ver una vez más. No, esta es la última de Bastián Venegas con un rolazo también bueno. Y wow, queremos volver a ver ese 10. Vamos a ver el 10 de Michele otra vez, por favor. We want to see that 10 again, people. We want to show you the first 10 of the Junior Men Rising Series event. That was on the hands of Michele Arriagada, and check this out. It makes a lot of sense to me because look at the frontal angle. He completely disappeared, got super deep in that barrel. It was a big wave, and he came out spent. Huge speed actually there for Michele, and it is a 10-point ride, a proper 10 for Michele Regada.
Solid, solid. Yeah, I was just talking about that. You know, this first section, if you manage to get a good barrel there, I mean, it's very hard to do something more, something that really impresses more than getting that barrel. You know, and you gotta have not just the technique, guys, but surfing on a reef break over shallow waters, you know, you really have to be cold as well. You really have to be comfortable, you know, to do that. It's not just about technique. If you're nervous, you know, if you're too worried, it just don't happen. I mean, a lot of people that surf in beach breaks, when they go to reef breaks, and they have the technique, but it's just a natural, you know, security thing on your body. You know, the fear just hits and then you get locked. But you can see that Michele is completely comfortable out there. Every heat he's doing better and better. The first one he got 15 total points, or 13 if I'm not wrong, and now it's 17.5. I mean, wow. And Bastian managed to get the second position as well, Bego. 7 points for Bastian on this last wave, so good performance.
Ok, entrando al agua, Martín Fischer, Matías Cáceres, Cristóbal Tovar y Cristóbal Dávila. Allá Martín Fischer va a entrar por una de los lados que entramos los locales algunas veces, y los otros chicos por el canal. Que sí, que ese monolito que está ahí es para un amigo que falleció, Oscar Tapia, que era un gran bodyboarder de acá del Morro, y bueno, pasamos casi siempre a ese lugar por ahí a darle nuestro respeto. Ok, situación en el agua, los dos que el año pasado hicieron la final, Michele Regada dejando a todo el mundo en combo con un 17.50. Un saludo a la escuelita Hangaboard, que él estaba comentando que es una escuela que cada día motiva más a la comunidad del Quisco, a la comunidad de donde él viene, y sé que deben estar todos sintonizando, pegados a la transmisión. Aquí hay un excelente exponente del bodyboard y seguramente va a seguir el Tour Mundial cuando ya no pueda competir en Junior, que ya será este año, es la última vez. Y claro, él viene con se quedó con ese gusto que el año pasado estábamos viéndolo en el frontón, él tenía la posibilidad de ser campeón mundial el año pasado, y estuvo muy cerca. De hecho, él estuvo en una situación complicada porque él, el hit que perdió, si él hubiese avanzado ya le iban a dar los puntos y quedaba campeón, imagínate. Y cuando lo perdió, claro, sintió una frustración tan grande, y después tenía que esperar a ver qué pasaba con los otros competidores hasta el final para ver si conseguía el título. Entonces vivió unos momentos de tensión. Pero bueno, este año esas cosas yo creo que en alguien tan joven sirven solo para crecer, para madurar, son excelentes instancias para eso, para madurar en el deporte, y yo creo que este año se está notando mucho la madurez de Michele en su surfing. Ya lo hizo así en este evento en la categoría masculina profesional, y miren las notas que está dejando. Así que Michele Regada, muy buen exponente del bodyboard. Bastián Venegas está ahí bastante sólido en su segunda posición, tiene que cuidarla un poco, igual no tanto. Salvador busca un 7.90, si Bastián consigue algo más que el 4.40, la segunda posición no se la quita a nadie, pero a quien no le quita a nadie la primera posición es a Michele, eso seguro.
Sí, con 1 minuto y 40, entonces imposible, lo diría imposible, porque no hay ni tiempo para que encuentre dos solas de set, así como encontró Michele. So, yes, guys, 1 minute and a half remaining in this heat. I mean, we're seeing some high-level action happening over here in front of our eyes. Looks like Michele coming on this one. A smaller wave, but just a victory lap for this guy coming from El Quisco, down south in Chile, in his last year on the junior division. He is the current champion of this event last year, Bastian. Second guy on the podium last year as well. So they're coming from a final together 1 year ago, and looks like they're gonna advance as well together to the semifinals. So yeah, showing high skills here and some big scores out of the judges.
Viene Bastián, va por un backflip en esa sección fuerte, buena ola para Bastián, y lo que comentaba, tenía que tratar de cambiar el 4.40 para hacer más distancia, intenta otro ahí un poco más forzado, pero igual concretado. Así que Bastián Venegas con esa última ola sí o sí va a cambiar el 4.40, Y quién sabe hasta recibir algo más que un 7, pero la segunda posición no la va a tener. Yo creo que es bastante seguro decir que quienes van a avanzar en este hit van a ser Michele y Bastián, que sabíamos que eran de los favoritos por sus resultados del año pasado.
Yeah, so just as Bego was saying, let's see this replay for Bastian. Goes to the pocket, nice backflip on this one, manages to complete it, and then just kind of forces a little backflip on this one as well. Not the ideal section for him, but yeah, it is decided, guys. Just a 7.9 would make a difference for Salvador, and Lucas was in combo situation. So Michele and Bastian, the two finalists from last year's event, advancing to the semifinals that we are going to be seeing right next. So stay with us. We still have the last heat of the quarterfinals after the commercial break. Welcome back, guys, to the Junior Men Rising Series at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We just saw the first 10-point ride of the event coming out. I mean, Michele Arriagada, the defending champion of this event, coming from El Quisco, such a strong rider, finding those big barrels in the first section. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that was epic. That was like a spitter, like a proper, it doesn't really get much better than that as far as an in and out barrel. So
that's it.
Yeah.
The
epic.
score says everything,
Says
right?
everything,
So let's jump into
right?
the water right now, guys, because we have the last quarterfinals of this event. And we have Martin Fischer in the red jersey, Matias Cáceres in yellow, Cristobal Tobar in blue, and Cristobal Davila in white. So we have 3 Chilean riders and a Peruvian one right now in this one. So yeah, 20-minute heats. We have no limit of waves on this contest. I mean, the juniors just ripping it out there, guys. Unstoppable action, and looks like we have a wave already for Cristobal Davila. There he goes, a nice roll in that second section, and I mean, it's not the strongest section in the strongest section of the wave, which is the first one, but anyway, he got 5 points on this first wave of the heat. Let's see, there's also a wave for Matias Cáceres. You can see him doing that line and now going for a big roll actually in the last section of the wave. I mean, getting boosted on this one. And another little roll for him to just put it on top of that wave. So yeah, that's a 6.5 for Matias Cáceres. Very nice projection by the young Chilean rider as well. So yeah, as I said, we have 3 Chilean riders and a Peruvian, which is Cristobal Davila. And still 17 minutes remaining on this heat, guys. I want to send a big thanks to the sponsors of this event. It is presented by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and organized by the Sports Corporation of Iquique. Martin Fischer taking a look at that one, but not really in position for it. Thanks a lot to our sponsors, Zofre, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, and Kinevita. Let's see Cristobal Tobar taking off on this wave, kind of late, almost gets into the barrel, but not too deeply. Looks like now he's got into the barrel, and he comes out. Let's see if he manages to do any maneuver. Not really, so yeah. Also a left being surfing by Martin Fischer. Nice roll. We haven't seen so many lefts being ridden frequently over here, but Martin managing to find a nice section for himself on this wave to just get started on the heat. So thanks a lot to Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito, Cavancha, La Juana, Iquique. Let's see this replay for Red. So yeah, goes left, nice roll on this section and just kicks out of the wave as it closes out on the shallows there. And let's check another replay on this right next. So yeah, let's see. This is Cristobal Tobar going right. So seen from this first angle in the first section, he didn't even get barreled, but then I believe here he managed to drive in for a little while, not too deep, but yeah, let's see what score they gave to Cristobal Tobar on this wave. Still waiting for that actually, guys. And we have live action over here. Cristobal Davila, the second in this heat. Cristobal already has a 5-point ride. Matias in the first position with a 6.5. The two best waves of the heat so far. And yeah, we're still waiting for that one for Cristobal, but definitely not going to be a very high scoring wave as he just cruised very quickly into the barrel.
All right, so here we have in white, we have Cristobal Davila coming down to that end section and hitting it. Nice Rolo right there. Just one maneuver on that wave, but finishing off with a little spin. So just needs a 1.51 to take that first position away from Matias. So pretty sure he should be able to get that. But yeah, so Matias leading at the moment, but let's see what the scores say after that. And
yeah, just waiting on that. 14 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Remember, guys, these are 20-minute heats. There are no limits of waves for this guy, and thankfully we got pretty lucky over here. I mean, we have some epic conditions at Punta Dos, you know, with the tide also very high, the highest tide that we have been seeing in these last weeks over here in Chile. And thankfully, you know, because the swell's pretty big and La Punta Dos doesn't really hold too much size, so ideal conditions over here. The stars aligned for this Junior Man Rising Series day of competition, and we're going to be closing today in 3 heats after this one. So let's see, Matias.
So Matias taking off on that, and yeah, just went to absolutely nothing there, but let's see what's coming up on this next one as we have Martin Fischer, looks like taking off. Oh no, we actually have Cristobal taking off on this right, pulling in, but yeah, as it's a little bit wonky out there, a little bit saltona. Yeah, not able to make it out of that. Real tricky conditions right now, and the tide's dropping too. So while we're waiting on another wave, we have the winner of our last heat ready for interview. So take it away, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. Where you are looking to your first 10 of this event, Michele Arriagada, defending champion of this event and this division. Michele, your first 10 ever. How are you feeling?
Me siento demasiado feliz. No puedo describir las sensaciones que estoy experimentando, ya que nunca en mi vida me había puesto un 10 puntos. Muy contento también porque era una manga súper pesada, con competidores muy fuertes, Bastián Venegas, Salvador y Lucas. Entonces agradecido de cómo se están dando las cosas, siempre pensando que hay algo arriba que es lo que nos está mandando las buenas energías, y muy feliz.
Well, he said he can describe the feelings that he has right now. I mean, it's his first 10 of his career. He knew it was going to be a very difficult heat, you know, facing Bastián. They were together in the final last year. He knows how strong he is, as well as Lucas and as well as Salvador. So he actually believes there's something up there that it's sending the goodbyes and sending the opportunities. So yeah, very happy to have this opportunity and advancing in this way. ¿Algo que piensas que debes hacer, algo que te haya faltado o algo que quieras hacer ahora en la semifinal?
En verdad no siento que me falta nada, ya que cada vez que entro al agua estoy súper tranquilo, estoy disfrutando mucho cada ola que bajo estoy divirtiéndome en la ola, ya que la punta 2 es mi ola favorita de todo el mundo. Y nada, voy a seguir así, seguir escalando poquito a poquito para poder llevarnos la victoria para el Quisco.
Well, I asked him if he feels that something that it's missing or lacking. He says like he feels very comfortable with his performance, feels that nothing's lacking. He just wants to continue now, give it all for the semifinal. He wants to take the trophy back to El Quisco, where he is from. Anyone to say hi or thanks? ¿Alguien quiere saludar?
Quiero volver a enviar saludos a mis auspiciadores, Medusa, Se Vea Electricidad, MLab, saluditos de nuevo a mi familia. Saludos a la Che de los completos, la tía Noelia, que está ahí siempre cuidándonos y ha sido una madre para mí y para mis dos amigos. También quiero enviarle un saludo a ellos, al Darío y al Pato, que vienen conmigo desde muy lejos y llevamos varios días acá luchándola y entrenando para poder seguir adelante en este bonito deporte. Y vamos a seguir dándole para la cima, enviarle unos saluditos a mi polola, que la quiero mucho, no la veo hace rato, pero ya pronto la voy a volver a ver. Y a mi familia, que también los extraño harto, y vamos a seguir con todo.
Felicitaciones, Michele, su primer 10 de la competencia y de su vida, así que lo mejor para las semifinales. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pago. El Quisco in the house. Stoked out there. Amazing. I mean, congratulations to Michele. His performance, just talk for itself, looking super cold, super comfortable, technical guy, just finding those strong pocket sections with nice strong rolls as well. So yeah, that's just giving us a sign of what's to come in the next heats.
Yeah.
First round actually, Michele managed to advance with 15.25, and then last heat. Yeah, so in the first round, Michele managed to advance with a 15.25 total score. And then in the next one, the last one, he managed to get through with more than 17 points. So yeah, just shredding it here at Punta Dos, a wave that it's really favoring always the technical riders. And Michele just showing how ready he is for the contest, improving a lot from last year as well.
Yeah, such a talented rider, and just to see where he comes from, a place that doesn't have that many reefs, like where he's from in the south or like the central region, it's kind of lacking reefs. So to see him come out to this like slabbing bodyboarding wave and like do so well is quite impressive.
Yes, guys, and it's pumping out here. So getting back to the action, we have 9 minutes remaining, basically halfway throughout this heat. We have Cristobal Davila in the first position. Cristobal holding a 5 and a 4.40. His only 2 waves in this heat. Matias Cáceres here from Iquique with a 6.5 and a 2.5. Looking for a small score to take the lead from Cristobal. Just 2.9 would be enough for young Matias. Martin Fischer, son of a legend here, Juan Antonio Fischer, that is just out of the water there, just taking good care, and signaling everything for his son. 4.76 is what Martin is looking for, and Cristobal Tobar falling a little bit behind in this heat, looking for a bigger score, 6.75 at this point.
All right, well, here we have Martin on the left. Unfortunately, couldn't really produce anything on that wave. But yeah, heading back out, still has 8 minutes, so a lot could change with the remaining time. So I guess right now we would like to give thanks to our sponsors. We would like to thank the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. With the sport. Okay, so here in blue we have Cristobal Tobar with that water angle. See if he can get under it. Unfortunately, a little bit too behind it. A little bit of texture in the water, and the tide is dropping quick too, so those rights are getting a little bit sketchy.
You see how hard it is to do those late takeoffs like
So
Michele is
hard.
doing, like Bastian was doing, You can easily just slide sideways, if you
Yeah.
don't really hold it, and that's what happened to Cristobal, he took off kind of late there, but didn't manage to really, put his legs in the water
Yeah.
and stick to that bottom turn, because it's a very tough technique. I mean, especially when we're talking about junior riders, at such a young age. I mean, Cristobal, if I'm not wrong, he's 14 years old or 15, something like that. So, yeah, very young rider. But anyway, he's just throwing himself in those waves, It's his second wave actually taking off late that he doesn't make, but he's still trying.
He's charging. He's going for it. So, yeah, good on him for the effort. And, still good 6.5 minutes to go, so you never know. He could get that wave that could bring him back up into the second position. So let's see what happens for young Cristobal here. But while we are waiting, we have Cristobal taking off on this right and can't get over. Look at all that bump and that current. Yeah, it's just really getting a little bit tricky out there.
That's it, guys. And if you're just tuning in, this is the only day for the Junior Men Rising Series event here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro in one of the best waves for bodyboarding in the world and also in Chile, guys. I mean, it's pumping with good conditions over here. And we have just 3 more heats left. So after this one, we will see both semifinals taking place with 4 guys in the water as well. And then the last heat's going to be the final, of course, also with 4 guys in the heat. So we're not going to follow the same system here on the Junior Rising Series. We don't follow the same system than in the Prime Series event, where we have man-on-man semifinals, man-on-man finals, and the riders share. The riders that lose in the semis share that 3rd position on the podium. In this case, we will have a 4-man final. So we will have all the positions being assigned from 1st to 4th, and it's going to be very nice to watch as some of these kids are just shredding it out there and charging barrels, and we already saw 10 coming out, so it's looking amazing.
I mean, that was arguably one of the best barrels of the whole event, including the men's and women's division, so a lot has gone down today for the juniors, right?
We haven't been seeing barrels that size, I mean, in the previous events as well. So
that was like almost as good as it gets at Punta, like just full spitter, that was amazing, man. His one, and then also that one that Bastian had. So here on the little left, we have Martin Fischer going for that, but not much of a section on that end part. Good effort, though. All right, and just 4.5 minutes to go, and just want to finish off thanking our sponsors, Zofri, Iquique Tax-Free Zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, the official kinesiologist of the event, and then, of course, our supporters here.
Yeah, we have Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito, Cavancha, La Juana, Iquique, Agua Manantial.
Oh, look at the left.
Oh, someone scooped into a quick barrel over there. Yeah, we're going to check that replay pretty soon. But Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique also helping this event become a reality one more time. This is the 4th edition of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro, and the 3rd one valid for the World Tour. So, I mean, an event that has been consolidating so much over the years, and let's see Cristobal Tobar going for one more attempt. I say a rest, but not being projected onto the flats enough to complete this one.
There we go, Matias kind of gets caught behind it. Look, the water's just draining off the reef right now. It's getting a little bit tricky. I'm curious to see that one left that came in, that wide angle left. It looks like someone kind of backdoored it.
Yeah.
So that'd be nice to see. I'm not sure who that was. That might have been Martin, I think. But hopefully we could get another look at that.
Yeah, I think maybe Martin as well, We can see current just dragging the guys to the left side of the screen as well. When we have a swell that gets, this size here, a lot of water start moving in the lineup. We have La Cosa as well on the right side, but check this out. This is the leader, Cristobal Davila, just ducking out of this wave. Didn't really see too much potential. Cristobal is holding 9.40 in the first position, but he really needs to watch out, because Matias Cáceres is looking for a very small 2.90 to take the lead from Cristobal. So we're getting to the final minutes over here, but no solid scores to really, consolidate these riders in the qualifying position and you know, just secure themselves a little bit more. So everything can change at the last second, I would say.
Yeah, definitely with just 2 minutes left, a lot can change. I mean, Cristobal needs a decent sized score. Martin Fisher doesn't need a very big score at all, right? So here we go, Martin Fisher on the left, heading for that bold, not much of a section there. And so yeah, we just have down to just under 2 minutes. So let's see what we can, what we get here. All scores are pretty close, right? No one's like too far ahead. Pretty tight heat.
Sí, gente, tenemos notas muy cercanas aquí, ahora con 1 minuto y medio para el fin de esta manga, que es la última de los cuartos de finales. Después tenemos las 2 semifinales y una manga más que va a ser la grande final aquí de esta Junior Man Rising Series del Iquique Bodyboard Pro, uno de los eventos más antecipados y esperados del Tour Mundial de la IBC, uno de los favoritos de todos los atletas, una ola de la mejor calidad que es la Punta 2, y hoy agradecidamente está en uno de sus días épicos. Ya vimos saliendo 10 puntos, scores muy altos, y a cada ronda que se pasa solo mejora, el nivel se quedando más alto, más competitividad. Ahí viene Cristóbal Dávila, el líder de la manga, con mucha velocidad, se va, ataca el lip, hace una RS, pero no sé la verdad si completa, no logra completar esta maniobra. Y como decimos, las notas están muy cercanas, entonces la situación puede cambiar con cualquier ola que venga.
Sí, se puede cambiar cualquier minuto, ¿ya? Y están bastante cerca igual, así que me da esa visión de agua ahí,
And the countdown taking place over here. I mean, it is decided, no more waves being served. Cristóbal Dávilas and Matias Cáceres advancing to the semifinals. Congratulations to all the riders. Guys, we're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with the semifinals.
Bienvenidos de regreso, estamos a punto de comenzar las semifinales de este evento dedicado a los juniors, la categoría masculina en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025, presentado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y organizado por la Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Vamos al agua, que no queremos perdernos nada de este gran hit 1, la semifinal número 1.
Sí, vamos a ver qué tenemos en este manga. Tenemos Tomás Araya de Chile, tenemos Jai Taylor desde Australia, tenemos Guillermo Montenegro desde Brasil y al final tenemos Felipe Ilaja desde Chile. Así que tenemos una manga multinacional.
Multinational heat right here. We'll see who's going to get 2 spots. There are only 2 qualifying spots for the great final of this event. And just for you to know, we're going to have a break on between the second semifinal and the final. 15-minute break, so these riders can get ready. Just remember, I mean, it's tough for a rider to come out of the final, to the semi-final and go straight to the final. And they could be, super tired. Remember, all of them started in the round number 1.
Yes.
This is part of the format, so yeah, we'll be seeing a break.
It'll be nice to let them catch their breaths, right after all that action has gone down. So yeah, we're on the first heat of our semi-finals, and yeah, just a couple more heats to go in the day of our junior men's one-day event. And yeah, it's been a day of some really good action. 10, I think Michele got that 10, and Bastian got, I believe it was a 9.5, right? A couple really good barrels have gone down today, so yeah, it's been an epic day. And yeah, with fortunately conditions lined up really good considering the size. We had a good amount of water on the reef for the size. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Looks like we have Guillermo taking off on this right and aiming for something on the end, and gets a roll off that frothy bowl off the end. And
Jai Taylor taking off on that one, attacking the first section. That's where the money is, and one more there. Critical roll for Jay. Did you see his head bouncing? That could have hurt.
I know, he's just like landing in the critical zone with that was pretty hectic. And then it's water is leaving the reef. It's dropping quickly. That tide is going out, but not deterring these guys. They're on top of it regardless, right? So let's take a look at this replay.
Vamos a ver la primera de Guy Montenegro. Trató de frenarse ahí, pero consiguió recién ese rollo through the lip. El que viene de esa ola en Espíritu Santo que se cierra un poco y es un poco short break, sabe muy bien cómo correr este tipo de olas cerradas. Guy Montenegro. Y tuvimos otra ola más acá. Esta es Jay.
So we have Jay taking off on this right, Rolo on the takeoff, getting another Rolo on the inside, kind of landing in that weird zone with a lot of white water and a lot of, just kind of a tricky spot to land. But looks like we have someone, almost took off on that one. So
my bad, it's not Jay. We keep calling him Jay. It's Jai.
Yeah,
we know that.
I heard you say Jay, and I was like, oh, was I pronouncing it incorrectly? So I did change it to Jay, but back to Jai then, right?
It is Jai, yeah.
Okay, good.
All right, so we have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat, and Lucas. Vamos, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I have Cristóbal here by my side, winner of the last heat. Cristóbal, how are you feeling surfing big Punta dos in a heat against 3 Chileans and now securing a spot in the semi-final? How is that for you?
Well, I feel very happy because there are the 3 Chileans that are very strong, like Cristóbal Tobar, Martin Fischer, and Matias. That are so strong, and yeah, I am super happy to be in the semi-final representing my country.
Amazing. And you have any saludos or for message for everyone watching you back in Peru?
Muchas gracias a todos los que me están viendo desde casa. Agradezco siempre, a Bodyboard House, Mandrágora, Incas Berries, Tech for Pet, también a mi familia, a Latin American Outdoors, que también me dio que me dio para mi pasaje, y también gracias a Dios estoy acá. Y nada, vamos con todo. ¡Arriba Perú! ¡Yu!
Congratulations, Cristóbal. Good luck on the semi-final. Back to you guys.
Desde la puntilla de Perú, Cristóbal Dávila ha hecho un excelente trabajo, y claro que sí, este año quedó campeón latinoamericano sudamericano, y es actual campeón nacional en su división, así que muy buen trabajo para este peruano que, como te decía, yo lo vi avanzar, ¿no? Ha venido un par de veces acá.
Yeah, it looks like he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's studying veterinarian, right? He's studying to be a veterinarian.
O sea, él todavía es joven, pero entiendo que está todavía en el colegio y que su sueño es ser veterinario, así que desde ya está estudiando veterinaria. Qué bonito, en verdad. Y bueno, en el agua, situación, primera ola de Jai Taylor es un 6.75, lo pone en primer lugar. Primera ola de Guillermo Montenegro es un 6.25, está segundo. Tomás todavía no ha tomado nada. Tomás, que viene justamente aquí bajando esta ola, desde Budeo, desde Antofagasta, muy feliz en el hit anterior. no logra concretar nada. Me encanta leer las cosas que ellos escriben. Tomás, su ola local es el budeo, el medio, que es Lolita que está al lado de budeo, y estaba contentísimo.
And here we have Chai Taylor taking off on this right. Let's see what that end section does. Let's see if it holds up. Maybe something on the inside, maybe a little. Yeah, it's just kind of not much happened there for Chai. So, yeah, so we have 20 minutes left in the heat with Felipe in fourth needing a 6.26, Thomas in third needing a 5.26, and Guilherme in second just needing a 0.51. Not sure that last wave is going to make much of a difference on the scores. But yeah, while we're waiting for a set, just want to give a big thanks to the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique with the PRESENTEDby, our sports corporation of Iquique, the Zofri, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, the official kinesiologists of this event. We also want to give a big shout out for the support by Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, María del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique.
Ok, y estaba leyendo un poco de lo que había escrito Tomás, y lo que Tomás dice, que le preguntamos, ¿quieren que hable algo más de ti? Y dice, sí, que me sigan en mi Instagram, que es bananin_bodyboard, síganlo, que para que se dé a conocer un poquito más. Entonces Tomás Araya, si lo buscan como Tomás Araya, tal vez no lo encuentran. Su cuenta es bananin_bodyboard. Así que, no, claro, nosotros les pedimos a ellos que nos digan qué quieren que digamos de ellos, y felices de la vida los damos a conocer. Por eso es importante que completen las encuestas que les mandamos. Okay, y Felipe Ilaja no está aún en el line-up. Nos estaba contando Lucas que está corriendo porque llegó tarde al hit. Ay, atención Felipe, ¿dónde estabas? Y eso que él es iquiqueño, tal vez fue a su casa un momento, pero estaba recién remando, todavía no llega ahí. Bueno, situación en el agua, Jai Taylor primero con una sumatoria de 8, Guilherme no necesita prácticamente nada, solo un 1.76, ambos han tomado olas muy buenas con puntajes altos, y Tomás todavía no ha podido tomar nada de valor, solo un punto. Felipe, que está remando apuradito, está llegando un poquito tarde al hit.
Yeah, that's right. Just 18 minutes to go, and riders are out the back waiting for a set, and looks like we have something coming in. Let's see if there's going to be any takers on this one. It looks like we have Chai Taylor taking off on this one. A little bit bumpy, but let's see if it can get... No, not much on the inside. Tide is dropping quick, and that thing's shut down, so good call there by Chai. And yeah, so we have Chai Taylor from Australia on the heat. Good to have an Australian in the event too. So yeah, I believe, let's see.
Jai is coming from Sunshine Coast, Queensland. Aquí vamos, una ola Felipe Ilaja fuerte que acaba de entrar, ya bajando una bomba, buscando una sección, y va por la tercera. Buen rolo de Felipe, mira qué felicidad. Dice, bueno, llegué tarde, pero llegué con todo. Y me llama mucho la atención lo que él dijo en la entrevista. Tiene 3 meses sin surfear.
Felipe?
Sí, tenía una lesión en la espalda.
Oh, sí, verdad. Well, great comeback for him, right? Look, I mean, 3 months without surfing, and look what he performs. Yeah, he came back quick. Solid roll, good projection, handled that very good. So we have, that was Felipe. So let's see. So yeah, it bumps him up into the third position, right? As he gets that wave. So he is in third, needing a 7.76. That's all he needs to get to that second position from Guilherme Montenegro from Brazil, who is holding the second position, needing a 1.76 to get the first position, held by Chai with a total of 8.0. So that's right, anyone tuning in. Today is the junior men's division, the only day of this competition. 28 competitors. And yeah, let's take a look at this little replay here of Tomás. Roll. Lands in the pit.
Bueno, pero no sé si será contado como concretado. ¿Eh?
Yeah, I don't think he completed. If he might have came out of that, that might have been good. But yeah, not sure how much that was, how good of a score that would have been.
Ok, si están recién llegando, estamos en la primera semifinal. Aquí viene Jai Taylor, ¿no? Primera semifinal de este campeonato. 4 riders, 25 minutos son estos hits. La final va a ser de 30, recordando que vamos a tener un break entre la segunda semifinal y la final, porque obviamente 2 riders van a estar recién saliendo y van a necesitar ese espacio para tomar un poco de agua, recuperarse un poco, y ahí entraría entonces la final. La final va a durar 30 minutos y es de 4 competidores. Un formato un poco más condensado, un poco más comprimido porque también tenemos el problema aquí de la marea. Hay olas grandes. Si estuviera un poco más chico se pudiera correr con menos agua, pero hay olas grandes y hay que cuidar eso. También la seguridad de los atletas, no se olviden que son junior todavía. Así que bueno, estamos hasta ahora el australiano Jai Taylor, el único australiano que tenemos en esta categoría, está primero, seguido de Guillermo Montenegro, que necesita una nota súper pequeña, y Felipe, que su primera ola, que llegó tarde, incluso puso un buen score de 5.50, necesita solo 0.76 para tomar ese puesto de clasificación. Solo avanzan 2. Y Tomás también tiene posibilidades, necesita un 4.76.
Yeah, kind of a tight heat so far, right? Not very big scores needed to take that first position, right? Everyone's quite close, so a lot can happen here. So yeah, let's look and see what's going down here. Looks like we have Guillermo paddling for this inside right, and let's see if he can get into it, taking off and aiming for that middle section. Little roll, falls into it, and another roll out of the lip. And does he pull it? Looks like he does. He's out in front. So yeah, good job there by Guillermo Montenegro from Espírito Santo, Brazil, the same place that my fellow commentator Lucas is from. So epic zone for bodyboarding. So great. And here we have the aerial view going out. Let's take a look at that replay, Biggs.
Okay, esta es la última ola de azul con un rolo bueno, Guy Montenegro con otro rolo bueno, y él que viene de la barra de Jufu. Y aquí viene Jai Taylor. He knows he has to change that 1.5 with an invert. Nice looking one, actually. In the last section of the Punta 2, just remember that we have been saying in the Prime Series events that the more points are in the first section, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Y Laja.
So yeah, we have Felipe Laja aiming for something to hit. Will he get a ramp? Will he get a bit of a barrel? And yeah. Oh, that tide is dropping quick. Super quick. Yeah, it's getting shallow out there, guys.
Bueno, that was a very good exchange. Actually, Guillermo Montenegro gets a 6.25, and I'm sorry, Guillermo gets a 6.40, and now he's first, and here comes Tomás Araya.
Tomás Araya coming down the line and getting a barrel, and yeah, he's pretty. Looks like he's pretty deep in there, but not sure what happened. Not sure what happened. I think he kind of lost a little bit of the control with the shockwave, maybe the foam ball, not sure, but yeah, good effort there by Tomás Araya. And let's take a look at that replay.
Okay, this is the last of Jai. We were waiting to see it. This is a 5.5. It's not enough to get that first position again. And I was explaining people that most of the points are in the first section. That's been told, and it has been advised in the technical briefing that the athletes had yesterday when they formalized the registration, and that happened also too in the Prime Series. And yeah, I mean that's why he didn't probably get a super high score, but yeah, it was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, it was awesome. So yeah, 11 minutes and a half left in our heat. It looks like Tomás Araya is sitting in combo land, needing a 12.25 to get to that second position to allow him to advance. And we also have Felipe in third position, needing a 6.75 to get him to the second position, with Jai Taylor just needing a 5.9 to get into the first position. And there we have our beautiful aerial view of the reef, of the city behind. And let's take a look at this replay here of, I believe this is Thomas Araya with that barrel just kind of bouncing on the shocky, and yeah, just kind of fell off there, but yeah, it's kind of a hard one to pull off, but yeah, and yeah, just 10.5 minutes left to go, so yeah, let's see what happens here.
10 minutos con 30, recordando que estos hits son de 25 minutos. These semifinals are 25-minute hits. We will be seeing the second semifinal, and then we will be going for a quick 15-minute break so the riders can, you know, drink some water, get some rest, because you know, going straight to the final, it's a little bit tricky for, you know, those two guys that are going to be qualifying in the semifinal number 2.
Yeah.
Super tiring, but you know what? They're these young riders. Sometimes they surf for like 6 hours in a row, you know?
I know. They can pull off a good 8-hour session, even longer, you know, when you're in your teens, you know. So, but regardless, it's good to get a little 15-minute breather, right? Let's take a look at that little sign down there with the Erizo store. Drop by and get a 20% discount with also online. Enter in that code and get a 20% off. It's such a awesome store, great book gear, good clothing, all your necessities for bodyboarding.
Sí, lo que tienen en pantalla es un ofrecimiento de Erizo Store para celebrar esta quinta edición del Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Tuvimos 4 que fueron parte del Tour Mundial y 5 ediciones. Hubo una que se hizo en 2023 que no fue parte del Tour. Pero Erizo siempre ha estado apoyando este evento, y Erizo Store también. Erizo Store es una tienda de bodyboard de las más antiguas y más grandes de Latinoamérica, que está aquí en Iquique y en Santiago. Jai Taylor in this pretty good looking wave. We'll see if he can find one more maneuver in that third section. He's going for that quick invert, not too inverted, and yeah, 590 maybe, who knows?
Yeah, playing it safe with that invert, right? And yeah, let's see. Not sure if he's gonna get a 5.9 and put him in that first position, but yeah, let's see what the scores say. So let's take another look at that. So taking off on that one, kind of dedicating all his energy and speed to the very last section. Just does a little invert out of the pocket.
That's good, actually.
Yeah, that's good invert. Yeah, let's see if he gets that 5.9 he's hoping for to get into the next position there. So let's see. So yeah, looks like he didn't quite get what he needed to get into the next position. I think he needed a 5.9, but he received a 4.85, so not going to get that 5.9 he needs to get.
Ok, recordándoles que a partir de esta categoría, de este punto de la competencia, los riders van a recibir un poco de prize money. El prize money comienza en este evento solo desde los semifinales. Desde las semifinales, recuerden que con los nuevos requerimientos hay una bolsa de premios menor. Eso es parte de lo que hace más accesibles los eventos, porque finalmente los riders lo que quieren es conseguir los puntos para poder competir en la gran final. Este evento tiene $2.500 de bolsa de premio. Aquí es más acerca de impulsar el crecimiento del deporte que de tal vez mirar la parte de la bolsa de premio. Es una de las cosas buenas de tener los Rising Series, que le permiten a los organizadores poder hacer los campeonatos sin tener que poner un presupuesto tan gigante, y algunas veces eso es lo que para a los organizadores de hacer el campeonato, que no tienen los recursos para poder ofrecer una bolsa de premio tan grande, ¿no? Es un nuevo formato. Si ustedes están interesados en conocer más, pueden mandarnos un email a info@ibcworldtour.com, o hay otro correo que se llama development, que es desarrollo en inglés.
So let's look at this right of Thomas Araya doing a rolo and coming to that end section, and another rolo. Let's see if he landed that. Yeah, that might help him a little bit. Looks like he did pull it off. Looks like he's out in front of the flats, taking it to the rocks. Just wants to make sure that was noticed, that he landed that. So good job, Thomas Araya. That might help him a little bit, get away from that combo land at least, get him up to a little bit closer to a score. So let's see what the scores say for Thomas, and let's take a look at that replay, Bego.
La última ola de Tomás, que en mis ojos es la mejor que ha tenido, consiguió una mediana, un rolo en el pocket, ahí en la segunda sección de la punta 2 y otro rolo más en una zona peligrosa, pero como decía Eric, dándolo todo, agarrándose como gato, así decimos aquí en Chile, agárrate como gato a la tabla.
That's epic.
Sí.
I haven't heard that one yet.
Es una expresión súper común en el bodyboard. Agárrate como gato, no importa, para que salga en la maniobra.
¿Es una expresión puro bodyboard?
Sí.
¿Se usa para otros deportes? O?
Para que yo sepa, la conozco por el bodyboard. Agárrate como gato a la tabla para que salga en la maniobra para adelante y puedas conseguir los puntos.
Es como darle carre palo, algo así.
Bueno, claro, es una slang así, pero bien.
Una jerga, una de mucha
Bananín,
jerga.
es el bananín.
Oh.
Ay, parece que se anduvo pegando. Ay, ojalá. Ah, mira tú, me está contando el director que él se golpeó, pero que le dijo al salvavidas que no, que él quiere seguir luchando y bueno, que mucho compromiso, claramente lo vimos con las mujeres también en el día final. De hecho, en el día de las... ese no fue el día final, que las chicas lo dieron todo y en los cuartos también. A nivel de compromiso es que recuerden que también la marea alta fue a las 9 de la mañana y ahora mismo son las 12, estamos en la media y hay olas, entonces claro, un poquito más complicado.
So yeah, Bego was just explaining that in the rider in red, Thomas Araya, I guess in that last wave, when he hit that end section, I think he hit bottom pretty hard, but yeah, he's on it. He's not letting that deter him, and as you just saw in that recent image, he's getting back out to the peak quick. You know, it just shows the dedication that these young riders have, right? It's not slowing them down. They're going all out.
Preparándose para la segunda semifinal, Bastián Venegas de azul, Cristóbal Dávila, que ha sido una linda sorpresa en este evento, y aquí viene Felipe Ilaja, busca un 6.76 para tomar un puesto en la final, va por un rolo en la tercera, a ver si logra algo más. Felipe, que viene saliendo de una lesión en la espalda, 3 meses sin correr y solamente se había metido 2 veces antes de hacer este evento. Para mí, un ganador ya con el solo hecho de estar acá enfrentando todo esto, lo estresante que es competir en un mundial, ¿no?
Sí, muy estresante, very stressful. We have here chancing the left and a bit of a closeout. Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting next couple of heats with just looking how challenging the conditions are with how shallow it is and just seeing the riders go all out and put it on the line. So here we have a replay of Felipe Ilaja taking off on that right and eyeing that hand bowl, and he goes up and busts a roll through that thing, lands it cleanly and out into the channel. So, all right, so let's see where we're at.
Mira, y me llama la atención que no hay casi nadie que haya ido para la izquierda, y ahora la recomendación que yo les daría es que probaran un poquito más la izquierda. Ok, vamos a ver, Tomás Araya en esta, Tomás está arriesgándolo todo, que se acababa de golpear y le dijo al salvavidas que no se quería salir, quiere darlo todo. Desde Budeo, andaba tan feliz cuando pasó su primer giro, ¿no?
Sí, muy feliz. So, yeah, Thomas is going all out, not letting a little reef hit block him from getting back out there. So, yeah, still kind of sitting ways away from getting into second position, but yeah, it looks like we have a couple riders.
Michele y Bastián.
Yeah. Michele and Bastián, the 2 best barrels of today's event, I believe.
That's right.
What was it, Bastián, was that a 9.5 or 9.0?
9.5, yeah.
Yeah, solid score.
And a 10 for
wow.
Michele.
I think 2 of some of the best barrels of the entire event.
I mean, definitely, the scores reflect it.
Yeah, the scores say it all, right? So, yeah, especially Michele's that spit was a solid. All right, so who do we have here?
Thomas is leaving the competition.
Oh, yeah, hopefully it's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
He has to be proud of himself, you know, he reached this point, there's some prize money at this point.
Yeah.
Remember, this event has only $2,500 as a prize money, but people, it's not about the prize money. These are junior rising series. And here comes Jai Taylor. We'll see Jai looking for a 590. It's a possible thing for him, not able to. He has to be careful in that section. But yeah, just to tackle on that idea, these rising series events are not about the prize money much, it's about getting those points, it's about pushing the division, the junior men division. It's where we prepare our athletes for, the professional. Oh yeah, I think he hurt his, his thigh maybe?
Yeah, you can tell just by his facial expression, he's going through some pain. I think he hit bottom pretty hard. I don't know if it was when he was riding the wave to the inside or when he hit that end section, but yeah, definitely made some contact with the bottom there.
There's a lot of these even rocks in there.
Yeah.
So you don't know what you're gonna get, You probably, like Constanza Soto, for example, she was actually paddling, she was landing the maneuvers in super dangerous areas, but she never get hurt,
Yeah.
On the contrary, Anita got hurt and a lot of girls did.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a steal there for the Brazilian and the Australian. Congratulations to Felipe Ilaja and Tomás Araya. Those two are advancing to the great final. Don't go anywhere. We will continue with the last semifinal right after this.
All right.
Bienvenidos a todos de regreso. Esto ya está llegando a su final. Estamos a punto de comenzar la segunda semifinal aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025, en este día dedicado a los juniors masculinos para el Junior Men Rising Series de la IBC World Tour. Vámonos al agua para poder presentarles estos competidores que vienen con todo.
Check these 4 machines we have in the water. Michele Arriagada in red, a guy that is a defending champion and already scored 10 points in this event. Matias Cassett, oh, and he's at the wave right now already. So yeah, white wave, he goes for the roll in the first section. Let's see if there's anything besides that. But yeah, he'll be facing Matias Cáceres in yellow, Bastian Venegas in blue, and Cristóbal Dávila in white.
Súper orgullosa de Matías llegar hasta este punto. Es un rider bien esforzado, también lo conozco desde chico porque él es de acá, al igual que Bastián. Aquí tenemos 2 iquiqueños, un peruano que es el actual campeón sudamericano, Cristóbal Dávila, y el campeón nacional en su categoría en Perú. Y tenemos al campeón de este evento el año pasado, Michele Arriagada. Entonces 2 iquiqueños, 2 locales, enfrentando a un chileno del Quisco que es Michele y un peruano que es Cristóbal. Y sí, orgullosa de Matías porque yo sé cuánto él quería este evento. Vamos a ver esta ola para el peruano. Uy, estaba difícil esta ola. Yo si pudiera decirles algo es como traten las izquierdas. No sé si la mayoría de los riders son más derecheros, pero ahora mismo sería una buena opción tratar de ir por un par de maniobritas, aunque sea para la izquierda, para sentirse un poco más cómodo y conseguir unos puntitos. Porque miren, gracias a esta cámara del agua podemos ver lo heavy que está a la derecha, porque igual hay olas grandes.
Secó muy rápido, muy rápido.
Sí.
La última sesión
Bueno,
ya,
no tanto,
ya está.
estamos en la media.
Sí.
La alta fue a las 9. Es
Sí.
como bastante normal que esté así, ¿sabes?
Sí, pero la última sesión ya no tiene mucha agua.
Repetición de la primera de Michele Arriagada, que se fue por un rolo. Él mismo lo ha dicho, no, quiere claramente hacer un excelente performance, pero también quiere asegurar con las maniobras básicas y me parece muy inteligente de parte de él. Así que se está yendo por los rolos que le otorgan los puntitos que necesita para poder ir construyendo sus horas. Ahora mismo está en primera posición con ese rolo, fue un 4.50. Estos son hits de 25 minutos de estas semifinales, recordando que vamos a hacer una pausa de 15 minutos entre este hit y la final. Viene Matías.
Matías Cáceres going left on this one as we're seeing the tide lowering quicker and quicker. Looks like there's a section. Tries to do a 360, but doesn't really pull it off. So yeah, only with a 0.75 so far under his belt. The only decent score on this heat at the moment is Michaelis, 4.5 for him with that roll to the right. So yeah, the guys are just getting started. There's more time in this heat, 5 more minutes to find more opportunities. But it's getting sketchy there with the rides. Let's see the young Peruvian, whoa, going through those steps in there and managing to complete an ARS. Very good maneuver from Cristóbal Dávila, a guy that just grew up so much from last year. I remember last year he was like a small, very small guy, and now he's like my height.
All right, so one more wave here for Michele Arregada. Let's see, Michele is risking everything. He's going for the first section roll. Maybe something else in this really critical section, and it's a big roll for Michele. Oh my Lord, please be careful. But he's doing great.
Yeah, very good roll off of that second section, Bego. That's definitely going to add some more points to his score. I mean, he just found himself his best wave right now on the heat. Actually, that ARS by Cristóbal wasn't completed, so yeah, it was a 175. A pity, actually. It looks like there's a yellow on a wave that didn't really offer much. But yeah, not landed.
Repetición de la última, el campeón sudamericano, Cristóbal Dávila, que viene surfeando súper bien. Estábamos comentando con Lucas Lo Chico que era él el año pasado, que él el año pasado surfeó con nosotros. A ver. Esta es la última de Michele.
Yeah, the last one for Michele. Let's see the second roll. I mean, gets pretty shallow, critical zone in there to hit a roll. And Michele has been working those pocket rolls so well during the contest today, guys. So yeah, that's a good score to come for him. But we have the winner of last heat, Guilherme Montenegro, ready down at the beach with Eric. So please, Eric, bring it on.
Thank you, Lucas. So we have another rider from Espírito Santo, much like yourself. We have Guilherme. Congratulations, Guilherme, on taking out this heat. So I understand this is your first time making it to a final at the Punta Dos contest, correct?
Yeah, it's my first time doing a final here, and I'm super happy. I wanted to do a good final, and so I wanted to do a good final, and I have to be focused to surf the right again, and I'm happy.
Awesome, good job. Any saludos, any shout-outs to anyone back home or anyone?
Mais uma vez, galera, eu quero agradecer vocês por estarem me acompanhando, estarem me assistindo aqui no Chile. E é isso, bora pra final, tô muito feliz. E vamos, que se Deus quiser, essa é nossa. Bora.
Congrats, Guilherme. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, very prominent rider from Brazil. Guilherme, stoked on making it to the final here at this special wave. And check this out, Bastian taking off late on a bomb here, going right. Bumps through that first part of the wave. Let's see if he manages to recover his position on this wave. And oh, going for a roll under the lip on a critical spot and actually pulling it off. So yeah, it's going to be a nice first score for Bastian. It wasn't a clean maneuver, but very, very, difficult wave to come up with that roll.
Okay, la última de Cristóbal, el RS, que una pena no lo concretó, entonces le dieron unos 75. Ya Miquel es fuerte, tiene a todo el hit en combo, 7.75 y 4.50. Bastián estaba tomando esa su primera ola. Se puede ver que Bastián quiere agarrar las más grandes, seguramente está buscando un tubazo, que es lo que a él le encanta hacer. Y esta es la repetición de esa última ola, la primera de Bastián. Esto es un 3.90 para él. Se ve que trató, que buscó, pero ya esa ola se estaba desarmando, no le iba a ofrecer tubo. Y continuó, y la verdad es que ese rolo estuvo súper peligroso. Pero bueno, 3.90 por ese buen... por ese intento grande de hacer algo explosivo, ¿no? Y ya mira, ustedes cuando ven que en la tercera sección se hace como esa... como que se empieza como a moler la ola, como que se empieza a quebrar así, casi como si fueran dientes, ya ahí se sabe que está la cosa complicada para la punta 2, para la derecha de la punta 2. Por eso tal vez Matías Cáceres, que fíjense, Matías tiene un 3.25 y un 1.50, Matías que corre bastante izquierda acá, probablemente pueda tener ahí un punto de ventaja, porque yo si pudiera decirle algo a ellos, les diría, traten de hacer algunas maniobritas para izquierda, para asegurarse, porque realmente, bueno, tampoco queremos que se vayan a lastimar, ¿no?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how the final is going to unfold, Bagel, because we're seeing the ride pumping throughout the whole morning, you know, with the high tide. But I mean, it's still surfable. Still, some waves are not, you know, completely messing up. Still, some good sections there, as Michele found himself on a 7.75. But with a few more minutes, and we're also having a break of 15 minutes between this one and the final. So I want to see how the guys will do it.
Y como te comentaba, Matías, que se conoce bien esta izquierda, ya toma esta, a ver si logra conseguir algo, pero no se le puso como tal vez él quería, buscando tal vez cambiar. Mira este olón para Michele Arriagada, no está dejándole nada a nadie, quiere ir por las más grandes, quiere ganar fuerte, pero viste que tal vez las más grandes no están ofreciendo mucho potencial en la derecha. Y yo no sé si ustedes están sintonizando desde el comienzo, pero todas estas piedras que están aquí estaban completamente tapadas. Y bueno, gente, es imposible que podamos surfear todo el tiempo con la marea alta porque pues son seis horas, ¿no? Y para volver a tener la condición que tuvimos en la mañana, pues tendríamos que esperar unas 4 o 5 horas entre medio y ya incluso nos quedaríamos sin luz, es lo que toca. Los mismos atletas junior querían este evento en esta ola, porque esta es la ola que todos quieren surfear, y si vemos lo que ellos mismos escriben, esta es la ola favorita de la mayoría de los chilenos y la mayoría de los atletas. Entonces, bueno, es como es, esta ola es así. Y lo mismo pasa en el frontón, ¿no? Algunas veces toca correr con poca agua. Y bueno, es así.
Es lo que hay. Pero igual estaba diciendo Tristan Roberts en el podium que esta es una de las olas que es la más difícil de llegar hasta el podium, porque es muy perfecta, hay que ser muy técnico, hay que leer muy bien la ola, hay que arreglar los detallecitos mismo, porque es lo que hace la diferencia al final. Entonces, sí, va a vencer el mejor, lo que esté más preparado, más listo, más técnico. Entonces, es una ola que creo que para la competencia es perfecta.
Yo también creo. Bueno, una ola más acá para Cristóbal Dávila, futuro veterinario y bodyboarder profesional. Un bonito rolo para Cristóbal, está siendo bien inteligente. 3.01 es solo lo que necesitaba Cristóbal. Atención, que yo creo que esa nota puede estar ahí. Y él es el único que está surfeando con casco. Nada de malo con surfear con casco, gente, todo lo contrario.
Yeah, so let's see this replay from Cristóbal. Being very smart, looking for only 3 points, goes for a roll on an intermediary wave. So just makes sure he completes this one, and check this out. That was enough for him to go to second position with a 4.90, with those big sets sometimes not being the best waves, as we saw Michele taking off on a big one, but the foam ball just pushing himself all the way to the last part of the wave, and there he goes, scooping into a quick left barrel, nice sharp 360, throwing some water over there as well.
Buckets.
Yeah, I mean, he can change that 4.50. 50. I mean, let's see how the judges will look at it.
Me encantó que Michele tomara esa izquierda, porque no se le ve mucho para izquierda y tiene súper bonito estilo. Vamos a ver esta para Matías Cáceres. Matías tratando, bueno, y concretando ese 360 off the lip. A ver, Matías, que está buscando un 3.41 nada más. Y aquí viene Bastián Venegas en una ola que se le cierra. Está súper complicado. Es la derecha, la verdad. Tienen que tener mucho cuidado. Atención, porque creo que Perdió la tabla Bastián. Atención acá porque creo que puede haber algún tipo de movimiento. Creo que puede haber algún tipo de movimiento. Qué pena, Bastián se le fue la tabla. He lost his board.
Yeah, that can ruin the whole heat for a rider. I mean, losing the board here. I mean, sometimes the board comes all the way to the inside. You know, it gets stuck in the rocks. You have to walk over the rocks, and you might take some serious time. There you see, right? The board is just very far from where he is right now. It's just over that shallow part of the reef. So yeah, that can easily ruin a whole heat for him. And taking into account that Bastian is sitting fourth right now. Let's see, I think it's Michele.
Ay, madre. Michele que se lanzó en esa izquierda difícil. Yo creo que ya Michele entendió que no era para surfear las derechas y me parece que vamos a tener una final de puras izquierdas o muchos riesgos hacia la derecha. Bueno, atención, estamos esperando esa última ola de Michele y una más y una de Bastián. La de Matías fue 2.65, Matías no le alcanzó para tomar la segunda posición. La última de Bastián Venegas fue solo un punto. Y la de Cristóbal, la última fue, 4.90, ya tiene un rato ahí en la segunda posición. Y vamos a ver cuánto recibió Michele por esa bonita izquierda. Michele se puso un tubito y salió con un hermoso 360 botando un montón de agua. ¿Fue 360 reverse? No lo recuerdo, parece que fue un reverse.
Sí, un reverse.
Muy hermoso. Eso es muy de ustedes. Los brasileños hacen eso, esa técnica me recuerda a Neymar, tiene esa técnica perfecta.
Sí, es como... Hay varias maneras de hacer una maniobra, ¿no? Y el reverse particularmente cuando hace tirando agua así, pero vamos a ver hasta de Bastián muy retrasado en la ola,
Ahí perdió la tabla.
pudo pasar y salió de la ola de una manera que su amarradera se rompió y mira dónde está el bodyboard ahora, un sitio muy complicado de llegar, que te toma tiempo, 10 minutos solo ahora en la manga, entonces a ver qué va a pasar para
Pero necesita súper poco, ¿sabes? 2.76. Yo creo que él lo van a dejar en el canal y alguien le va a alcanzar la tabla. Y 9 minutos, 2.76. Este es un buen momento porque aquí lo que importa también es tratar de clasificar, llegar a la final, recordando que esta es la semifinal. Pero quien ha hecho muy buen trabajo, la verdad, es Cristóbal Dávila, como hemos hablado, nos ha impresionado. Yo no sé si tú te acuerdas, pero nosotros surfeamos con él en la Punta 1.
Sí, era muy chiquito, muy pequeño, y yo le dije, mira, tú creciste.
Yo le dije lo mismo. Lucas y yo corrimos un día Lay Day que teníamos en el evento, y yo estaba corriendo más izquierda, estaba tomando el Mauro y él también, y nos estábamos riendo un montón, y era chiquito, o sea, era como tenía menos nivel. Vamos a ver, Michele, arriesgada en esta. A ver, está arriesgándolo todo, va por un RS Michele y no sabemos si lo concretó. Parece que estamos teniendo un poco de interferencia con la cámara del agua. Se nos pixeló un poquito ahí la imagen.
Yeah, Michele is still showing some hope on the right-handers. I mean, there are still some good ones breaking there. Just got to pick it really well and be a little lucky as well, since most of them are just messing up, with less and less water over the reef right now with the tide coming down. So yeah, 8 minutes and 30 seconds, guys. This is the second last heat of this Junior Man Rising Series here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, one of the most expected events in the World Tour. This is the replay for Michele, just losing his board after turning around. I mean, didn't even turn around, but yeah, not being able to complete this maneuver to get something more than a 4.5. He is in the lead, just trying to improve a little bit his situation.
And I was watching to Cristobal thinking that in El Gran Canaria Fronton King, it's mandatory for the junior man to wear a helmet, remember? So maybe, it's a thing to remember, and probably in the future, that can be a rule in general.
Yeah.
Try to, especially in reef breaks like this one. Because the reef in Gran Canaria looks like this one in El Frontón, it's a super sharp and full of barnacles. They call it sacabocados there. In here they call it picorocos.
Yeah,
Pero los sacabocados de Gran Canaria, del Frontón creo que son más chiquititos. Aquí son grandecitos. Aquí son como grandes así.
Y cuando te cales con el peso del cuerpo todo y una ola te tirando en la piedra, puede ser solo leve así, pero si le da fuerte mismo, como pasó con Nicole Calleros, por ejemplo, en su
Tú rozas aquí, claro, y es como,
pesado.
es fuerte, es el golpe muchas veces.
Sí.
A veces te puedes raspar, pero también te das golpes fuertes.
Sí.
Pasa lo mismo en el flopos, te pegas fuerte, porque son olas fuertes, pesadas. Bueno, situación en el agua con 6 minutos y 45, estamos en la segunda semifinal. Está Michele Arriagada, el campeón del año pasado, fuerte en esa primera posición. Y tenemos a Cristóbal Dávila, un peruano que ha dado muchísimo de qué hablar, que nos ha demostrado un nivelazo, cómo ha venido entrenando fuerte ahora en segunda posición. Yo diría no muy cómodo. Matías Cáceres, que es de aquí, de Iquique, solamente necesita un 3.41. Y Bastián Venegas, que es el que quedó vicecampeón el año pasado, necesita un 2.76, él está cuarto. Bastián perdió la tabla, pero creo que ya le entregaron una y está allá arriba. 2.76 es algo muy simple. Lo que pasa es que cuando te pasan esas cosas de perder la tabla, de no entrar las maniobras, de no seleccionar bien las olas, a veces como que te desmoralizas, como que te rompe la concentración, la motivación, pero es ahí en donde entra el entrenamiento mental, que nosotros siempre hablamos de él. Siempre les recomendamos a los riders de traten de formarse también mentalmente para que puedan lidiar con esto, con ese estrés tan grande de si no te va como tú esperas. ¿Cómo haces para replantearte de la estrategia en el agua? ¿Me entiendes?
Sí. So yeah, looks like there's a good set coming in. We'll get back to what Bego was saying in a second. Yeah, she was just speaking. Oh, this is looking shallow right now. The right-hander completely dried up. But yeah, Bego was saying about how what happened to Bastian can really take you out of your focus, you know, and losing the board and taking a few minutes there in the stressful situation, you know, of having someone to bring the board. And I mean, so much time you lose. And it's actually a thing that you never really predict on a hit, right? So really have to get back and recover that calmness and you know, stay centered to keep going on the rest of the heat. So he's just looking for 275. So guys, make sure to scan this QR code so you guys can be sent to the link tree, IBC's link tree, and see all the social media, the website as well with some very nice content. Make sure to link with us.
Vamos a ver esta ola de que esto lo está resguiando todo, le hace un rolo, pero ahí tiene que... ¡Wow! Dios mío. Pongo nerviosa, pero mira, la controló muy bien. No es un rolo muy, digamos, en la zona crítica. Y aquí viene Bastián Venegas, 2.76. Es lo que necesita para la segunda posición, pero tal vez Cristóbal, miren, bonito, flip ahí para Bastián. 2.76 es lo que él está buscando, pero creo que Cristóbal va a conseguir algo más que el 1.75, entonces puede que Bastián necesitara un poco más.
Yeah, so interesting exchange over here. We can see this wave for Cristóbal. He was pitching a 175, very shallow. He goes for the roll, lands out the back, but as the wave doubles up, he manages to get back and show that he completed that maneuver. So yeah, he got 3.5, so increases a little bit, but Bastian Venegas just find himself a 6.0, so jumping straight to the second position right now, and therefore securing a spot on the final. Big, nice exchange happening here.
Bueno, Bastián Venegas fuerte, aquí está Matías Cáceres, 5.15 es lo que busca, un buen rolo para Matías. Atención, Matías, a ver, uy, casi lo sale. Bueno, me gustó ver que atacara el lead, me gustó que no se dejara vencer. Una pena que no lo lograra entrar. Y esta de aquí es la ola que le dio el pase a la segunda posición a Bastián Venegas, 6 puntos. La verdad que la maniobra fue bien buena, fue crítica y fue bien ejecutada. Así que Bastián, al parecer, no le afectó tanto, o más bien lo motivó y dijo, no, yo tengo que clasificar, tengo que llegar a la gran final. Es su último año también en el Junior y claramente quiere darlo todo. Vamos a ver, la última ola de Cristóbal fue, sí, 3.50 y la última del Mati, que no la logró concretar, fue un 1.60.
Big set coming in. Michele Arriagada taking off a lot of white water. critical spot over there. He just ducks out of it. I mean, Michele is just showing that he really want to charge. You know, he really want to push the level. And on the last attempts, not finding very good waves, but that 7.75 that he found himself in the beginning of the heat really put himself in a good position for most of the time. So yeah, Bastien making a very good decision on that wave to go for the backflip, you know, and completely recovering the situation, even though Cristobal, you know, found a 3.5 as well with that roll. So yeah, showing that he's super familiar, you know, with this right-hander here in Punta Dos, very trained guy in the rights as well. So yeah, that backflip paid out a lot for the local Bastien Venegas. You know, I'm seeing Michele and Bastien, you know, really pushing each other. They're both very strong riders, especially here in this wave. So yeah, nice to see this.
Okay, vamos a ver la repetición de la última. Esta.
Yeah,
Matías.
that's the last one for Matias. Passing that first section, he goes for the lip, nice roll, but having trouble landing this one. A lot of white water moving. I mean, whenever we have the tide lowering down, it's very critical and very tough to land those moves to the right. And Michele taking off on this one. Not a set wave, just 1 minute remaining. Just ducks out of this one as well. Yeah, he's insisting on those rights, but let's see how the final will be, because I believe that after this heat and during the final, the right, will be pretty hard to surf Bago. I believe in the final, the guys will have to, you know, stay on those lefts, because it's going to be harder and harder to find a good wave to the right.
Ok, señoras y señores, estamos en la segunda semifinal. Recordamos que vamos a hacer una pequeña pausa de 15 minutos entre esta y la segunda, y la gran final de este evento. Así que después de que termine esta, 15 minutitos, vamos a poner el evento en espera y vamos a darle una oportunidad a Michele y a Bastián para que se recuperen y puedan enfrentar la gran final. Y es definitivo, la gran final de este evento junior masculino va a ser entre Guilherme Montenegro, Jai Taylor, Bastián Venegas y Michele Arriagada. Eso va a estar de locos.
It's going to be a cracker, guys. We're going to have a 15-minute break before this second semifinal, between this semifinal and the great final, so the riders can rest for a while, and the event's going to be put on hold. So yes, we're going to call a quick commercial break, and we'll wait for 15 minutes. So make sure not to leave the room, guys, because this final is looking fire. So stay tuned.
bienvenidos a todos de regreso y estamos ya en la gran final de este gran evento. Este ha sido un día dedicado para los juniors masculinos en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025, un evento presentado una vez más por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y organizado por la Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Este día ha sido un día muy especial, ya que le hemos dedicado, como es el nuevo formato de la IBC World Tour, lo que es el Rising Series. Es un formato un poco más accesible para tanto los promotores como los competidores, de menos tiempo, no tienen periodo de espera. Es un poco para acercar más el Tour Mundial a las distintas regiones. Y bueno, acá en Iquique se tuvo el Prime, que ya coronamos a los campeones Armín Solidares de hombres y Alexandra Rinder en mujeres. Y bueno, ahora estamos viendo lo que es ya el final del Junior Rising Series. Bueno, tenemos en realidad ya la entrevista lista con el ganador de esta semifinal número 2, que es Michele Regada, así que vamos a escuchar de él y ya volvemos a contarles más.
Thanks, Pago. I got Michele here by my side. Michele, just one step remaining right now. How do you feel on going to a final? And it's going to be a hard final, I mean, against Guilherme, Jai Taylor, and also Bastian. How are you feeling?
Me siento muy feliz de haber podido pasar a la final. Siempre voy cuidando cada pasito que voy dando, preocupándome del paso siguiente para no mirar tan para adelante. Así que ahora el último paso que nos queda es la final. Estoy muy feliz con mi performance. Muy feliz también de cómo se dieron todas las cosas durante el campeonato aquí en Junior y en Open. Y nada, se vienen competidores muy fuertes, Bastián Venegas, Guilherme y Jay Taylor. Y son amigos, son amiguitos míos y estoy muy feliz de poder compartir de nuevo una final con estas personas y vamos a dar todo lo mejor de nosotros para que podamos llevarnos el título para la casa.
Yeah, so he's saying that basically the other three riders, the guys are very friends with him, they're good friends in the water as well. So he's very happy, with his performance, with how things went through in the competition. Also in being in the final against them. So he said that he was actually not looking too far ahead of himself, so just step by step, heat by heat, and he's very happy with how things gone through. So un saludo a quien te ve desde el Quisco.
Quiero mandar un saludo a mi familia, a la tía Noelia nuevamente, muchas gracias por todo el apoyo, a mi hermanita Italia, a mi hermanito Cejón, que son mi familia. También un saludo a mi tía que está en Brasil, a la tía Le, que gracias a ella también las cosas están resultando súper bien. Gracias también a Dios por tenerme aquí, por poder darme las energías para poder seguir avanzando. Y quiero darle un saludo muy especial a mi primer auspiciador, que fue Don Carlos, que siempre para venir al campeonato siempre me apoya, siempre me ayuda, ya que yo siendo menor de edad es muy difícil costearme todas las cosas yo, y él ha sido muy importante en mi carrera y que, como él me ha dicho, yo siempre he estado corriendo con Hope, que es con esperanza. Entonces vamos a seguir dándole para que el triunfo se quede en el Quisco.
Increíble, muchas felicitaciones, Michele, suerte en la final también. Back to you guys.
Bueno, ya estamos listos para casi comenzar la final. Estamos dándole Disculpen, estamos casi listos para comenzar las finales, recordando que le dimos un poquito de espacio a los finalistas. Michele sobre todo acababa de salir, tenía que dar la entrevista. Bastián también cansadísimo, que perdió su tabla, tuvo que ir a buscarla. Va a ser una final realmente fuerte, realmente reñida. Tenemos al único australiano, Jai Taylor, que ya ganó en Maldivas el año pasado. Tenemos a Guy Montenegro, que bueno, ha hecho un performance alucinante en su carrera como junior. Y tenemos a dos competidores chilenos que el año pasado se enfrentaron en la final. Michele Regada, que ganó, y Bastián Venegas, que realmente tiene mucha fuerza y mucho coraje. Así que nosotros vamos a poner ahora una pantallita de evento en espera, esperando la final. Y vamos a volver apenas ya los chicos entren al agua, porque va a ser más o menos 15 minutos. You want to say that in English?
Yeah, so we're going to take a little break. We're going to put a screen up until the event starts in about 10 minutes. So stay tuned, and we'll have the final soon.
Yeah, we're going to see Jai Taylor, Guilherme Montenegro from Brazil, Jai from Australia, and two of the Chileans. One is a local, who is Bastián Venegas. He's runner-up from last year. And the other one is the defending champion of this event, Michele Arriagada. So it's going to be a really good one. So don't miss it. We're going to leave a screen, and we're going to come back real soon. Thank you for watching. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to start the last heat of this event, the last heat of the Rising Series Junior Men division right here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. It's going to be a great final among four competitors that have been doing a great job. So let's hit the water. We will introduce you this final.
Yeah, this is going to be an awesome heat for sure. Guilherme Montenegro coming from Brazil using red singlet. Michele Arriagada already with a 10-point ride under his belt in the previous heats from Chile. From El Quisco in yellow. Jai Taylor coming all the way from Australia representing here in La Punta Dos. He'll be wearing blue jersey. And Bastian Venegas, a local here representing La Punta Dos. He'll be wearing white singlet. So yes, guys, we have pretty good conditions here today. Only thing is that the tide is, just dropping very, very rapidly. So those right-handers are pretty sketchy right now. So let's see if we'll be able to see any right-handers being served. But I believe the guys will stick more to the left, as in the previous two heats, the rights have just started to become unsurfable. So yeah. 30-minute heats, no limit of waves, and the action is on here.
Bueno, atención a quienes están llegando sintonizando que hablan español, lo vamos a decir en portugués también. Gran final de la categoría junior masculino de los Rising Series de la IBC World Tour. Tenemos en el agua un brasilero, Guilherme Montenegro, una figura súper fuerte del bodyboard junior masculino de Brasil, viene de Espíritu Santo. Tenemos en el agua el campeón del año pasado, Michele Arriagada, desde el Quisco, la quinta región de Chile. Tenemos Jai Taylor desde Sunshine Coast de Australia, de Queensland. Y tenemos a un local, Bastián Venegas en blanco, un iquiqueño que el año pasado quedó vicecampeón. Así que este es un hit que promete que va a ser muy, muy heavy. Y lo que me mencionabas tú en inglés, la marea ya bastante seca, con lo cual la derecha va a estar un poco complicada y vamos a ver cómo se desenvuelve.
Michele Arriagada going left, first blood in this heat, finds himself a section, nice roll, and he claims it and just ducks out of that wave. So yeah, the first wave of the heat, a good one, at least an average score for Michele already, being super consistent in the contest, Pego.
E para o pessoal do Brasil?
Pessoal do Brasil, a gente anuncia que chegou finalmente aqui, pessoal, a grande final, categoria júnior. Vamos dar uma olhada nesse replay.
La primera de Michele, me está gustando mucho verlo hacia la izquierda, surfea súper bonito, tiene un buen estilo, la verdad. Lo vi también en una ola un poco más simple, pero bien bonita en el hit anterior, un tubo con un reverse que sacó un montón de agua. Y ahora con un rolo marcando 5 puntos. Michele, que sabe que la derecha puede ser peligrosa, y aquí viene la primera de Jai.
Jai Taylor taking off on the right, just being sucked back in that wave. A very tough place there to wipe out. Gotta watch out with those rights because it's super dry there right now. E aí vem Guilherme Montenegro, ele que vem remando. No céu dessa bateria a gente tem o Gui do Brasil, Michele Arriagada, um atleta que foi o campeão no ano passado aqui, está muito forte, já tirou 10 pontos. Jai Taylor, um australiano de Queensland também, que está muito forte, veio de uma semifinal contra o Gui, onde avançaram os dois. E o Bastian Venegas é um local aqui de Punta 2, conhece muito bem essa onda. Todos esses atletas avançaram surfando, principalmente direitas, pessoal, só que agora a gente tem a maré muito seca, realmente a direita já está ficando insurfável ali. Então vai ser interessante ver como é que eles vão reagir e se adaptar nessa final agora, já que durante todo o campeonato eles fizeram muito bem, mas surfando direitas. E agora vai ficar muito mais complicado, porque com a maré seca, a alternativa aqui em Punta 2 é a onda aqui, né, à esquerda. Então vamos ver o que essa galera vai fazer aí nessa final. Mas com certeza vai ser muito bom, porque esses quatro estão quebrando durante a competição.
Yeah, I was just going to say that in English as well for everyone that is tuning in, supporting, rooting for Jai Taylor. It's going to be interesting to see how these riders develop, since right now we are on a very dry moments of the right, and that's the Brazilian wonder kid from Espírito Santo, just landing that roll. And he actually starts really good to left, and she should have dug out. Get out of there. Man, you don't need to ride that much. No, it just gets me nervous. But yeah, now the tide drained a lot, and right now we're looking to dangerous conditions to the right, and I think Jai lost his rights. But yeah, my advice will be try to, go for a couple of points to the left, and only if it's necessary, pick one of those rights. Or if you're gonna pick the right, don't go for the bigger one, just try to do something in the first section.
Yeah, so the replay for Guilherme, just a roll under the lip there, close out in front of him, but he manages to complete this roll. Not a clean maneuver for Guilherme, 3.25. So he's sitting in second position right now, and the best one in the heat so far is Michele Arriagada with a 5-point ride, with that first roll going to the left. And yeah, Jai Taylor just one attempt to the right, and Bastien getting his first wave finally here. Goes right as well. Let's see how this one's going to come up for him. Oh, strong backflip. If he pulls it out, it's going to be a good score, but just lands with the lip breaking on his back, so not a complete move, and Jai out the back.
Let's see this one for Jai. It's looking pretty shallow, but yeah. Let's try to, yeah, you can tell Bastien and Jai, they're just, they're risking, probably when you feel comfortable to a certain side, changing strategies right towards the last heat of the event. Might be a little tricky, but it's safety first. So we'll see one more look here of last wave for Bastien Venegas. Bastien, and try to do all that amazing backflip. That was really good, actually. Super critical, but yeah, not able to turn it around. And yeah, lots of commitment there from Bastien. Oh my. So Michele, it's lost his fins, I've been told by the oh man, look at this wave of Guilherme Montenegro. They're risking everything, leaving everything there in the field.
Gotta watch out for that, Bago. Gotta watch out for that, because I mean, these kids, they're gonna throw themselves, and you gotta be really careful with those rides, because that type of wipeout, might be very strong, might be very, very dangerous, because you're just being sucked back, so you don't really control the situation too much. Just might hit the lip, might hit the bottom pretty strongly. So I think that there might be some potential on the right still, but it won't be definitely the set wave. So maybe a medium wave, that really doesn't really hit the reef too strongly, can offer something, but yeah, pretty sketchy. And Michele in a bad situation right now without his fins, so let's see what he's going to do about that.
Parece que Michele perdió las dos aletas o una sola.
I think once, yeah, sí, solo una.
Ok, Michele perdió una aleta, lo están dejando todo aquí en el campo de batalla. Él está ahora mismo sin una aleta. Yo creo que para poder recuperarla tiene que acercarse a las rocas y ahí alguien se la podría pasar, pero claro, en ese sentido tendría que abrirse tal vez al canal de la izquierda, sería mi recomendación. Yo creo que yo le diría toma una ola, tal vez la persona que le tiene la aleta pudiera caminar hasta el canal y él se puede salir de frente. Yo creo que él se sabe salir de frente, ahí está sin aleta.
Pero ¿será que alguien la encontró?
Pero alguien que le preste una, ¿o no?
Ah, sí.
Creo que estaba mostrando el pie que tiene. Yo creo que algún competidor de los que estaban acá afuera. Bueno, esas son situaciones súper desafortunadas que nosotros siempre decimos. Bueno, vamos a ver esta de Jai Taylor. Jai scooping into the barrel, getting out. And that will be some scores. Maybe finding a section there for a roll. Good wave for Jai Taylor. I mean, landing there in the tricky area, but still lots of commitment.
This is a tough one to watch, Bago, because we see a lot of danger here. I mean, these kids, they don't hold back at all. And Jai just went for, find himself a nice barrel. Let's see this once again. So yeah, nice scoop, quick, nice barrel for the Australian. And then he finds himself another section as well. Goes to the roll, and there you guys can see so many steps and just a completely shallow area over there. So yes, these guys have to be really careful with that last section, especially that third section, because what happens is the second one is a little, hold on, let's see, Michele
surfeando sin una aleta y así mismo haciendo maniobra, casi entra ese rolo. Es el australiano Jai Taylor quien está ahora en primera posición con esa última ola que recibió un 5.50 y Michele trató incluso de hacer algo sin una aleta. Yo creo que yo le diría a Michele que, bueno, es que yo no sé si, como tú dijiste, no sé si haya alguien que le vaya a dar la aleta,
Sí.
¿no?
Sí, hay que haber algún amigo ahí que sepa el número, la talla que utiliza, que esté listo ali para que ele la corra. So yeah, Michele without a fin there goes for a roll under the lip in the pocket, but unfortunately doesn't complete this one. So yeah, the leader is Michele so far with 1.55 on that last wave. Right after him we have Jai Taylor from Australia with a 5.5 and a 1 point right. So yeah, finding himself a nice barrel and the roll combination that granted him 5.5. Guilherme Montenegro is in third position right now, looking for only 3.31. So yeah, basically 10 minutes into this heat and situations just starting to define itself. Still a low score, still no backups for these guys. And Bastian falling a little bit behind, still looking for his first score. There he comes.
Vamos a ver Bastián Venegas en esta ola, un 4.66 es lo que necesita para estar en segunda posición, pero ya recuerden, gente, como esta es la final, aquí todo se trata de ser campeón, todo se trata de esa primera posición. Sí que es bueno tratar de llegar lo más arriba posible, porque mientras más puntos, más posibilidades de tener un puesto dentro del frontón. Pero bueno, estos 4 chicos ya tienen buenos puntos y ya tienen bastantes posibilidades de alguno de esos 48 puestos que hay para ir al Gran Canaria Fronton King, que es en donde se va a disputar el título de campeón de esta división, de esta categoría, y también el título de campeón de la categoría profesional masculina. 48 puestos. Eso es como se toman con los mejores resultados de los eventos del año. No es necesario que los competidores vayan a todos los eventos. Con hacer un buen resultado en un evento ya tienen una gran posibilidad. Ahora les vamos a mostrar lo que es el calendario de este año para que puedan ver los eventos que están y puedan conocer un poco. Tenemos después de aquí, vamos a hacer el evento en Australia, el Future Pros Rising Series, que va a ser en Gold Coast, y vamos a tener también un evento en Marruecos, que le dan una oportunidad a toda la gente de Europa, ¿no? Ya hubo uno al comienzo del año en Marruecos y se va a volver a hacer otro. Entonces toda Europa realmente puede ir porque es bastante económico ir a Marruecos, y Marruecos en sí, el país es mucho más económico que a veces en los mismos países europeos. Luego está por confirmarse el de Gran Canaria, que sería el King Grom Canary Islands en Rising Series, y ahí ya entonces nos quedaría la final. Eso es lo que tenemos para el Junior Men, el Junior masculino. En el caso de las mujeres, este año un solo evento. El año que viene tal vez se sumen más eventos que sean Racing Series, que sean clasificatorios, y este año un solo evento. Todas las chicas pueden ir a competir al ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro en Espíritu Santo una vez más.
Sí, ahí vamos a ver la campeona Master también siendo coronada en un solo evento, y al final la división hombres y Junior Men en el frontón para el clásico Fronton King, y una de las olas definitivamente una de las mejores olas para la práctica del deporte en las Islas Canarias y en el mundo. 17 minutes, guys, almost halfway in this heat. Michele is still in the first position. He's still signaling out there, so I'm not sure if he already got himself a fin, Bebo. He's still, making signs for everyone in the beach. But anyway, he needs to get a backup score, to get rid of that 1.55. Yeah, I think he's looking for someone to just get him a fin, because I'm not sure. Yeah, so Jai Taylor still in second. Bastian didn't find himself a decent wave so far. Jai Taylor's holding the priority number 1, so first one on the line. Looks like Michele had, looks like he has, right?
Sí, alguien le pasó ya la aleta. Jai Taylor in this great, great right. He lost the control there. I don't know, maybe it's deemed as a complete maneuver. Let's see. And we also had, we have all riders taking a wave. todos los competidores tomaron una ola. Sabemos que, me parece que Michele fue para la izquierda, Jai se quedó ahí en el canal un poco y después se compartieron el cacho Guilherme con Bastián, ¿cierto?
Yep, that's it. So
Sí.
we had a Jai Taylor and Bastian going right, and Guilherme and Michele going left. We saw just two of those ways, but let's see this replay. That's Guilherme Montenegro going left. Nice section, and oh, a beautiful backflip for him in the shallows there. That's going to be a high score for the Brazilian Bago. I'm pretty sure about that.
Sí, esa fue muy buena de Guilherme. Creo que puede haber ahí algún tipo de cambio. Parece que ya a Michele le pasaron aleta porque con la versión, con esta Air Vision, con esta visión aérea, vimos que tenía sus dos aletas y la última ola del brasilero es 8 puntos. Y esta fue la de Michele, que se compartió también muy bonito ese rolo en un sitio bastante crítico, pero obviamente se puso uno más.
Dios mío.
Qué nivel de compromiso de Michele, ¿no? Tiene tantas ganas de ganar. Así que bonito intercambio para la izquierda, 7 puntos para Michele Arriagada en esa ola. Y ahora vuelve a tomar la primera posición y ya ahí su última ola fue 6.25, está muy buena esta gira.
My God, guys! I mean, they're not holding it back at all. They just push each other so much. I mean, Guilherme getting the best out of that exchange, and let's see the replay for Jai Taylor. Goes up to the lip with the roll, and check this landing. Just loses the grip, tries to recover it, and then gets hit by the lip, but manages to complete the maneuver, you know, and get a 6.25. So Jai is in second position right now with the last wave. Michele got 7 points and maintained that first position, and Guilherme Montenegro, despite having an 8-point ride, is sitting in third right now, although he only looks for 4 points to get back into qualifying position. Bago, sorry, there's no qualification anymore.
No.
This is the big final. So yeah, Guilherme really needs at least a 4-point ride to go to the first place, actually.
Bueno, el que no ha tenido la oportunidad de mostrarse es Bastián Venegas todavía. Yo no sé si Bastián corre mucha izquierda. Yo cada vez que corremos acá lo veo siempre tomar las derechas. No sé, de repente también corre derecha e izquierda. Vamos a ver ahora, pero es que lo habíamos comentado, incluso ya desde las semifinales veníamos hablando de que era importante que los riders trataran de asegurar los puntajes con la izquierda porque la izquierda está un poco más surfeable. Aparte también hay que recordar que es mucho más corta y te da la oportunidad de volver más rápido para el line-up, ¿no? Para la parte donde quiebra la ola. Qué bonita, la punta 2 como quiebra, perfecto triángulo ahí, como tiene esta forma ideal para el bodyboard. Y bueno, si nos ponemos a ver, Jai Taylor sí tuvo una nota alta, ha arriesgado muchísimo, la verdad, Jai, pero las notas más altas de los competidores, de Michele y de Guilherme, han sido para la izquierda, entonces sería bueno que tal vez Bastián buscara una de esas izquierdas para tratar de poner algunos puntos. Recordando que es el hit final, lo más importante aquí es que coronarse campeón.
Que bateria incrível nós estamos presenciando aqui. Guilherme Montenegro nesse último intercâmbio conseguiu 8 pontos, um backflip muito bom para a esquerda, limpo ali, uma sessão crítica, realmente um bowl ali que ele atacou com tudo. O Michele conseguiu pegar uma onda muito boa de 2 rolos bem críticos também para a esquerda. Então o Michele se mantém na primeira posição. O australiano não está deixando para trás também, foi para a direita ali, fez um rolo aterrissando uma parte bem difícil ali, acabou perdendo, né, a prancha no primeiro momento, mas recuperou, conseguiu tirar 6.25. Então o Guilherme fica ali com 8 pontos, ainda na terceira posição, porém precisa de uma nota mais baixa agora, 4 pontos seria suficiente para ele ir para a primeira posição e se consagrar o campeão aqui no Iquique Bodyboard Pro.
One more wave here for Guilherme Montenegro, not able to find the section he needs. Yeah, I think he forgot about the rights. And you know, he starts really good to left. I remember watching him in Antofagasta. Remember when I used to call him Pulguita? He's not a Pulguita anymore. Yo le decía a Guilherme Pulguita. He's not a Pulguita anymore. Ya está súper grande. El Guilherme Montenegro, yo me acuerdo la primera vez que lo vi en Antofagasta, me quedé con la boca abierta. Dije, ¿quién es este niño? ¿Cómo puede correr tan bien en un estilazo? ¿Te acuerdas que hacía los RS así como si fueran nada?
No, Guilherme desde los 13, 14 años ya hacía RS y backflip así de manera sorprendente, muy buena. Jai Taylor takes off on the right, a smaller wave, he's looking for a score bigger than 5.5, does a roll in the first section. This wave, I believe, won't make too much of a difference for the Australian right now, holding the second position, looking for 5.76 to take that first place from Michele, who is defending pretty well his last performance here last year as a champion.
Ok, una para Bastián, entra en ese tubo un poco complicado, pero sale. No es un tubo muy limpio, a ver, va por un rolo y esta sí va a ser la mejor ola hasta ahora de Bastián Menegas, que estaba pasando esa sección heavy y con el nivel de compromiso gigantes hace otro rolo encima de las piedras, gente, eso está completamente seco, pero ese es el nivel de compromiso que tiene el rider local, que además tiene mucha hambre, muchas ganas de ganar este evento. El año pasado estuvo tan cerca, quedó vicecampeón. Este año quiere cambiar la situación. Vamos a ver si lo logra.
12 points is what Bastian's looking for. I mean, to get that first position, he needs a combo of 2 waves. He just has a 1.90 and a 1.50. So, yeah, when it comes to the scores, he's just getting started with this with these here. His last wave is going to be his only decent score so far. Less than 10 minutes remaining, guys. This event is presented to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and PRESENTEDby. Final 10 minutes, Bego. What a journey it has been.
See, we have had amazing days, at 6 days of competition in the Prime Series events and a single day for the juniors. Remember, this is Rising Series, so it's all in one day. And
there's Bastian on his last wave. That's a 5.80. First barrel not too clean. He goes for a roll. He's insisting on those rides. Lands in the shallow, but sees another little opportunity for one one roll. Just getting out of that shallow zone and gets his first decent score. Anyway, he is still in 4th position right now and looking for a 6.21, finally getting out of combo land.
Bueno, 8 minutos con 51 segundos y hasta ahora es Michele Arriagada, el campeón del año pasado, quien estaría proclamándose campeón de este evento. Vamos a ver, todavía falta tiempo. Los puntajes están peligrosos porque están muy cercanos. Jai Taylor solo necesita un 5.76, básicamente al encontrar una ola como que pueda hacer una maniobra de valor, puede conseguir ese puntaje. Y Guy Montenegro solo necesita, bueno, ese 4 es para ser segundo, si no me equivoco. ¿No?
Primero.
Sí, para ser primero.
Un 3.75 ya sería suficiente para Guilherme ir a segundo. Necesita muy poco.
Muy poco, por eso está muy fácil ahí para todos ellos. Y bueno, Bastián, que acaba de salir del combo, estaba necesitando 12, ahora busca un 6.21, que también es posible para alguien como él, que ha puesto notones. Hoy mismo se puso un 9.50. Eso sí, lo hizo con un tubo que es como su especialidad. Obviamente es buenísimo con las maniobras también, pero él, me acuerdo el año pasado avanzando con un tubazo. Vamos a ver esta para aquí Montenegro. Sí, es un 4 lo que busca. Hace un rolo rompiendo el labio. Guy continúa, levanta la mano ya. Jai
Taylor going right. Goes for a roll in the pocket. First section, builds that speed, just ducks out of this wave. He's looking for a 5.76, not a small score. I mean, not sure this wave, I don't think it's going to provide that for him, but the danger comes from the Brazilian, because Guilherme Montenegro with a 3.75 would jump to the second position. And with only 4 points, it is enough for him to go straight to the first position in this heat, Bego. So, yeah, we're still waiting for that score from the Brazilian. You know, just very smart, I believe, with 7 minutes remaining, you know, just going for what he needed. And he gets 4.5 and jumps to the first position. Então, essa última onda do Guilherme estava precisando de 4 pontos só para ir para a primeira posição. Foi muito inteligente, muito estratégico ali o Guilherme, competidor nato. Conseguiu 4,5 e vai para a liderança da bateria.
Hubo cambio de situación entonces, Guilherme Montenegro consiguió un poquito más de lo que necesitaba y ya se encuentra en primera posición, ya se encontraría ganando. él que viene fuerte para este evento, que es tan importante este evento para él, ¿no? Porque aquí en Latinoamérica es el único evento que hay junior, entonces es la única oportunidad que él tiene de conseguir los puntos para poder entrar en el frontón, igualmente para los chilenos, ¿no? En cambio, Jai, él tiene una posibilidad allá en Australia, en el Future Pros, que va a ser pronto, en julio, así que, bueno, igual, ya te digo,
They already have a spot, right?
I think so, maybe, depends on, pero sí, a ver, porque tenemos cuántos eventos este año, dos en Marruecos, y uno en Australia, y si se confirma el evento de Gran Canaria,
Sí.
ahí serían 5. Y entonces si tenemos 4 lugares, claro, ahí ya serían 20 puestos asegurados de los podiums.
Sí.
Claro.
Creo que a lo mejor por lo menos una gran posibilidad de que esos 4 ya tengan, mismo que no ganen aquí, es un resultado muy bueno ya, primero, segundo, tercero o cuarta posición.
No, y hasta quinto es bueno, por lo que estoy viendo, si son 48 puestos, van a estar sobrando bastantes puestos igual para los que queden quinto y así. Vamos a ver una más para Guilherme Montenegro. Él sabe lo difícil que es, lo que tiene que buscar cambiar el 4.50 porque Michele solo necesita un 5.51, entonces él sabe que él no está seguro. Mira, viene un set grande. Vamos a ver, Jai Taylor, una gigante maniobra, es un rolo grande en una zona crítica. Busca 6.26, a ver si le va a alcanzar al australiano.
Oh, Jai Taylor with a lot of impact on that wave. I mean, Michele taking a look at that left. He wanted to go on this one. Michele has been sitting for quite a while right now. Let's see if Jai Taylor is able to get that 6.26 that he is looking for. Saw a lot of impact on that wave, but not sure. But let's see, Michele taking off on this one. Late takeoff on this barrel. Strong wave, and oh, that's gonna be a big score for Michele Bego. I'm pretty sure about that. That wave was very solid for him.
Wow,
solid wave.
Muy buena ola para Michele Arriagada. Necesitaba poner diferencia, necesitaba hacer algo grande, ¿sabes?
Wow.
Y se fue con una de las grandes, con una de las de la serie, y atacó fuerte la primera sección. Y no solo eso, no se rindió, atacó la última sección y wow, yo creo que se viene una muy buena nota para Michele. Yo creo que viene mucho más que 5.51, vamos a ver la repetición. Fíjense esto, era una ola de las grandes de la serie. Él fue directo a la zona más crítica con un rolo perfecto, nada fuera de lugar en esa ejecución y además mostró mucho más compromiso en esa última sección, así que wow, creo que ese puesto de Michele va a ser, yo creo que se lo va a tomar. 7.35 por supuesto, ahora Guilherme necesita un 6.35, Jai Taylor un 8.10 y Bastián Venegas un 8.55.
Wow, what a wave for Michele. That one was looking pretty big, solid. And yeah, very surprising for Michele. Let's see, this is a replay for Jai Taylor. He gets 5.60, short of what he was looking for. Yeah, but manages to hold on to this one. And yeah, he's still in third position. Jai is looking now for an excellent score since Michele was able to increase his total score a lot, you know, getting that 735. So yeah, Jai is looking for an 8.10. At this point. There's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Definitely these guys are going to start heating up the machines. You see Guilherme taking off on this one. He wants to go after that 6.35. Goes for the roll. Lands it with a lot of impact, bumping through that section. Let's see if that's the 6.35 that he's looking for. I'm not sure. It was an insider, you know, so maybe not enough to you know, make the judges release that 6.35 Bego.
Ok, vamos a ver la repetición. Esta es la última de Guilherme, que está buscando un 6.36 con ese rolo. La verdad, no sé si va a ser la nota. 6.36 es lo que está buscando Guilherme Montenegro con esta última ola. Igual es una nota grande, es una ola no de las más grandes en realidad. Entonces, no la alcanza, es un 5.30. Tiene sentido, la verdad. Y miren ahora la situación, Michele Arriagada está primero y además tiene la prioridad. Entonces yo creo que ahora vamos a ver otra vez esta ola porque realmente fue la mejor ola del hit en términos de compromiso, aunque obviamente miren qué bonito rolo. Rolo redondito, súper bien ejecutado, la ola era gigante. Y no, bueno, la mejor ola del hit en términos de puntaje fue la de Guilherme, el backflip ese gigante. Pero la verdad que ese fue un rolo muy técnico, muy bonito y agradable ver a Michele poniendo un show hacia la izquierda también para que veamos todos que él puede correr súper bien los dos lados.
And Bastian has been sitting for quite a while, goes for the barrel. I'm sorry guys, and he's still there, and actually a good drive for Bastian, but not sure if he's finding the exit to this one. Bastian just sticking to those rides, not really attempting anything on the lefts. He didn't find himself a backup score so far, and with 25 minutes remaining, Bagel, I believe the situation is just settling over here unless Guilherme or Jai just came out with a huge score out of nowhere. So yeah, Michele coming for a second win at this event, and we have to say a well-deserved one, Bagel. This kid is phenomenal. I mean, just an exceptional performance over here, not leaving a doubt that he is your great champion, guys.
That's right. Bueno, gente, tenemos otra vez, por segundo año consecutivo, Michele Arriagada se convierte en el campeón de la categoría junior masculino aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro, un evento que apostó también por ellos, apostó por esta categoría. Felicitaciones al Quisco, felicitaciones Michele, gigantes felicitaciones a Guilherme Montenegro porque lo tuvo muy cerca. Jai Taylor, he also did an amazing job, important points, y también Bastián Venegas, que queda en la cuarta posición, puntos bien importantes acá, y tenemos nuestro campeón, Lucas.
That's it, your Junior Man Rising Series champion over here is Michele Arriagada in this 2025 edition of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro, one of the most expected events of the World Tour, definitely one of the most technical waves that we have around the World Tour. And I mean, phenomenal rides from Michele Arriagada, just showing a lot of control since the very first round, Bagel. A lot of technique, you know, being cold, used to those shallow parts of the wave here, and fearless, completely fearless.
Qué lindo, de verdad, bien trabajado, bien surfeado, la verdad es que se lo ganó muy bien, trabajó muy bien todo su performance durante todo el campeonato. De verdad que los otros competidores hicieron muy bien, pero imagínense, hizo el único 10 del campeonato y era como ya un mensaje, ¿no? Era como algo que más o menos podíamos intuir, obviamente sin restarle nada al resto de los competidores, pero de verdad que hubo un performance espectacular su último año. Vamos a ver si puede repetir esto también en el frontón, en el Gran Canaria Frontón King. Este año ya va con otra mirada, yo creo. El año pasado perdió en una etapa que le hubiese dado el título y este año va con todo, mira, con aleta prestada y todo.
Sí, su espacito en la competencia del frontón está aseguradísimo, sí. Aseguradísimo.
Bueno, increíble, de verdad. Felicitaciones a Michele Arriagada, felicitaciones a cada uno de los competidores que lo dieron todo. Un evento de verdad que no vamos a olvidar, que marca grandes hitos en la historia del bodyboard. Y bueno, vamos a ir a hacerle la entrevista, por supuesto, a Michele.
Yeah, so great to see Michele taking this win. I mean, one of the strongest riders we have been seeing, and definitely showing himself as the fittest one in the competition, you know, just taking the only 10-point ride on this event. Since the first heat, you know, the first round, I'm pretty sure he came up with 15 points total. On the second round, the semifinal, he came up with 17, more than 17 points total. And in this one, he didn't find that huge total score, but anyway, waiting with a 735 and a 7, just showing a lot of versatility as well, you know, because we had a very big change in conditions. I mean, the rides were pumping throughout the whole competition with a lot of water and the high tide, but in the end he had to adapt. I actually talked to him during the interview. I said, you know that the rides are not going to be working too much during the final, right? And no, I'm just going to go for the left, it's the same intensity. There it is, your champion.
Yeah, definitely got to adapt, and it helps to be able to adapt to that and change the direction, right, and take off on the lefts if necessary, because those rides were pretty insane. So yeah, he definitely made the best of that. Congrats, Michele.
Yeah, getting his best result here, and for sure a spot in the grand finale in the Fronton King. So as we have been saying in the Junior Men Rising Series that the event is proposing this year, all of these events are just a qualifying stage for the great final, for the great ending of the year, which is the Fronton King, where all these riders that manage to find themselves a spot in this event will battle for the world title. And last year he was very close to obtaining that title, and definitely we'll see Michele in the last months of maybe October. I'm not sure when the event will be taking place. I think October. Yeah, definitely we'll see Michele there, fighting for this title on his last year on the junior division.
That's amazing. I mean, he's a very talented, versatile rider with lefts and rights. So yeah, looking forward to seeing his performance out there front on.
Yes, guys. So just as Bego get ready for the interview there, we're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back and hear some words from the champion. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. Begonia is ready with the interview with Michele, and take it away, Bego.
Well, guys, of course, we are super happy here. The whole beach is full of people supporting Michele Regada. We have our 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro Junior Man Racing Series champion for the second time, for the second year in a row, back to back. Michele, how are you feeling?
Me siento demasiado feliz, no puedo describir las emociones que tengo en este momento, ya que estoy aquí acompañado de todos mis amigos de mi región y mis amigos de Iquique, que siempre me reciben como en casa.
Bien chato, muy bien, muy bien.
Aquí con mi hermano, segunda final que tengo con mi hermano.
Sí,
y
tenía que ganarla.
Muy agradecido de cómo se está dando todo. Bastián, un gran competidor, es mi hermano. El año pasado estuvimos en una final juntos y este año volvimos a estar en la ronda juntitos. Entonces estoy muy feliz y nada, vamos a seguir dándole con todo, ya que este es mi último año en Junior y se viene ahora pesado para la próxima categoría, pero no le vamos a bajar, así que no aprieten.
Well, he said obviously he's super happy. He can, describe the feelings as he has. I mean, still, he's, he can't believe in himself, but of course he has been working very hard for this. It's his last event in this division. I mean, here for the last chance that he can compete in this division here. He's gonna give it all for Gran Canaria Fronton King, and very happy, very humble, and of course he's going to keep continuing in the competing in the man division. ¿Quieres mandar algunas palabras para alguien, algún saludito?
Agradecer a todas las personas que siempre han estado apoyando mi carrera desde mi inicio, el Club Bodyboard por siempre estar ahí, mi familia por siempre apoyarme en mis locos sueños y por siempre ayudar a llegar a todas las partes que he querido llegar, a todos los auspiciadores que he tenido en el camino, Medusa Bodyboard Shop, CBA Electricidad, a MLAV, a Bodyboard, a Don Carlos, que siempre me está apoyando ahí, que siempre me ha transmitido la palabra Hope, que significa esperanza. Unos saluditos al cielo, al Tommy, al Maxi, que siempre me están mandando las olas que necesito para poder seguir avanzando. Y eso, muy feliz. Y a mi polola, que está ahí en la casita, que me está apoyando, que la amo mucho, que también me apoya en este sueño loco que tengo. Y nada, muy feliz.
Bueno, Michele, felicitaciones. Vamos a prepararnos para la premiación. Well, people, we're gonna fix the award ceremony, so we count on you to, of course, support all these riders. This is the last heat of this event, and with this, we're going to be closing the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. So we'll leave you with a little commercial break, and we will come back with the award ceremony. Felicitaciones.
That's it, guys. That's a wrap for the Junior Man Rising Series event here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, and what an amazing journey it has been, right? What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it was an amazing day from Michele's 10 to Bastian Venegas' 9.5. Just starting off the day with good tide. It was almost like a little bit too big for the spot, and tide was just getting lower and lower, and the guys were just charging and just putting it on the line with no water on the reef at all. So pretty exciting day, just seeing the Groms go all out.
Yeah, just one day of action here. I mean, the Junior Man event took place just today, so we had 8 heats for the round number 1. Then we started with the quarterfinals, semifinals, and definitely those 4 athletes that went to the final. I mean, we had Michele in first, Guilherme in second, Jai Taylor in third position, and Bastian Venegas representing Punta, a local here, in fourth. So congratulations to all of these riders, guys. This is a wrap for this 2025th edition of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Thanks to the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and Quarterfinal as well for making this event happen one more year, as well as to all the sponsors and everyone working behind the scenes over here. And of course, thanks to all the athletes, and congratulations, and all of you watching at home. Así que muchas gracias a todos. Está encerrado así el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025. Michele Arriagada, el grande campeón que viene de El Quisco, lleva para casa otra victoria después de repetir el hecho del año pasado. En el Prime Series tuvimos también Alexandra Rinde y Hermides Oliveres llevando los 2 títulos para casa. Así que muchas gracias a todos, muchas gracias a la Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y a la Cormudep también, y todos ustedes que estuvieron con nosotros en esos días increíbles. See you soon.
See you soon, everyone.
Bueno, invitamos a todos a acercarse acá para acompañar la premiación. Vamos a comenzar y primeramente vamos a agradecer a toda la comunidad por habernos recibido una vez más aquí en El Morro, un evento dedicado a los juniors, un evento súper importante para la comunidad, para la región, no solamente para Chile, ¿no? Sino para todos los latinos. Tuvimos participación de peruanos, participación de brasileros, y son puntos importantes que los chicos están buscando para la gran final, así que un aplauso por favor a todas las personas que nos han prestado su playa aquí en El Morro, y agradecer por supuesto a la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique por hacerlo posible un año más, confiando en el Bodyboard, confiando en la IBC World Tour, y a la Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique por organizarlo. Muchísimas gracias. Invitamos a las autoridades presentes a acompañarnos acá. Llamamos a los concejales de Iquique, Washington Maldonado, don Domingo Campodónico, don Martín Lonza, don Rodrigo Oliva, y don Washington Santos. También llamamos a don Daniel Hernández, el Tour Manager de la IBC World Tour, para que nos acompañen acá a hacer la entrega de los premios. Por favor, los concejales, don Washington Maldonado, don Domingo Campodónico, don Martín Lonza, don Rodrigo Oliva y don Washington Santos. Bueno, 28 deportistas junior se dieron cita acá en la ciudad de Iquique para formar parte de este evento del Junior Men Rising Series. Son etapas clasificatorias. Recordarles que no hace falta hacer todas las etapas junior del año para poder tener un lugar dentro de la gran final. La gran final será en Gran Canaria, en el evento Gran Canaria Fronton King, que va a coronar el campeón de junior masculino y el campeón masculino profesional también. Y bueno, esta era una etapa muy importante para los latinos, muy importante sumar esos puntos. Hay 48 plazas, solamente 48 puestos dentro de esa gran final, y por supuesto se van a repartir en los mejores resultados de los competidores, así que la verdad que fue un espectáculo increíble, fue muy motivador ver a los chicos surfear en esta ola de consecuencia, una hora tan difícil como la Punta 2, y realmente hicieron todos un excelente trabajo. Así que primeramente, por favor, un aplauso a todos los atletas que compitieron, que lo dieron todo, se arriesgaron. Es una ola realmente de clase mundial, bastante complicada, pero ellos hicieron muy buen trabajo, así que muchísimas gracias a todos por haber estado acá. Bueno, este año la IBC World Tour hizo esa separación del Tour profesional con el Rising Series para beneficio de los atletas junior, para que no perdieran clases, para que no hubieran altos costos relacionados a los viajes. Siempre tienen que viajar con familiares, así que sería todo multiplicado por 2, y también para dar más accesibilidad a las diferentes regiones del mundo para que tengan eventos de esta categoría y poder impulsar un poco esta importante categoría que es el futuro. Bueno, ahora sí vamos a llamar a los competidores. We call the competitors, the finalists, in order to start the award ceremony. Por favor, nos acompaña Bastián Venegas, Jai Taylor, Miquele Arriagada y Guilherme Montenegro. Por favor, nos acompañan acá. Vamos a ir diciendo los puestos. Comenzamos, como tuvimos una final de 4 competidores, tenemos cuarto y tercer lugar. Por seguido este formato un poco más, digamos, condensado, comprimido, para la seguridad de los competidores por la marea, ¿no? Así que vamos a hacer llamado al cuarto lugar aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro, la categoría junior masculino. Un aplauso muy grande, un local, el iquiqueño, el único iquiqueño en llegar acá a este podio, en que el año pasado quedó vicecampeón. Un aplauso grande para Bastián Venegas, localazo de acá de la Punta 2. Bastián Venegas de verdad peleó fuerte para lograr esta clasificación y ya son importantes puntos para él para la gran final. Así que un aplauso al iquiqueño Bastián Venegas por su cuarta colocación en este evento. Para hacer el premio, la entrega del premio, llamamos a los concejales don Washington Maldonado y don Domingo Campodónico, por favor. Don Washington. Felicitaciones a Bastián, la verdad que peleó fuerte e incluso tuvo una nota súper alta el día de hoy, 9.50, un tubazo, es un excelente competidor de acá de la Punta 2. Así que un gran aplauso para el iquiqueño, el único que tenemos acá en este podio. Vamos a llamar entonces para la tercera posición. We have from Australia, viniendo desde Australia, un competidor, un largo viaje, vino a mostrarse, a dar lo mejor de sí. Un aplauso gigante a Jai Taylor desde Australia, que se queda con la tercera posición. Llamamos al concejal don Martín Lonza, por favor, a entregar este premio al competidor australiano. Aplauso muy grande para Jai Taylor desde Australia. Una final muy reñida de 4 competidores, quien tuvo por un rato la victoria y la verdad es, arriesgó muchísimo, surfió súper bien. Un aplauso gigante, un competidor muy fuerte desde Brasil, desde Espíritu Santo. Él es Guilherme Montenegro, se queda con la segunda posición, vicecampeón de este campeonato. Aplauso por favor para Guilherme. Para hacer la entrega. ¡Ah! Mire qué suerte llegó don Mauricio Soria. Bueno, por favor un aplauso y un recibimiento a nuestro alcalde, don Mauricio Soria Maquiavelo, que llegó a la premiación. Qué placer poder tenerlo por acá. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Bueno, para hacer entrega de este premio llamamos al concejal don Rodrigo Oliva, por favor. Competidor que le dio todo, la verdad estuvo cerca de ganar, pero era difícil contra el campeón de la etapa anterior. Bueno, y ahora sí, queremos darle un fortísimo aplauso a quien ha ganado este evento por segunda vez consecutiva y es su último año en la categoría junior. Él viene desde el Quisco y es Michele Arriagada, que de verdad surgió increíble. Excelente trabajo. Michele Arriagada, segundo año que se corona campeón de este evento. La verdad surfió increíble, lo dejó todo en el campo de batalla. Fue el único 10 de este campeonato junior masculino y realmente fue un ganador indiscutible. Para hacer entrega del premio, por supuesto, vamos a llamar al concejal don Washington Santos y a nuestro alcalde de la ciudad de Iquique, don Mauricio Soria Maquiavelo, por favor. Llamamos a todas las autoridades a acercarse para hacer la foto oficial, por favor, con todos los competidores, con el podium. Foto oficial, entonces. Muchísimas gracias al Consejo Municipal de Iquique también por apoyar siempre el deporte, por apoyar el bodyboard. Y bueno, queremos escuchar de nuestro campeón, Michele Arriagada, unas palabras, por favor, sobre qué opinas de este evento y qué tan importante es para ti.
Hola,
Me siento muy contento de haber podido llevarme el último Iquique que me queda, ya que ya este próximo año paso a Open. Los competidores muy fuertes, Bastián Menega, Jay Taylor, Guilherme, competidores que imponen mucho, entonces me siento demasiado feliz por este primer lugar. Y nada, hoy siempre me gusta venir a Iquique, ya que tengo a todos mis amigos aquí, siempre me reciben como en casa, entonces muy agradecido de cómo se dio todo y vamos a seguir dándole. Y ahora, atrapen.
Bueno, un aplauso gigante y queremos escuchar unas palabras del Tour Manager de la IBC World Tour, Daniel Hernández.
Bueno, gracias a todos. No hay nada de añadir de la entrega de premio que tuvimos antes de ayer. Pues nada, gracias por acogernos, por dar la oportunidad a todos esos juniors de demostrar la valía que tienen en esta ola. Sin duda, una ola puro de bodyboard. Y bueno, vienen fuertes. Ahora tenemos a este hombre luchando ahora por el título en Canarias y esperamos a ver los resultados que puede dar. Miquele, felicidades a todos. Y nos vemos online a ver quién queda campeón del mundo.
Bueno, ya para cerrar, vamos a pedir, por supuesto, unas palabras de nuestro alcalde, don Mauricio Cero Maquiavelo, por favor.
Muy buenas tardes a todas y todos. No alcancé a llegar antes, pero ya iba a la municipalidad, me habían dicho que ya habían premiado, pero los vi aquí en la rotonda, me bajé y alcancé a saludarlos y solamente a felicitar a nuestros competidores. Yo creo que la ola fueron, por lo que veo, espectacular el día de hoy. Buena hora, la pasaron bien, pero tenerlo el próximo año nuevamente. Ya dijimos que está el Open y bueno, ahora juntos, acá está la mayoría del Consejo Municipal, yo creo que podemos comprometer también el Junior el próximo año también, para que consideren y los niños de Iquique, nuestros jóvenes puedan participar, a entrenar, así como tenemos un iquiqueño, tener más iquiqueños acá en el podio y compitiendo. ¿Y aquí dónde lo vamos a hacer, en el Morro? Ahí están nuestros amigos del Morro. Así que muchas gracias, felicitaciones y gracias por llegar hasta acá y a generar todo este esfuerzo. A toda la organización, al equipo, a los jueces, al equipo del IBC, a los periodistas, a ustedes, al público, a los amigos que han hecho aquí. Finalmente mucho ayer, el otro día compartíamos con familias que recibían a competidoras que ya se habían hecho amigos, tantos años que llegan viniendo. Bueno, de toda la familia que se genera acá en nuestro querido barrio El Morro, los esperamos el próximo año. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, y con esto sí ya declaramos terminado oficialmente el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025. Gracias a todos. Nos vemos el año que viene.